A mercenary who refuses to die on command is looked down on as nothing more than third-rate trash. Under a dark, suffocating sky, a ruined battlefield stretches endlessly, with bodies collapsed across the dirt while black crows will above them. And that very willingness to be thrown into death is exactly why mercenaries can demand such a high price. On the battlefield, a knight wrapped in heavy armor lifts his sword high, its blade blazing with fierce light, because men like him are ready to give their lives for their lord. The shining blade drives straight through a man's body, snuffing out his life in a single heartbeat. Even if it means enduring an employer's nonsense day after day, that is the kind of duty they are paid for. A stream of golden liquor spills out in a hard, wasteful pour, splashing down as if even the drink itself is being offered to the dead. Well, what else can a man do? He gives a small, weary gesture, the kind that says he has long since given up arguing with fate. The man tips his flask and lets every last drop spill onto the ground beneath him, as though making a quiet toast to the brutal life of a mercenary. High atop the fortress wall, a lone man sits against the wind, staring out over a land scorched by fire and war. This is Jack, captain of the Fong Mercenary Corps. With a crooked, cynical look in his eyes, Jack thinks to himself that nobles are painfully easy to predict. The wind tugs through his hair as his thoughts continue to turn colder. Whenever they need your strength, they talk big, promising land, rewards, and favors so grand it almost sounds like they plan to raise you into the nobility. But once the work is done, every last one of them changes their story with perfect timing, suddenly inventing all kinds of excuses dressed up as clever reasoning. A bitter smile pulls at Jack's lips as he stands on the wall, the burning battlefield roaring behind him. Looking straight at the man before him, he says this time the words have gone beyond anything he expected. Jack lets out a smile full of disbelief, his red eyes flashing with defiance and mockery. In a sarcastic voice, he tells the man he must have heard him wrong. As the view widens, Jack stands on the castle wall beneath a purple-stained twilight sky, facing an armored commander. Before him is the army's commander-in-chief, a red-haired man carrying himself with the weight of authority. Jack challenges the order he has just been given, but the commander's face remains cold and unshaken. In an icy voice, the man confirms that Jack heard perfectly well. He has just been told to die. Stunned by how bluntly the words are spoken, Jack asks whether the commander has forgotten exactly who he is. But the commander answers without hesitation, saying he remembers very well. Jack, captain of the Fong Mercenary Corps. Jack bursts into harsh laughter, unable to believe the man can say something like that while fully knowing his identity. With disbelief in his voice, he remarks that he never knew the commander had such a talent for jokes. Jack grips the hilt of his sword, and the smile fades as his expression turns sharp. He knows this cannot be a proper order, because no noble would ask a so-called worthless mercenary like him to die an honorable battlefield death like one of their precious knights. His red eyes gleam with open contempt, and a cold smile spreads across his face as he exposes the ugly hypocrisy hidden behind the commander's request. The wind sweeps across the wall while the two men lock eyes in silence. The pressure between mercenary and noble hangs heavy in the air, until the commander finally lowers his gaze for a moment, as if reconsidering how to speak. The commander admits that perhaps his words were too direct. Jack only stares back with obvious suspicion, not believing for a second that this sudden change in tone is anything as innocent as a misunderstanding. Placing one hand over his chest, the commander shifts into a solemn posture and says that he merely wishes to entrust Jack with one final mission. Jack listens without letting anything show on his face, though deep down he can already smell what is coming. Betrayal. And sure enough, the commander begins laying out the situation. The commander says that, as Jack already knows, their repeated defeats have pushed them to the edge of collapse. From the wall, Jack looks out over the city as flames continue to swallow it. The scene itself is a grim reminder of just how desperate the war has become, and how close the enemy now stands. Out on the battlefield, fully armored soldiers gather beneath a purple banner, preparing to decide the fate of everything. The commander continues, revealing that the blades of traitors, men who once protected this land, are now pointed directly at the throat of the Crawford family. As the reality sinks in that there is no easy retreat left, his words trail away. Against the ruined castle walls, the family banner hangs torn and battered by war. Jack answers with a smug smile, spreading his arms as if welcoming the sheer madness of the situation. Given the circumstances, he says, he understands exactly where this is going. With a toothy, malicious grin, Jack tells the commander he understands perfectly. But inside, his true thoughts are already moving in another direction. This is clearly the moment for him to get out of this place. In Jack's mind, The commander is a man of unmatched talent throughout the empire, so if even someone like him has been driven into a corner, that says enough. Still, for a noble, he was at least a sensible one, which makes this ending feel almost regrettable. Even so, Jack still cannot quite grasp what kind of final mission the commander means to give him in the middle of all this. Maybe he wants him to scout an escape route, and if that is all, Jack can treat it as one last job before collecting the rest of his pay. At last, the commander reveals the plan in full. The mission, he says, is simple. When the traitors launch their full-scale assault tomorrow, Jack is to stay beside him and stop their attack. Even if they can only delay the enemy for a brief moment, they must hold the line until their lord can escape safely. The commander turns his gaze toward the burning city, then hardens his resolve even further. No, if even that much proves impossible, then Jack is to stand with him until the commander himself dies. As payment, the commander presents a massive red gemstone, its surface glowing like solidified blood. He says he will settle the remaining payment with this when Jack withdraws, though the weight behind his words carries a darker meaning. The commander tosses the gemstone, and Jack catches it cleanly in his hand. The moment it lands in his palm, his mind begins calculating its value with mercenary precision. A gemstone this large should be enough to cover the Fang Mercenary Corps' operating expenses for 3 full years. Yet as the red stone falls between them, almost like a symbol of the blood soon to be spilled, the commander's expression darkens and he calmly asks what this means. That is when Jack's anger finally erupts. He snaps back that he should be the one asking that question, shouting whether the commander truly thought he was a fool just because he was always smiling. Jack snarls that the commander is ordering them to become nothing more than meat shields. From behind, Jack and his mercenaries look like a small force standing before an overwhelming fate, and his face twists with fury as he says that even if they help, they can only hold out for a short time. He accuses the commander of throwing them away just to buy his master a little more time to run. Fine, Jack says, suppose some miracle happens and they actually manage to hold the enemy off, what comes after that? The grim image of soldiers' bodies impaled on stakes answers more clearly than words, showing just how cruel the enemy is. Jack turns back toward the commander on the wall and asks whether he truly believes those bastards will simply let them leave alive. Jack's silhouette stands sharply against the sunset sky as his voice fills with accusation. He starts to say what the commander really is, but the commander cuts through the tension with cold, brutal logic. The commander states plainly that Jack and his men are mercenaries, not knights, and the enemy knows that too. Once the commander dies, the army will collapse, at which point Jack breaks into almost manic laughter and agrees that, yes, that is exactly how it works. With a savage grin, Jack shouts that this is simply the nature of their line of work. Then his expression sharpens into something cunning, and he says the commander should already understand one important thing. The commander has overlooked a crucial detail. To those demons, the Fang Mercenary Corps is not just a band of hired blades, but a sworn enemy to be butchered the moment they are found. The scene shifts away from the fortress wall and into a dark forest littered with corpses, revealing that an ambush has already taken place in the shadows. Deep in the forest, one soldier coughs weakly while another man in the same armor watches from a short distance away. The second soldier steps closer with a raised hand, as if offering help or friendly support, but the gesture is only bait for a deadly trap. The man approaching him is not a fellow soldier at all, but one of Jack's mercenaries wearing stolen armor and hiding his true identity. In one swift, silent movement, the disguised mercenary slams the unsuspecting knight against a tree and drives a knife deep into his back. The knight's eyes go wide with shock and pain as the darkness of the night seems to swallow everything around him. That single death becomes the wordless signal that releases hell throughout the forest. Jack's ambush has finally begun, and from that moment on, the massacre spreads fast, as the unsuspecting knights are cut down one after another by mercenaries wearing the armor of the dead. One knight watches his comrades collapse around him, and horror finally dawns in his eyes. He gasps that it is a trap, just as Jack's voice cuts through the darkness from behind his helmet, his red eyes glowing fiercely beneath the visor. Panic rips through the ranks as the soldiers realize the men beside them are not allies at all. Someone screams that they are the Fang mercenaries, but the warning barely leaves his mouth before his voice is silenced forever, while a furious commander roars from atop his horse. The mounted commander snarls at them, calling them bastards for daring to disguise themselves as their fallen soldiers. He spits that they know absolutely nothing about honor. But before his condemnation can fully leave his mouth, Jack's side answers with brutal contempt, as if honor is nothing more than a word fit for dogs. In the very next instant, A sword cuts through the air with a sharp whistle and slices cleanly through the commander's neck. His severed head drops to the ground with a heavy, sickening thud, and with that one merciless blow, the battle is brought to a savage close. Jack stands amid the aftermath, his helmet stained with blood as he surveys the carnage with terrifying calm. Through the narrow slit of his visor, one red eye shines coldly in the darkness. Back on the fortress wall, the red gemstone now lies abandoned on the stone floor between them. Jack explains to the commander that he has already taken the heads of several enemy commanders, so the man should understand exactly how the Fang Mercenary Corps has survived this long. As he speaks, he steps closer with a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Right now, those traitorous bastards are far more eager to tear Jack and his men apart than to waste their strength chasing after the commander's lord. The commander's jaw tightens, his composure visibly shaken by the scale of Jack's move and the sheer audacity behind it. Jack mocks the man's plan, asking if he truly expected the Fang Mercenary Corps to draw all the enemy's attention so neatly. The commander forces himself back into control and warns Jack in a cold voice to focus on completing the mission. Otherwise, he says, killing Jack and taking command of the Mercenary Corps will be the only choice left, and as those words fall, his hand moves to strike. With one swift, violent motion, the commander attacks, sending Jack flying across the wall before smashing him hard into the battlements. Jack hits the ground wounded, his body aching against the stone, yet his eyes burn with disappointment and rage. He says he truly believed the commander was at least a little different from other nobles, only to realize he is the worst kind of scum after all. From the other side of the wall, the commander offers an apology, telling Jack that he means it sincerely. But with his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, Jack answers that there is no need for any apology. In fact, Jack says, his voice turning colder, this outcome may actually be better for everyone involved. After all, if he were to take the head of a bastard like the commander and offer it to the demons lurking outside, Jack doubts he would feel even the slightest regret. The commander immediately reads Jack's intention and asks if he plans to hand over his head to the traitors and beg for mercy. Then, almost as if answering for him, he admits that Jack would gladly surrender him and flee if he could, but he is certain Jack has already prepared some way to keep his men from being stopped. His eyes sharpen with a reluctant respect for Jack's cunning. And if that is the situation, then as the commander of this army, he must carry out his own duty until the very end. The rebels will be satisfied if they receive the heads of 2 commanders, and in exchange for that blood price, they will spare the lives of the commander's men. Jack freezes, staring at him in disbelief as he repeats the word 2. Then the terrible meaning sinks in. This man intends to save his subordinates by offering his own head as well, just as an open box reveals the severed head of the enemy commander. It is the commander whose men Jack's mercenaries killed in the forest, the proof of that bloody ambush laid bare before them. The commander's gaze grows distant, heavy with melancholy, as he speaks of all those people. His soldiers, the men he dragged along with him to this doomed place. He says he promised them he would show them that dreams could still be reached, even by someone who began at the very bottom. With a faint glimmer of respect in his eyes, he continues, saying they believed in him and followed him all the way here. Because of that, he must carry the full weight of their trust. Jack, standing with his sword in hand before the silhouettes of his own mercenaries, Jack understands that burden perfectly, because he, too, is their leader. Hearing his own sense of duty echoed in Jack's words, the commander is left momentarily breathless, surprised by how closely the 2 of them resemble each other. A bitter laugh slips from Jack's lips, low and rough, as he admits that the commander is right after all. In the end, both of them are chained by the same loyalty, the responsibility they carry toward the men who placed their lives in their hands. That, the commander realizes as he looks across the wall where their clash has reached its peak, is what marks a true leader. Covering his mouth with his gauntlet, he murmurs with genuine regret that it is such a pity. If only it had not been for Crawford, the commander says, his expression filled with deep, sincere remorse. And then he gives voice to his final wish. If only Jack had been his lord instead. Driven by duty and with no more room for hesitation, the commander lunges forward, his sword raised and ready to deliver the final blow. Jack is already wounded and unable to fully defend himself, so all he can do is cry out in rage and pain as the commander's attack crashes into him. The commander straightens in solemn silence, his duty now complete, while Jack's body lies motionless on the cold stone floor. His green eyes narrow with a painful mix of determination and sorrow, because he has done what he believed had to be done. In the heavy air that follows, his final plea lingers quietly. Do not forgive me, Jack. A sudden flash cuts through the moment, marking the fatal strike that seals Jack's fate. As the light in his eyes begins to fade, Jack thinks that he had expected this kind of ending, but he never imagined the difference between them would be so overwhelming. The force of the commander's last blow throws Jack's body backward. As he falls, his thoughts drift bitterly toward the unfairness of fate and the cruel thing people call talent. Still, Jack accepts that this is probably the end. With one final, strangely satisfied smile, he lets a quiet peace settle over him. He had already told his men to flee immediately if he failed to return by the appointed time, so even now, at the edge of death, he can let go without worrying about them. Blood drips onto the stone floor, each drop marking the final moments of Jack's life. After all, Jack had always been prepared for an ending like this. Even so, as his consciousness fades, there is still one question left in his heart. His awareness dissolves slowly into darkness, surrounded by drifting shapes that look like drops of blood, or perhaps fragments of old memories. If only he had been given the same opportunity as that man. From somewhere inside the darkness, a distant, pleading voice calls out to him, begging its master to wake. Jack's eyes begin to open, and in the next instant, blinding light floods everything. A voice keeps urging him to wake up. A young man lies in a luxurious bed while a servant leans over him in panic, and Jack, now inside the body of a blonde youth, looks around the unfamiliar room in complete confusion. In a weak, unsteady voice, he asks the person leaning over him who they are. Then he lifts one pale, delicate hand into view, the wrist trimmed with lace, and realizes with growing unease that this hand is not one he recognizes as his own. Suddenly, the desperate young servant slaps him across the face, begging him again to wake up. The servant shouts with anguish written all over his face, and Jack's eyes snap open from the impact. A sharp sting spreads across his cheek as he reels in confusion, wondering what just happened. What in the world is going on? His thoughts spin in complete confusion as the sting spreads across his cheek. He had just woken up, and out of nowhere, someone had slapped him hard enough to snap him back to his senses. What kind of bastard does that? The old fury of a mercenary immediately rises inside him, sharp and violent, ready to explode. But before he can act on that anger, the sound of the servant's sobbing breaks through it, and the orange-haired young man desperately begs him to recover. Then the servant cries out the name that changes everything. Young Master Lucian. Jack jolts upright in the bed, his battle-hardened mind completely lost inside the lavish bedroom and the unfamiliar identity suddenly forced onto him, while his golden eyes widen in disbelief. This is not his body. This is not his name. The world he knew has been overturned in an instant, and inside that luxurious bed, Lucian awakens with his thoughts tangled in total disorientation. Beside him, the young servant looks as though he has been crying for a long time, his face still wet with tears. Meanwhile, no matter where Lucian looks, one single thought keeps repeating inside his mind. Panic creeps over his face as he stares down at his hands, finally understanding that something is terribly wrong. His thoughts rush back to the hands he had lived with as a mercenary. Those hands should have been rough, scarred, covered in calluses and blisters from years of gripping blades and surviving battle. So where did they go? Slowly, he looks again at the hands he has now. They are not merely clean. They are delicate, smooth and soft, the kind of refined hands that belong to a sheltered young noble, not to a man who spent his life crawling through war. Still completely confused, he pushes himself out of bed, only for the red-haired servant to cling to the sheets and sob uncontrollably. Lucian cannot make sense of any of it, and the only question in his mind is who this guy even is. Just moments ago, that same servant had practically attacked him, and now he is crying like his whole world has collapsed. The shock and confusion pile up all at once, and Lucian sinks back onto the bed, overwhelmed by the absurd situation. The moment the servant sees him move, the young man breaks down in tears of relief, shouting that the young master is alive. He says he truly believed Lucian had died, and the fear had nearly stopped his own heart. Then his personal attendant drops to his knees beside the bed, murmuring that if anything had happened to Lucian, it would not have been only his own problem, but a terrible tragedy for the entire house. Lucian listens in stunned disbelief. He has absolutely no idea what kind of nonsense the servant is talking about. Young master, personal attendant, house. None of those words belong anywhere near the life he remembers living. But more than all the confusion, there is one fact he is completely certain of. He died on that battlefield. That final blow was not something any human being could have survived. He raises a hand to his neck and feels smooth, unbroken skin, even though by all rights his head should no longer be attached. A tense silence settles over the room as Lucian tries to process the impossible reality standing before him. With Hans still kneeling beside him and staring up with a serious, frightened expression, Lucian begins putting the pieces together. Every clue points toward one unbelievable conclusion. Right now, he has taken over the body of a complete stranger. He rises from the bed with a new sense of purpose, and as the meaning of this second chance sinks in, a mischievous smile slowly curves across his face. And this is not just any ordinary body he has woken up in. When he looks into the ornate mirror, he discovers an astonishingly handsome face staring back at him. He studies himself carefully from head to toe, while Hans watches from a distance, too nervous to interrupt. Still bewildered, Lucian reaches out and touches the mirror, as if confirming that the elegant reflection truly belongs to him now. At a single glance, anyone could tell this graceful body belongs to a noble. And not merely some minor noble either, but someone born into a family so wealthy it almost feels offensive. Taking in the expensive furniture, the refined room, and the overwhelming luxury surrounding him, Lucian turns his gaze toward Hans. First, he needs to understand exactly what situation he has landed in. Clearing his throat, he addresses the servant and tells Hans that there is something he needs to ask. Hans flinches at being spoken to so directly, but his eagerness wins out immediately, and he assures Lucian that he may ask him anything at all. Lucian goes straight to the most important question first and asks what year it is. Hans looks surprised by such a strange question, but assumes the medicine must still be clouding his young master's mind. So with a nervous smile, he answers that it is the year 846 of the imperial calendar. The answer strikes Lucian like a blow. He can barely process the words, and in a low whisper, he repeats the question in disbelief. As the truth slowly sinks in, the realization hits him with terrifying force. The year 846 is 15 full years before the day he died. He understands then that this is not only a reincarnation into someone else's body. Somehow, he has also been thrown back through time. Lucian lets out a heavy sigh and runs a hand through his blonde hair. He has no idea how any of this happened, but one thing is clear. Panicking over every impossible detail will not solve a single problem. So he forces himself to stay calm and think with a clear head. His eyes sharpen with determination as he focuses on the first thing he needs to do. Pull information out of his personal attendant. In a cold, threatening voice he says Hans's name. Then Lucian tells him it seems he has chosen to die today. The poor servant freezes in terror, completely unable to understand his master's sudden shift, while Lucian grabs him and begins acting like an offended noble. He demands to know how a mere servant could dare lay a hand on the unconscious body of his own master, and without permission no less. Lucian presses harder, pouring intimidation into every word as he asks whether the rules of this place have somehow changed. If they have not, then Hans had better answer his next question, and Lucian's piercing gaze nearly freezes the servant's soul. Then Lucian asks the key question behind the entire act. Who am I? Hans's eyes go wide with pure panic and confusion, and, terrified by the question itself, he bows deeply before him. Hans cries out for forgiveness, saying he made a grave mistake because he had been far too shaken and lost control in the moment. Through frantic sobs, Hans finally reveals his master's identity. He says Lucian is young Master Lucian Waldeck, the third son of the esteemed House Waldeck, and the moment those words reach him, Lucian freezes. The name Waldeck echoes through his mind, and with it comes a flood of memories from the life he lived before. In his thoughts, a banner bearing the golden lion emblem of Waldeck rises clearly before him. Impossible. The Waldeck family. The image of an unbelievably opulent mansion follows next, shining in his memory. It is the very same House Waldeck he once knew as a mercenary. The emblem of House Waldeck burns vividly in his mind, belonging to one of the most powerful noble families in the entire empire. He remembers their prestige clearly. A noble house that has long stood beside the emperor as one of the empire's great pillars, so distinguished and influential that its power could even rival the imperial family itself. Lucian, who had once lived as Jack, knows the affairs of that family far too well, because 15 years ago, he spent several years working as a guard at House Waldeck. The irony is almost cruel. After dying, he has awakened in the very place where he once worked as a hired guard. Then reality hits him all over again. He has not only reincarnated into the family he once served, he has become the third son of House Waldeck itself. A small, ironic smile pulls at his lips. This is ridiculous, he thinks, because the situation is too absurd to accept calmly. Memories of his past life return, especially the miserable position he once held in the world, despised and humiliated by nobles who tossed coins at him as if he were no better than a dog. He remembers enduring every kind of hardship imaginable, walking alone and bloodied through cemeteries filled with the bodies of fallen comrades. And now, after all that suffering, he has been handed an opportunity. The timing itself feels almost bitterly ironic, and the question he once carried comes back to him with a sharper edge than ever. All his life, he had wondered how far he might have climbed if he had ever been given the same opportunities as those born above him. And now, it feels as though fate itself has finally placed that answer right in front of him, daring him to see how far he can go. The image of his old self cracks apart in his mind, and with it, the heavy chains that had bound him to his former life fall away. Accepting this impossible new reality with cold resolve, he makes a silent vow to fate. If this is the chance you have decided to give me, then watch closely and do not look away. With fresh determination burning in his eyes, Lucian opens the door of his room, ready to step into this second life. He walks out onto a balcony drenched in warm sunlight, the bright air wrapping around him like the first breath of a new beginning. With a confident smile, he makes a promise to himself and to the world waiting beyond those walls. Just watch and see how high I can climb, and what kind of life I will carve out with these new hands. As the view pulls farther back, the full grandeur of the Valdic estate comes into sight. A vast palace so magnificent that it makes everything Jack once knew seem small and crude by comparison. Now dressed in refined, noble clothing, Lucian walks beside Hans through the dazzling corridors of the estate. As expected of House Valdic, he thinks the wealth on display here is almost overwhelming. He has been to countless places in his years as a mercenary, from noble residences to battlefield camps. But this mansion is easily the most extravagant and shamelessly luxurious place he has ever laid eyes on. As he quietly watches the servants moving through the halls, Lucian realizes that this is the world he will have to blend into from now on, and he will need to adjust quickly. However, his sharp mercenary instincts soon catch something strange hanging in the air. Ever since he stepped out of his room, every servant they passed has been looking at him with an odd mixture of surprise and unease. Soft whispers ripple behind hands and lowered eyes, with some servants murmuring in disbelief, asking if that is truly young Master Lucian. Others stare from the corners of the hallway, muttering that he has finally come outside and wondering just how long it has been since anyone last saw him. The shock on their faces is impossible to miss. Lucian feels the weight of the household staff watching from the shadows, their gazes filled with curiosity, caution, and quiet confusion. He turns to Hans and asks whether it is only his imagination, or if the atmosphere around them feels strange. Hans explains that it is only natural, because the young master locked himself away for an entire year and 2 months, seeing no one except him. That revelation lands heavily, and a grim image flashes through his mind. The original Lucian lying collapsed on the floor of a dark room stained with red. Lucian cannot understand it at all. To shut himself away for more than a year, what could the son of a duke possibly lack so badly that he would destroy himself in such a pitiful way? Even if Lucian does not fully understand how nobles think, it should still have been impossible for a young master to behave so freely in a household this strict, especially with the head of the family being who he is. Archduke Sigmund is a giant among men, someone known for protecting the empire with unshakable principles and convictions that no one could easily bend. Lucian knows there is no way a man like the Archduke would casually allow his own son to rot away in some corner of the mansion. In his mind, the image of the Archduke watching over a bedridden Lucian surfaces, and from that, Lucian reaches a cold, logical conclusion. Either the original Lucian was such a troublesome son that he stood on the verge of being disinherited, or there was some powerful reason that forced the Archduke to look the other way. Until he uncovers the truth, Lucian decides he must avoid the Archduke at all costs. But at that exact moment, someone steps into their path and blocks the way. An older man approaches with calm composure, saying that it seems the reports of Lucian's complete recovery were true after all. Both Hans and Lucian stop at once, caught off guard by the sudden appearance. The man before them is the chief butler, a gray-haired gentleman wearing a gentle smile. He says he is overjoyed to see the young master's face again after a full year, addressing Lucian with flawless formality. Chief butler Edwin politely asks whether young Master Lucian is having any difficulty moving. Lucian recognizes him as someone important within the household, while Hans visibly trembles at his side. This man is Chief Butler Edwin. Although he originally came to the mansion as a hostage from an enemy family, his outstanding talent was acknowledged, and he eventually rose to manage every domestic affair in the Valdic estate. The most dangerous thing about Edwin, however, is that beneath his kind smile and calm green eyes, he is the trusted right-hand man of Archduke Sigmund. The moment Lucian realizes this, he silently curses his rotten luck. This is bad. Of all the people he could have run into, Edwin is one of the very last he wanted to face. A man that Sharp would immediately notice the rough manners of someone who had lived on the streets and battlefields. Lucian's thoughts race quickly. His only advantage is that the chief butler likely has not seen the original Lucian for an entire year, meaning Edwin has no recent behavior to compare him against. In that case, his mercenary cunning gives him a way forward. He will have to imitate the most noble person he can remember from all his years of watching the upper class. Drawing on years of observation, Lucian puts on a perfectly practiced smile and addresses the butler with smooth politeness, thanking him for his concern. He calls him Chief Butler Edwin with an elegant tone, settling into the role as he lifts his posture. Then, with a charming expression, he says that he has improved greatly thanks to everyone's care. Playing the part of a grateful young noble almost flawlessly, he explains his sudden appearance by saying that since he has been shut away for so long, he came out to assess the state of the family. Then, with a light and graceful turn of conversation, he adds that running into Edwin must be a sign the gods are smiling on him. Cleverly shifting the focus away from himself, he asks whether the family has been well. Edwin watches him in silence for a brief moment, as though carefully measuring every word and gesture. Then he answers with a courteous smile, saying, "Yes, young master, House Valdick remains as strong as ever, and it is a relief to see that both Lucian and Hans are well." Inside, Lucian laughs in relief. Thinking about it now, how could there possibly be a problem in this household with someone like Edwin overseeing everything? From Edwin's reaction, Lucian decides the butler does not seem suspicious. Believing he has safely passed the first test, he prepares to withdraw, saying it seems he was worried for nothing and that he will now take his leave in peace. He adds that since this is his first time outside in a long while, he is already feeling exhausted. But before he can escape, Edwin's calm voice stops him cold, asking forgiveness for speaking bluntly while requesting that he delay his return. Lucian feels his blood run cold. His escape route has been cut off before he can take it. With a serious expression, Edwin delivers the very news Lucian did not want to hear. "Archduke Sigmund wishes to see you immediately, young master." Lucian slowly turns back, panic flickering in his eyes. The one person he had just decided to avoid at all costs is now calling for him directly. The next moment, the scene shifts to a vast, imposing office where Lucian stands alone before his father's enormous desk. Sitting beyond that desk in a chair that looks almost like a throne is Archduke Sigmund, an overwhelming man whose mask conceals part of his face. A heavy silence fills the room before the Archduke finally calls out to his son, "Young master." Lucian stands stiff and motionless before the most powerful man he has ever faced, unable to relax even a single muscle. This man is his new father, and when the Archduke speaks, his voice seems to echo through the entire office. He says he will ask one question, Lucian Valdick. Lucian's expression tightens with fear, cold sweat forming beneath his father's piercing gaze as the Archduke leans forward. The Archduke's visible eye gleams with a menacing light, and then he asks the one question Lucian least expected and feared most. "How are you still alive?" Lucian asks his father what he means by that, unable to understand the hostility being aimed at him so directly. Archduke Sigmund answers coldly, saying he had intended to overlook Lucian's actions until now. But the Duke's patience has clearly run out. He accuses Lucian of using his mother's death as an excuse to neglect his duties and behave like a spoiled child, and as those harsh words fall, the portrait of Lucian's deceased mother comes into view, making the accusation feel even heavier. Archduke Sigmund clenches his fist tightly, the anger in his posture growing heavier as he continues speaking, declaring that Lucian has finally crossed a line that cannot be ignored. He accuses Lucian of staging a protest by shutting himself away for more than a year, and his fury reaches its peak when he says Lucian treated his own life as if it were something cheap and meaningless. Then he brings up the attempt to harm himself, speaking of it like an undeniable accusation. Lucian is left completely bewildered, because Jack has no memory at all of what the original owner of this body actually did. He silently wonders what his father is even talking about. Then, all at once, a broken fragment flashes through Jack's mind. Not one of his own memories, but something that must have belonged to the real Lucian, showing the young man collapsed in bed while someone panics beside him. In that fractured vision, Hans is there, crying so hard he can barely breathe, and Jack finally begins to understand the chaos that surrounded his awakening. This was what really happened, an incident he had never known about until now. Back in the present, Lucian tries to steady the situation and addresses his father, suggesting that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. But before he can explain any further, Archduke Sigmund cuts him off. His patience has clearly reached its limit, and the authority pressing down from him feels absolute. Archduke Sigmund demands that Lucian confess his true intentions and reveal the thoughts he has been hiding. He keeps pressing harder, asking whether Lucian's real purpose had been to use his weak body to create a scandal inside the family. Then the Duke lays out the full accusation. Lucian swallowed sleeping pills in order to cause an uproar. The words hit Jack hard, and he realizes that the original owner of this body tried to fake a suicide attempt just to draw attention. At that exact moment, the truth finally strikes Jack with brutal clarity. He remembers why the name Lucian had never once sounded familiar to him in his previous life, and at last, the missing piece falls into place. His memory rewinds 15 years, back to the days when Jack worked as a guard at the Waldeck estate. During that time, he had heard about the family's third son, Lucian Waldeck. Lucian Waldeck. The memory that surfaces with that name is devastating. Jack remembers that the original Lucian Waldeck was supposed to have died, which is exactly why he had no real memories of meeting him. That boy should have been dead. And as the head of the family, Grand Duke Sigmund Waldeck stands before him now, connecting the man in the present to everything Jack once knew from the past. Jack recalls the complicated structure of the Waldeck household. The Grand Duke had 4 children, each born from a different mother, creating a family dynamic filled with tension from the very beginning. During his 10 years serving as a guard, Jack had crossed paths with the other young lords and their mothers several times. Yet when he thinks back carefully, he realizes he never once came face to face with Lucian or Lucian's mother. In his memories of the estate, those two had always been strangely absent figures, almost like shadows hidden at the edge of the family's history. What Jack knew was simple. Lucian's mother died from illness shortly after he began working there, and not long after that, for reasons he never understood at the time. The young Lucian followed his mother into death as well. Back in the present, Jack's thoughts race. The story he had always assumed to be true, that mother and son had simply died one after the other, was nothing but a surface-level facade. There had been a hidden reason buried behind their deaths, and Jack now understands just how much pressure the original young Lucian must have been carrying. His mother's death, combined with his unstable and dangerous position within the family, must have become a burden far too heavy for someone so young to bear. And so the truth becomes clear. In a desperate attempt to receive even the smallest bit of attention from his father, the fragile Lucian took a dose of sleeping pills that came far too close to killing him. It was not a real attempt to end his life, but a desperate cry for help that spiraled into a fatal consequence. As Jack pieces everything together, the grim reality becomes harder and harder to ignore. After a full year of seclusion, the original Lucian's weakened body could not endure the effects of the drug he had taken simply to make his pain visible. In the end, it became a fatal accident. The young Lucian died there quietly, his desperate plea for help ending in a death he never truly meant to choose, and Jack finally grasps how complicated the situation really is. With that understanding, Jack realizes that the Grand Duke's harsh reprimand, though cruel toward a son he had not seen in a year, now makes a certain kind of sense. From the Grand Duke's point of view, this level of rage is only natural. His son had played with his own life and pushed his father to the edge of despair. No matter how great his title may be, Sigmund is still, before anything else, a father whose child nearly died before him. The fury burning inside him must be enormous. Even so, Jack hardens his resolve. This is not the time to sympathize with someone else's feelings, because his own survival is hanging over a cliff. He recalls the Duke's final demand and recognizes it for what it is: an ultimatum. One careless answer could destroy everything he has just gained. The pressure feels crushing, as if the stone floor beneath his feet has begun to crack and crumble away. His golden future, this second chance at life, is dangling by a single thread, and the danger surrounding him is far greater than he first imagined. If his answer fails to satisfy the Grand Duke, his fate could become miserable in an instant. He imagines being sent away as a priest to some remote monastery, buried far from power and opportunity. Or worse, he could be forced to renounce the secular world forever, or dragged off to a harsh northern territory where suffering would become his daily life. There, he would spend the rest of his days fighting freezing cold and savage beasts. Jack rejects those futures with every fiber of his being, because this new life was too hard-earned to throw away. Even after having his head cut off in his previous life, he somehow managed to reach this moment. With a defiant smile hidden beneath his composure, he asks himself whether he will really let the tragedy of the original Lucian and another family's affairs ruin this precious future. Once his decision is made, Lucian faces his father directly and begins by saying that he will speak exactly as he was asked to. First, he apologizes for staining the name of Waldeck with his foolishness and for causing his father such great worry. Bowing his head with one hand over his heart, he offers a sincere apology, wearing the face of a remorseful and respectful son. Meanwhile, Edwin the head butler watches everything in silence, visibly surprised by the sudden change in the young master's attitude. Lucian continues, declaring that the fault belongs to him alone and that he will make no excuses, accepting whatever punishment his father decides to give. But right after that, he shifts his approach. He argues that saying such things now cannot change what has already happened, and because of that, this is the moment when they should look toward what comes next. Boldly, he asks his father whether it would not be right to rejoice from the heart that the son he believed he might lose is still alive. The Grand Duke seems caught off guard by the sudden turn, quietly repeating Lucian's idea that what has already happened. Lucian says the past cannot be reversed. Then he steps forward with confidence, insisting that instead of binding a life saved from the brink of death to yesterday's mistakes, they should move on. He brings his heels together with a new sense of determination, ready to declare the purpose of this life. In a clear, steady voice, he proclaims that he intends to live diligently for the future waiting ahead of him. Then, with a sly smile carefully hidden beneath respectful words, he makes his bold request. He asks Sigmund not as the Grand Duke, but as a father, to offer him just one word of encouragement. Sigmund listens in silence, his expression hard and unreadable as he measures every word coming from Lucian's mouth. Lucian then presents his final and most manipulative argument, claiming that a father's duty is to willingly embrace a child who has sincerely repented, appealing directly to the bond between parent and child rather than rank or authority. He finishes by framing his audacious request not as disrespect, but as a sacred duty joining father and son beneath the laws of heaven. Edwin, standing nearby, is left completely stunned by what he is witnessing. Incredible, Edwin thinks, unable to process the transformation before his eyes. He had sensed that something about Lucian's aura had changed, but this goes far beyond his expectations, especially when the Lucian he remembers was always a child trembling under fear and anxiety. The man standing before the Grand Duke now carried himself with a confidence so sharp and steady that he almost seemed like a completely different person. Edwin could only stare in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the same young Master Lucian he had always known. The change was so extreme, so sudden, that for a moment he even doubted what his own eyes were seeing. A heavy silence settled over the room as the Grand Duke absorbed every word his son had just spoken. The air between them grew tight, almost suffocating, as if one wrong breath could shatter the moment. Lucian stood still and waited, his heart pounding hard inside his chest, his eyes fixed on his father's face as he searched for the slightest clue about what the Grand Duke would do next. At last, the Grand Duke broke the silence. His voice carried a faint edge of anger as he began. "How dare you?" His tone rose as though he were about to deliver a stern lecture on what it meant to be a father. But in the very next moment, the severity on his face cracked. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and the Grand Duke leaned back with a low chuckle, his anger giving way to amusement. "I've lived long enough to think I had seen everything," he remarked, sounding far more entertained than furious at his son's reckless boldness. Inside, Lucian finally released the breath he had been holding. His gamble had landed perfectly, and he could barely keep the relief and joy from showing on his face. The pressure that had been crushing him only moments ago finally began to fade, and a bead of sweat slid down his forehead as the reality of his success washed over him. It worked, Lucian thought, his pulse still racing from the risk he had taken. He knew better than anyone that a clumsy apology or tearful excuse would never have moved a man like his father. The only way forward had been to face him head-on, with teeth bared instead of his head lowered. This was the wall called the Grand Duke that Jack remembered from his previous life. He was a man who respected the spirit of a wild dog that knew how to bite, far more than he respected weakness wrapped in obedience. Compared to a rat tiptoeing across eggshells, trembling at every step, bold defiance had a far better chance of reaching the Grand Duke's true nature. Lucian's move had not been reckless at all, it had been carefully aimed. The Grand Duke gave a dry comment, his gaze still locked on Lucian. "It seems returning from the dead has taught you how to be rather shameless." In that single remark, he acknowledged both Lucian's audacity and the weight of the condition he had barely survived. "Very well," the Grand Duke said at last, conceding the point. "Since you brought up diligence yourself, I will ask you this first." His eyes narrowed directly on him. "Lucian Valdic, what do you intend to do from now on?" After winning the first clash of wills, Lucian answered without hesitation. First, he would repair this broken body of his. At that moment, a vivid flash from his past life surged through his mind. He saw the image of the man he used to be, his former self standing at the peak of strength, a powerful mercenary hardened by countless battles. He remembered the solid weight of a sword in his hand, the blade gleaming with dangerous power as if it were an extension of his own body. That was the version of himself he wanted to reclaim. The vision of his old battle-scarred self burned clearly in his mind, fierce, steady, and forged through endless combat. That powerful image stood in brutal contrast to the fragile body he had now, and the gap between them only sharpened his determination. Returning to the present, Lucian declared his next goal. I intend to properly learn the sword. The Grand Duke's expression shifted at once, surprise flickering across his face. The sword? He asked, his voice carrying clear skepticism. Lucian confirmed it, calmly admitting that before anything else, he would have to deal with the problem of his paper-thin, doll-like body. Then, as if it were the simplest thing in the world, he added that if he ate properly and slept diligently, it would somehow work out. The Grand Duke watched him without speaking, silently weighing those bold words. Then, at last, a smile spread across his face. You certainly have a way with words, he admitted, allowing his son that small victory. Now intrigued, the Grand Duke decided he would test Lucian for himself and see whether this new confidence was nothing more than empty bluff, or whether real resolve had taken root inside him. As the first sign of that decision, he turned his attention toward his butler. Edwin, he ordered. Butler, give him that again. Edwin's face remained composed, but inwardly, he smiled as he understood exactly what his lord meant. Rather than offering the young master a few hollow words of encouragement, this would be something far more practical, especially considering the fragile condition Lucian was currently in. Lucian, however, had no idea what they were talking about. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as he stood there in confusion, silently wondering what that could possibly mean. Edwin bowed with practiced elegance and confirmed the command. Understood, my lord. I will arrange for it to be made available immediately. Later, back in his own room, Lucian was still completely puzzled. That? What exactly was that supposed to be? He had no clue what was waiting for him, but before long, the answer arrived right at his door. An enormous wooden chest, heavy enough to strain the arms of the servants carrying it, was hauled across the mansion grounds toward Lucian's chambers. The chest was so massive and weighty that the servants struggled with every step as they brought it inside. But the moment it was opened, the contents flashed brilliantly, revealing a dazzling treasure beyond anything Lucian had expected. Inside, the chest was packed to the brim with gold coins, glittering jewels, and precious necklaces that spilled together in a breathtaking display of wealth. Lucian and his personal servant Hans stood frozen in place, staring at the unbelievable fortune before them. Ah, this is ridiculous, Lucian blurted out, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what he was seeing. As he looked out from his window over the vast city stretching below, Lucian finally understood the truth. This was his monthly allowance, an absurdly enormous amount that displayed the terrifying scale of a high noble's wealth. He reached into the chest and scooped up a handful of gold coins. He stared at the coins in his palm, still stunned that such a fortune was meant to last only a single month. With resources like this, there were countless possibilities, and a mischievous smile slowly spread across his face. With this much money, the ambitious plan he had been holding in his mind might actually become possible. This was no longer just a desperate idea, it was worth attempting. At last, his true objective came into focus. With this wealth, he could gather the ingredients needed to completely rebuild his weak body. A fierce determination burned inside him as he thought, I can make that elixir. The knowledge he carried from his past life began to connect with the resources now placed in his hands. By combining what he remembered from before with the power and wealth of his new life, Lucian could begin forging a much stronger future. Elsewhere, the scene opened inside a magnificent greenhouse, brightly lit and filled with flowers blooming in brilliant colors. The Grand Duke, an imposing man with blonde hair and a commanding beard, walked through the greenhouse with his usual air of authority. Behind him followed Edwin, his loyal veteran butler, keeping pace with quiet precision. As they moved along the path, Edwin quietly reflected that this greenhouse had once been a place deeply cherished by the late Grand Duchess while she was still alive. He continued thinking that the Grand Duke had not stepped into this place for a very long time, which meant his visit now could not be meaningless. There had to be a reason behind it. To Edwin, that reason was clear: the young Master Lucian's recent and remarkable change. Even if Lucian had briefly fallen out of his father's favor, Edwin knew the Grand Duke would never abandon him so easily, especially when Lucian was the son of the Grand Duchess he had loved so dearly. The Grand Duke kept walking through the greenhouse corridor with firm, decisive steps, but his thoughts were far less gentle than Edwin's. He remembered Lucian's past behavior and judged it as truly pathetic. The image of the old Lucian remained stuck in his mind, difficult to erase. He remembered a boy who was always glancing around nervously, as though frightened by something unseen, and who would whine like a wild dog if someone so much as raised their voice at him. Edwin looked toward him and addressed him with careful respect. "My lord." Even as those harsh thoughts occupied the Grand Duke's mind, he reflected that Lucian's attitude had always been very different from his mother's. In his eyes, the boy had resembled her only in appearance. Edwin's expression shifted with surprise as the Grand Duke's thoughts began to turn in an unexpected direction. For the first time that day, a faint smile touched the Grand Duke's face as he admitted to himself that perhaps he had been wrong about his son all along. Then he spoke to Edwin. "You must have seen it as well. That child looked me straight in the eyes and spoke his mind." Edwin confirmed it at once. Yes, there was not even the slightest hesitation. His bearing was truly resolute and confident. With a softer view of the young master, Edwin thought that Lucian had always possessed a tender heart and deep thoughts. Perhaps he had merely hesitated a little more than the other young masters. In the end, Edwin concluded, Lucian had indeed inherited his lord's blood. Even after hearing Edwin's words, the Grand Duke remained guarded and skeptical. "That remains to be seen," he replied simply. He added that the trials awaiting that child from now on were not things that could be solved with a few confident words, making it clear that he intended to test Lucian further. But then, wearing a worried expression, Edwin interrupted his lord's thoughts. "My lord, however, there is a problem." The Grand Duke turned his gaze toward him, intrigued. "A problem?" Edwin explained that although the support funds for young Master Lucian had been reinstated, it had been confirmed that certain details surrounding them had leaked outside. The scene then shifted to reveal the culprit behind the matter. After an investigation, it appeared that the second young master, Geordie, was involved, and he stood there burning a letter with a malicious smile on his face. Edwin explains that Geordie has already removed the head maid who had been serving Lucian and quietly replaced her with someone from his own trusted circle. The move makes his true intention painfully obvious. He wants Lucian watched at every moment. Hearing this, the Duke clicks his tongue in mild irritation, admitting that while Geordie is undeniably capable, his thinking is far too narrow and petty. A shadow settles over the Duke's face as he falls into thought. He understands Geordie's feelings well enough, especially the deep resentment Geordie carries toward Lucian because of the tangled matters involving their maternal families. Even so, the Duke had not expected that grudge to drive him this far, or to make him cling to Lucian so persistently. Edwin carefully asks whether they should prepare a separate countermeasure, but the Duke cuts him off before he can go any further. No, he tells the butler, they are not to interfere in this matter. Edwin cannot completely hide his concern, and he questions whether that decision might be too severe for someone who has only just begun taking his first real steps forward. The Duke's gaze lowers toward the pawn before him, as if Geordie's little scheme is nothing more than a minor move on a board. To him, this kind of pressure is merely a small trick. He coldly states that even this is part of the price Lucian must pay for failing to come to his senses sooner. In the Duke's mind, the past year of Lucian's wasted time cannot simply be ignored, and this situation may serve as the perfect trial for his newly awakened resolve. With a calculating look in his eyes, he decides that the problem may actually be useful. Let's see how that child deals with this, he thinks. If Lucian cannot overcome even something this small, then there is no reason to expect anything from him. After all, real strength has to be shaped and seized with one's own hands. The Duke's thoughts end with the image of a proud and majestic lion, the very symbol of the Valdic family. Even if the blood flowing through the Valdic line can become the key to power, the door itself must always be pushed open by the person standing before it. Time moves forward, and the scene shifts with a sign making it clear that several days have quietly passed. Beneath a clear blue sky, the grand and luxurious mansion of the Valdic family stands with all its usual imposing dignity. Inside the corridors, two maids whisper among themselves while glancing toward Hans, who remains stationed like a guard outside Lucian's room. One of them quietly wonders just how many days that man has been standing there. The maids continue murmuring, saying that the young master has locked himself inside his room yet again. A closer look at Hans reveals his tense face, burning with anger and stubborn resolve, making it clear that no matter who comes near, he has no intention of letting anyone disturb his master. Hans' thoughts drift back into recent memories, and in that memory, he appears almost overwhelmed with panic and disbelief. It has now been 3 days since the support funds, which had once been cut off, finally started arriving again. In the memory, Lucian calmly assures Hans that the support had been restored because his conversation with the Grand Duke had gone well. Beside a large chest, both Hans and Lucian are shown visibly relieved, their faces softened with happiness as the weight on their shoulders finally begins to lift. When the chest is opened, it is not filled with gold coins alone. Glittering jewels and valuable treasures gleam inside as well, enough to show that this is a truly considerable fortune. Even so, Hans looks toward Lucian with worry still lingering in his eyes. Hans understands better than anyone that, with the strained relationship between father and son, that conversation could never have been simple or comfortable for his young master. Facing the Grand Duke must have taken far more than a casual request. At that moment, Hans realizes that Lucian must have gathered an incredible amount of courage to stand before his father like that. The warmth in Hans' expression makes his loyalty and deep affection for Lucian impossible to miss. Moved by the thought that his master is finally trying to walk forward, Hans wipes tears from his eyes. Even if Lucian has to leave old sorrow behind to do it, Hans can see that something has changed. Meanwhile, Lucian holds the gold coins with an almost indifferent calm. Behind him, Hans remains visibly emotional, still shaken by the transformation in his master. But Lucian's own expression begins to sharpen, and a stronger, colder intensity settles into his gaze. His eyes gleam with fierce determination, hiding the outline of a plan already forming in his mind. As he grips the coins in his hand, a sly and confident smile slowly rises across Lucian's face. With this much money, Lucian thinks it is finally worth attempting. His goal is not small at all. He intends to completely rebuild this weak, ruined body from the inside out. He believes he can make that elixir. In his mind, the image of a radiant potion and a rare magical herb appears, giving shape to the bold plan he is preparing to carry out. The scene moves into Lucian's room, which now looks less like a noble's chamber and more like a cramped alchemy workshop. Books, tools, and ingredients surround him as he works steadily at his desk, until he pauses for a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. His face is filled with pure concentration, the kind that only appears when someone is pouring everything they have into the task before them. Even while working, however, his thoughts briefly turn toward his loyal servant outside. Lucian figures that Hans must be practically bursting with curiosity by now. Still, the fact that Hans continues guarding the door exactly as ordered proves just how loyal and dependable he truly is. Lucian's desk is buried beneath alchemy books, strange preparation tools, and items that the son of a Grand Duke would normally never even think of touching. Among everything scattered across the surface, his attention eventually centers on one crucial ingredient. It is an extremely expensive herb, made rare by the fact that it only grows under moonlight. Its unusual nature alone is enough to make it valuable, but there is still more mystery surrounding the plant. Its common use has not even been properly established yet, which makes Lucian's investment feel even more reckless from the outside. At last, the name of this strange and mysterious plant is revealed: Moonlight Herb. Lucian remembers spending his entire allowance to buy it, staking everything on the future knowledge only he possesses. In a flashback, he is seen giving Hans a decisive order that would shape everything to come. Hans, it's not too late. Buy all the Moonlight Herb. Lucian knows exactly how insane that order must have sounded to anyone else watching him at the time. After all, pouring a fortune into sacks of an unknown herb would make him look like a madman to ordinary people. But Lucian's confidence does not come from blind impulse. It comes from a secret advantage no one around him could imagine: his knowledge of the future. His eyes shine with absolute certainty as he thinks about what will happen next. In just 1 year, the price of Moonlight Herb will increase tenfold. No, not merely tenfold, it will rise by more than 20 times its current value. The thought of the staggering profit waiting just ahead almost overwhelms him. A wild, nearly maniacal euphoria spreads across his face, his expression twisting with pure greed and anticipation as he imagines the fortune that is about to fall into his hands. Lucian rejoices inwardly, convinced that the price will skyrocket without limit. But after reining himself in, he reflects that, now that he thinks about it, he has to admit the Alchemist Guild had an almost frightening level of boldness. He remembers that, back then, even the success of their Moonlight Herb research must have been far from certain. There was no guarantee their efforts would pay off at all. Yet despite that uncertainty, the Alchemist Guild gathered every last Moonlight Herb they could find across the Empire and burned through them all for their research. It was a reckless gamble on a scale few people would ever dare to attempt. In truth, it was nothing less than a once-in-a-lifetime wager, one that placed the very fate of the entire guild on the line. Lucian reaches toward the potion he has created, fully aware that the guild's past audacity was what eventually led to success. From that gamble came an unprecedented elixir that shook the whole empire, a miraculous drink people came to call the drink of the gods nectar. He also remembers the backlash that followed. Because the guild dared to attach the word God to what was, in the end, still a drug, they nearly faced accusations of blasphemy. And yet, once the effects of nectar became known, the same people who had condemned them quickly rushed to praise it instead. The previous accusations vanished as if everyone had agreed to forget they had ever existed. Lucian smiles with smug satisfaction, because he knows the entire story behind that miracle and understands exactly what kind of power he is about to use. Nectar had shattered a fundamental belief that had stood firm for more than 1,000 years. For ages, everyone believed that a martial artist's realm was decided at birth. That limit was treated like an absolute law no one could challenge. A person's innate nature was their destiny, and their constitution was something that could never truly be changed. That belief was as unyielding as iron chains wrapped around the entire world. And the thing that broke those chains, the thing that overturned that supposedly unbreakable common sense, was none other than nectar. With nothing more than a single drink, nectar had the power to transform a person from the very foundation of their being, changing their potential at its deepest level. Even someone born with absolutely no talent could be reshaped into a swordsman useful enough to stand on the battlefield. It was an unprecedented miracle, the kind of achievement that defied everything people thought they knew. Lucian lowers his gaze to the potion he has made with his own hands. The liquid inside glows a bright red. Lucian admits to himself that what he created is nowhere near as powerful as the original nectar. At best, it is only a kind of mass-produced substitute, a weaker version made by piecing together the clues he remembered. Even so, Lucian rolls up his sleeves with firm resolve. For a body as broken and weak as this one, there is nothing better available right now. With a faint, ironic smile, he speaks as if addressing the former owner of the body itself, telling the noble young master to consider himself lucky. Then Lucian recalls how the story of nectar eventually ended. Later, when a chaotic era spread across the empire, the Alchemist Guild became the first target, because the recipe for nectar had shaken the balance of power so violently that its very existence became too dangerous. Because of that, the recipe disappeared from the world entirely. However, a secret gleam rises in Lucian's eyes, because he knows something that others do not. Through the clues he managed to gather, he somehow succeeded in creating something similar. Memories of his past life surface, painful experiments, brutal side effects, and test subjects who died far more often than they survived. But Lucian pushes those dark memories aside and decides that he has thought about it enough. Without hesitating any longer, Lucian lifts the elixir to his lips and drinks it all in a single gulp. The moment the liquid enters his body, a surge of blue energy erupts inside him, spreading through him like a violent wave. From here on, everything truly begins. The potion finally awakens inside Lucian, and the power hidden within that liquid starts to burst open through his body. Thin strands of energy begin curling through him like living threads, winding deeper into his flesh and veins. This is the first step, turning the raw power of nature into strength that belongs entirely to him. The vital force now stirring awake inside his body has a name: mana. Its real power depends on how smoothly it moves through the body, spreading outward, circulating through every pathway, and then being drawn back in again. The quality and output of the strength a person can use changes drastically depending on how well that circulation works. Right now, Lucian has used nectar's power to forcibly widen the blocked pathways inside this body, forcing energy to flow through his astral form. But then, something unexpected happens. Lucian's eyes snap open in confusion, because the resistance and pain that should come when someone accepts mana for the first time are nowhere to be found. Instead, the mana spreads through him smoothly, without the slightest obstruction, as though it has finally returned to the place where it was always meant to belong. Currents of energy surge freely through his body, flowing with a force and clarity far beyond anything he expected. Lucian can only stare in disbelief, completely shaken by what he is feeling. Even his eye changes in that instant, the sharp glimmer inside it revealing just how deeply stunned he is by this impossible discovery. Normally, even a newborn baby's body carries impurities that interfere with mana circulation, yet as Lucian realizes what is happening, an unbelievable truth begins taking shape in his mind. In a striking vision, he finds himself submerged beneath the water, staring upward with wide, disbelieving eyes. Don't tell me this guy. The realization crashes over him like a massive wave. Above him, a colossal celestial whale glides through the water with overwhelming majesty, symbolizing the terrifying scale of the potential he has just uncovered. This body belongs to the type of person the world would call a true genius. Morning sunlight spills warmly over the city, washing the streets in gold and quietly announcing the start of a new day. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, someone stands near a window, waiting with nerves stretched tight and anxiety written all over his face. It is Hans, Lucian's personal servant, pacing back and forth as worry for his master eats away at him. Then, all at once, a sound comes from the door, making him freeze in surprise. His heart seems to jump into his throat, caught between desperate hope and the fear that something might have gone terribly wrong. The door finally opens, and Lucian steps out with an unsettling calmness, as if nothing unusual has happened at all. He looks at Hans and casually asks whether anything happened while he was waiting. Hans, already on the verge of tears, rushes toward him the moment he sees him. "Young master!" he cries, his voice shaking as relief and frustration hit him all at once. He demands to know whether Lucian has any idea how long he was locked inside that room. Through his sobs, Hans continues pouring out everything he had been holding back. Lucian had not answered no matter how many times Hans called for him, and on top of that, he had strictly ordered Hans not to enter under any circumstances. That left Hans terrified, convinced that something awful might have happened on the other side of the door. He wipes at his tears as he speaks, his face caught between anger, fear, and overwhelming relief now that Lucian is finally standing in front of him again. Lucian reaches out and places a hand on his servant's shoulder. That small gesture is enough to make Hans' emotions collapse completely, and he finally admits just how worried he truly was. But Lucian's face shows not even a trace of guilt. Instead, a sly and calculating smile slowly curves across his lips, and in a close-up, his eye sharpens with a strange, almost feline pupil. Something about the young master has undeniably changed, and the difference is far too strong to ignore. Hans takes a hesitant step back, unsettled by the strange aura coming from his lord. "Young master?" he asks carefully, watching Lucian with growing unease as a troubling thought begins to form in his mind. It is definitely the young master standing there before him, and yet, for some reason, Hans cannot shake the disturbing feeling that the person in front of him is no longer quite the same. Inside that body, the mercenary now wearing Lucian's face smiles to himself. That sharp instinct of Hans is almost frightening. Because Hans had served Lucian more closely than anyone else, he was bound to notice the change before others did. His intuition as a loyal servant has not betrayed him at all. Lucian places a hand against his chest, calmly assessing the condition of this new vessel. The physical body itself will need time, food, and proper nourishment before any major change becomes visible. But the real transformation is happening inside. Deep within him, a mana heart glows with a turquoise light, pulsing steadily as newly awakened power gathers and circulates through his body. A smug smile settles on Lucian's face as he realizes how quickly his inner foundation is changing. All of this is possible because of the innate constitution Lucian was born with, a potential the original young master never even knew he possessed. Lucian becomes certain of it in that moment. Conviction burns bright in his golden eyes. This body's potential is on the same level as the legendary figures who once changed the world. In his mind, a massive chessboard stretches out before him, and he is standing at the center as the player who controls the next move. If he handles things properly, he believes he could easily surpass the peak he reached as a mercenary within a single year. That thought brings a dark, satisfied chuckle to his lips. With his plans already taking shape, Lucian turns toward the bewildered servant standing nearby. "Hans." Now that he thinks about it, Lucian says this opportunity exists because of Hans. Confusion spreads across Hans' face, because he has no idea what his master is talking about. Before he can even answer, Lucian grabs him firmly. After all, Lucian declares, rewards and punishments must always be made clear. His intense gaze locks onto Hans, and with that one look, he begins setting the stage for an order that could change Hans' entire life. "Listen carefully, Hans. I'm only going to say this once." Lucian's expression grows almost wild, his eyes gleaming with a manic confidence that makes every word feel dangerous. He gives Hans his command. Gather everything he owns, sell even his underwear if that is what it takes, and bet it all on Lucian. Then, with absolute certainty, Lucian promises to guarantee him a smooth path all the way to the top. He says it with explosive laughter, his confidence overflowing so fiercely that it almost feels impossible to argue with him. Then Lucian throws his arms wide in a dramatic flourish and shouts that they should rise to the heavens together, leaving Hans completely frozen in disbelief. Deep inside, the mercenary cannot help but revel in the absurdity of it all. He even finds himself feeling jealous of Hans. Back in his own time, he thinks there were no nobles like this around to bet everything on. Hans, on the other hand, can only stare at him with total confusion, barely managing to call out, "Young master," as he struggles to understand what just happened. 1 week later, the scene shifts to a quiet forest overflowing with greenery, sunlight, and the gentle feeling of life all around them. Lucian and Hans walk along the forest path together. For the first time in what feels like ages, Lucian looks relaxed and genuinely at peace, strolling with his hands behind his head and whistling lightly, while Hans follows behind him with worry still written across his face. This is refreshing, Lucian thinks, a satisfied smile spreading over his face. For once, life feels almost unbelievably easy. He thinks back on the previous week, remembering banquets served with flawless timing and table after table of delicious food brought to him without pause. His room had been cleaned without him needing to lift a single finger, with a group of maids constantly attending to every little detail around him. They had even prepared a soft, comfortable bed for him, the kind of cozy luxury he had never once experienced in his former life. The contrast is almost painful when he remembers how hunger used to be part of his everyday routine. Thinking about it now, a bitter laugh slips out of him. Thanks to that comfortable life, he was able to focus completely on recovering his body. More than that, he finally had time to investigate the one thing that had been weighing heavily on his mind. His expression grows serious as he prepares to face the question tied to his own past. His thoughts turn to Jack, the man who should have been a guard of the Valdic family. That was the version of himself from a previous life, a life that now feels increasingly distant, blurry, and hard to grasp. Still, Lucian had looked into it carefully. He had confirmed it with the captain of the guards. No one matching Jack's description had ever applied for a position there, and even the shift Jack used to work in his memories was now being filled by a complete stranger. In other words, the past Lucian remembered simply did not exist in this reality. He clasps his hands together, quietly accepting the strange truth before him. Honestly, this is probably for the best. Lucian decides there is nothing to gain from searching for that version of himself, because finding him would only become another useless distraction. And right now, he does not have the time or energy to waste on something like that. More importantly, he admits to himself that he does not have the confidence to face his past self anyway. A bead of sweat forms as the thought crosses his mind, and he knows without a doubt that he would probably die from sheer embarrassment. Back in the present, Lucian suddenly comes to a stop. A cold thrill of determination runs through his body, sharpening the air around him in an instant. Hans notices the change immediately and looks toward him, sensing that the atmosphere has turned heavy. Lucian turns around with a firm, unwavering gaze, as if he has already made up his mind. Hans stiffens at once, panic spreading across his face as he nervously stammers, "Young Master Lucian." With his voice trembling, Hans asks whether Lucian is truly thinking of going inside. Ahead of them, the training grounds come into view, brightly lit and wide open, waiting like a place tied to painful memories. Hans' voice echoes almost like a plea as he reminds Lucian that he once swore he would never step anywhere near this place again. Back then, Lucian had said he hated the training hall with every part of his soul. Lucian blinks with almost innocent confusion and asks if he really said something like that. Hans, unable to hold back his frustration, immediately shouts that yes, he absolutely did. His voice still shaking, Hans reminds him that ever since the second young master beat him during training, Lucian had declared that he would never return. Hearing this, Lucian silently takes in the information and begins piecing the situation together. Judging from Hans' reaction alone, Lucian can more or less understand what must have happened here. Swordsmanship is a required discipline for the sons of the Grand Duke, which means the training hall would have given the second young master the perfect excuse to torment Lucian under the harmless-looking name of practice. In a flashback, the younger Lucian lies injured on the ground, helpless and unable to stand. From that image, the truth becomes clear. His brother had planted a deep fear of violence inside him. It was the perfect method to make sure Lucian would never willingly set foot in the training hall again. A cruel plan, carried out cleanly and without a single wasted move. Lucian turns to his servant with a calm smile. He says he understands why Hans is reacting this way, but there is no need to worry anymore. All of that, he says with complete indifference, is already in the past. His casual attitude only leaves Hans even more confused and afraid. But Lucian simply moves forward with a malicious smile, telling Hans that all he needs to do is trust him and follow his lead. His resolve leaves no room for hesitation. At last, Lucian and Hans step into the imposing training hall, crossing the threshold into a place filled with old fear and sharpened steel. Inside the hall, two guards are quietly gossiping among themselves. One of them sounds almost unable to believe what he has heard, asking if the rumor is actually true. The other guard confirms it without hesitation, saying he is certain. The third young master is apparently looking around the training hall with his personal servant. Nearby, Hendrik, a man with a twisted mustache, overhears every word. Hendrik strokes his mustache with a look of open disdain, his expression twisting as he wonders what that brat could possibly be thinking by setting foot in this place again. He finds it impossible to believe that Lucian has simply forgotten what happened here. But then, a cruel thought crosses his mind, and his mood shifts. No, he decides this might actually work out perfectly. With that, Hendrik gives an order to his subordinate. He tells the man to go and inform him right away. Then, with a sinister smile creeping across his face, Hendrik adds that by the time that person arrives, he will make sure Lucian is thoroughly cooked. His intention is obvious. He plans to make Lucian's time here as miserable as possible. Meanwhile, Lucian is far too absorbed in admiring the training hall to notice the scheme forming around him. He had expected something impressive, but the place exceeds his expectations by a wide margin. There is not only a generous supply of spare weapons that can be used without fear of breaking them, but also an enormous open space where even the most intense movements would not feel restricted. For the mercenary now living inside Lucian, it feels almost unreal that a single person could own a facility of this scale and quality. A faintly melancholic thought passes through him. If he and his old comrades had been able to train in a place like this, maybe more of his men would have survived. Then the sound of approaching footsteps cuts into his thoughts. Hendrik steps forward with a mocking smile already spread across his face, greeting him with an exaggerated, "Well, well." He continues with oily sarcasm, saying he really was not seeing things after all. To think the third young master himself had come here, it is such a shocking surprise that he honestly could not believe his own eyes. Hendrik's words drip with venom as he says he still vividly remembers how Lucian turned tail and ran without even looking back after his lesson with Nordjordi a year ago. Hans shudders at those words, while Hendrik's cruel smile deepens. He mocks how Lucian fled like a frightened lamb, and then his attention shifts toward the servant. Seeing Hans trembling, he sneers at him as well. With open mockery in his voice, Hendrik asks if that is the reason Hans looks so terrified of this place too. He continues ridiculing them, criticizing Lucian for dragging a servant into the sacred hall of warriors. Embarrassed and uneasy, Hans lowers his head in a shallow bow. Hans quietly greets him, saying it has been a long time and introducing him as Hendrik with humble respect. Lucian, however, only stares at the man without flinching, his eyes beginning to glint with a dangerous edge. Hendrik asks if Lucian remembers how, 1 year ago, he personally instructed him on his stance alongside the second young master. The way he says it makes it clear he is savoring the memory. A flashback appears, showing the original Lucian trembling in fear while clutching a wooden sword, completely unable to defend himself against what was happening. The trauma from that moment is almost visible. Hendrik lifts a hand to cover his mouth, trying and failing to hide the cruel laughter building inside him. He says it was truly a pleasant moment, openly taking pleasure in another person's suffering. But instead of the fear Hendrik expects to see, Lucian's face slowly brightens with a smile. It is a dark, hungry smile that carries an ominous feeling. Lucian's eyes shine with the light of a predator, and as his grin reveals sharp teeth, he thinks about the insolent little runt standing before him. The mercenary inside him reaches only one conclusion: this is going to be fun. A knight is supposed to be the very embodiment of honor and loyalty, a warrior whose name carries dignity and duty. Most of them are born from noble blood, and from a young age, they are expected to master both martial skill and proper etiquette as part of their upbringing. Only after earning merit on the battlefield or through important missions, and only after those achievements are formally recognized, can they receive the title of knight from their lord and finally fulfill the purpose expected of them. But in Lucian's eyes, when all the decoration is stripped away, knights are ultimately no different from house dogs wearing expensive collars. That is why they are obligated to show proper courtesy to the lord who gives them wealth and honor, and to that lord's bloodline as well. Sir Hendrik, however, with his arrogant attitude, seems to understand none of that. Lucian suspects that Hendrik's low family standing may be one reason behind his crude and insolent behavior. But the real issue is not just his background. Hendrik acts this way because he has someone backing him. If Lucian could handle things however he wanted, he would tie the man to a target and throw knives at him until his rotten mindset was reforged through extreme training. He even imagines how Hendrik would tremble if an axe came flying straight toward his face, forcing him to understand fear properly. But his father, the Grand Duke, would not simply stand by if Lucian did that. No matter how unpleasant Hendrik may be, a knight is still part of the family's core military strength and a valuable asset. Punishing him without going through the proper procedure would only create pointless conflict. Lucian clenches his fist and decides that now is not the right time to act. Instead, Lucian shifts the topic and calmly addresses Sir Hendrik. He says it would be foolish to keep avoiding the training hall just because of something that happened in the past. From now on, he plans to come here often, even if it is only to learn the sword forms. Lucian continues, pointing out that, just as Hendrik said, an entire year has already passed. That means he should not waste any more time and must hurry to catch up. Sir Hendrik stares back at him in disbelief. Sword forms, you say? Third young master? Hendrik bursts into laughter, as if Lucian has just told the funniest joke in the world. He mocks him for trying to learn sword forms now when it is already far too late. Lucian calmly asks what he means by too late, and Hendrik leans forward with a smug expression, eager to educate him. He explains that if someone has already passed the age of 15, they can consider it over. Sword forms are secret techniques and legacies created by their ancestors, and simply imitating those movements can grant enlightenment while evolving the body itself. They are the essence of ancestral wisdom. However, Hendrik continues with the same condescending smile. Hendrik continues with complete confidence, explaining that sword forms only have meaning when the path of mana inside the body is still open and able to respond to those movements. According to him, that path closes once a person turns 16. So for Lucian, learning sword forms now would be completely pointless, nothing more than a useless waste of effort. Sir Hendrik finishes his explanation with a smug air of superiority, acting as though he has just delivered an undeniable truth. Without enlightenment, he says, sword forms are only an empty shell, no different from a meaningless dance. Then, wearing a mocking smile, Hendrik steps closer and lowers his voice as if sharing a cruel little suggestion. Now that he thinks about it, he says, perhaps that kind of thing would actually suit Lucian quite well. He sneers that Lucian should try becoming the #1 dancer in the Empire instead. That way, he could save himself time, avoid chasing an impossible dream, and finally discover the talent that truly matches him. And if that does not suit him either, Hendrik adds, Lucian could simply spend his days gardening. After all, every person has a role that fits them best, and in Hendrik's eyes, the sword clearly is not Lucian's place. Sir Hendrik silently enjoys his own words, looking at Lucian with a smug satisfaction, certain that he has crushed the young master's pride completely. When Lucian says nothing right away, Hendrik assumes he has been struck speechless and left unable to respond. But inside Lucian's mind, the situation is moving in a completely different direction. First of all, Lucian knows that Hendrik's claim about the mana path closing at 16 is a complete lie. Worse than that, it is such a foolish lie that anyone could expose it with even the smallest amount of proper research. But Lucian decides that it does not matter for now. If needed, he can pretend ignorance later and smooth the situation over. More importantly, his real objective has already been achieved. What he wanted was to create the image of a foolish young master crushed by his own ignorance. Someone unable to offer even a single rebuttal. A pathetic worm mocked by a servant and too terrified to move. In other words, he wants everyone to see the same weak and pitiful Lucian they remember from 1 year ago. With that act prepared in his mind, Lucian finally begins to speak. Ah, Sir Hendrik. With a calm expression, Lucian says that, for some reason, Hendrik's explanation seems a little different from what he knows. Both Hendrik and Hans are caught off guard, clearly surprised that Lucian is actually pushing back. Lucian continues, saying that the mana path closes around the age of 25, not 16. So from what he understands, there should be no real problem with learning sword forms even now. Then he looks straight at Hendrik and asks if that is not correct. Startled, Hendrik blurts out in disbelief, asking whether Lucian is truly certain about what he is saying at this very moment. Lucian keeps pressing him, calmly suggesting that Hendrik may be mistaken, then asks whether Brother Geordie also shares that same opinion. Now cornered, Sir Hendrik insists that of course Geordie thinks the same way, because it is such obvious common sense. In his mind, Hendrik feels like victory is already his, convinced that Lucian still cannot properly refute him. Lucian immediately lets his act collapse into dramatic despair. Yes, that's right, he says, as if the truth has finally struck him. Even my brother said that. Then, without warning, he grabs Hans firmly by both shoulders and cries out his name. With exaggerated horror, Lucian declares that the Valdic family may truly be doomed. Lucian shouts at the terrified servant, asking if Hans thinks so too, insisting that he must feel the same way. Hans, completely confused and frightened, can only wonder why the young master is dragging him into this mess. Still pulling Hans into the chaos, Lucian clutches his own head as though overcome with despair. He laments that someone could be confused about common sense that even a stray dog should know at his age. He demands to know how such a thing could possibly make sense, then pushes his performance even further. How many talented people, he asks, must have been robbed of opportunity because of such wrong and careless knowledge? Lucian cries out that tears are clouding his vision, horrified to think that his brother might possess a skull so hollow. His theatrical fury erupts so suddenly that both Hans and Sir Hendrik flinch on the spot. "Don't stop me," Lucian roars, throwing himself deeper into the act. If what this knight said is true, then this is not just a small mistake. It is a disgrace to the family and a clear crisis for Waldeck itself. Then, with a malicious smile that briefly exposes his real intentions, Lucian leans toward Sir Hendrik. "Surely," he says, "Hendrik is not trying to deceive him, the son of his own lord." In an instant, the atmosphere turns chaotic. Now completely trapped by Lucian's words, Sir Hendrik begins to panic. Cold sweat pours down his face as the confidence he had moments ago disappears without a trace. He asks what Lucian means by that, his voice rising as he demands whether Lucian is implying that he, a knight, tried to deceive the young master. When Hendrik realizes that simple denial is not enough, he desperately tries to pull his own words back. He asks Lucian to forget what he just said, claiming that he merely misspoke because he could not believe the situation in front of him. Lucian answers with a twisted smile, saying there is no way a knight of the Waldeck family would ever do something so petty. Right, Sir Hendrik? Hendrik is already sweating and stumbling over his own composure. Hendrik can only nod and agree, forcing out that of course he would never do such a thing. Lucian responds calmly, as if he expected that answer all along, and says he knew it. Then Lucian's tone sharpens. In that case, he says, this is not a matter they can simply overlook. Inside, his true purpose is clear. He intends to teach Sir Hendrik exactly what happens when a man carelessly moves his tongue in the wrong direction. Hendrik, still failing to understand how dangerous the situation has become, asks what Lucian means. Lucian explains that if Hendrik had only meant to humiliate him personally, he might have let the matter pass. Continuing the performance, Lucian admits that the reason Hendrik and the others look down on him is due to his own past shortcomings. He had forgotten his duty and wasted time in vain, and he speaks with a false humility that makes his words sound almost reasonable. Lucian then exclaims that, under those circumstances, how could he possibly reprimand anyone for criticizing him? But the moment those words leave his mouth, his tone changes completely. However, he says that is a separate matter. If a knight of the family and his brother, the pillar of the Grand Duchy, are obstructing the recruitment of talented people with incorrect knowledge, then that is something he cannot simply ignore. Lucian argues that such misinformation could create cracks in the military strength of the Waldeck Knights. Strictly speaking, it could even become a serious danger to the safety of the people living in the territory. As someone who bears the Waldeck name, he says, it is only natural for him to be outraged. While maintaining the act on the outside, Lucian thinks to himself that he has finally reached the heart of the matter. He turns his gaze back toward Sir Hendrik, who now stands frozen in place, fear tightening every part of his expression. By now, Sir Hendrik clearly understands just how serious this has become. Lucian lightly presses a hand against his chest and gives him a quiet warning. He tells Hendrik that he had better prepare himself. With a threatening look in his eyes, Lucian delivers the final strike. He declares that he intends to report the entire matter to his father and formally request an internal investigation. The words hit Hendrik like a blade, and panic seizes him immediately. Hendrik's thoughts spiral in disbelief. Wait, he thinks this was the same boy who used to tremble just from hearing his name. So why is he suddenly turning this into such a massive problem? No, Hendrik tells himself, this brat was always like that. Fragile in his fear, as helpless and delicate as a newborn lamb. But now, the Lucian standing before him no longer looks like a lamb at all. In Hendrik's eyes, he seems more like a massive, threatening beast emerging from the shadows of a dark forest. At that moment, a gloved hand calmly adjusts a ring set with a red gemstone, and a new voice cuts through the tension hanging over the training hall. The voice asks what exactly is going on to cause such a loud commotion in this place. Sir Hendrik looks up in shock, his face twisting with both fear and sudden relief. Lucian, however, smiles inwardly the moment he realizes who has arrived. Right on time, Lucian thinks. Jordi Waldeck, the second son of the family, steps forward with an expression filled with cold disdain. Jordy's gaze settles on Lucian, and his voice turns sharp with irritation. "Is it you again, Lucian Valdic?" Sir Hendrik immediately rushes toward Jordy, desperate to explain himself. "Second young master, I'll explain." He stammers, but panic has tangled his words so badly that he can barely form a proper sentence. Hendrik fumbles through his explanation, trying to describe the situation as it stands. But before he can make any sense, Jordy cuts him off with a brusque wave of his hand and a single sharp word. "Stop!" Jordy cuts him off at once, not even allowing Hendrik to finish his excuse. With a cold, condescending smile on his face, he makes it clear that he has no need to hear any explanation. He steps closer, closing the distance until he is practically invading Sir Hendrik's personal space. Then, with his eyes fixed sharply on the knight, Jordy lowers his voice and speaks in a dangerous whisper. He says he saw Hendrik's disgraceful behavior with his own eyes. Sir Hendrik's face twists in fear as those words sink in, and Jordy continues rebuking him without a trace of mercy. To be swayed and cornered by a child who has not even lived half as long as he has, Jordy says, is utterly disappointing for someone wearing the title of knight. Jordy grips Sir Hendrik's shoulder with quiet force, his fingers pressing down like a warning. Then he speaks coldly, telling him to control his expression. Only after that does Jordy release him. He takes out a handkerchief and wipes his hand as though touching Hendrik has dirted it, then warns him not to place him in an even more troublesome position. Jordy turns away from Hendrik and strides toward the two people who have been watching everything unfold. His younger brother Lucian and Lucian's servant, Hans. Hans, terrified by the atmosphere, trembles as he hides behind Lucian's back. Hans whispers nervously that Lord Jordy seems extremely angry, but unlike his frightened servant, Lucian watches the scene with an amused smile, as if this tense confrontation is actually entertaining. To Lucian, his brother's expression is almost a spectacle in itself. The anger, the pride, the irritation. It is all quite interesting to watch. Jordy Valdic, the second son of the Valdic family, stands before them as the proper heir of an old and traditional noble house. He carries himself like a true noble among nobles, and the weight of his background becomes clear at a glance. Rumors say that Jordy began recruiting people from outside the family because his influence had been weakened by the first son's presence. Jordy himself had openly announced that he was the one who brought those people in. His goal is obvious. If he judges the recruits useful, he intends to use them as pieces to shift the balance in the family's power struggle. Lucian keeps up a flawless mask of respect and submission as he faces his older brother. With a bright, polished smile, he greets him courteously as elder brother Jordy Valdic. Jordy's expression immediately sours at that greeting. Even though Lucian's words sound polite on the surface, there is a sharp chill hidden beneath them. Lucian continues smoothly, saying it has been a long time and asking whether the second young master has been well. Jordy wastes no effort on pleasantries and immediately calls Lucian foolish, while Lucian responds with an innocent look, as though he has no idea what his brother means. Lucian asks why Jordy would suddenly say something like that. Jordy then reveals his hand, saying that he watched every word Lucian exchanged with Sir Hendrik, and he had seen it all while wearing a smile. Then he directly accuses his younger brother. Jordy asks whether Lucian truly dared to do something that would damage the dignity of the family. Lucian's eyes widen in exaggerated surprise, as though the accusation has completely caught him off guard. Damage the dignity? Lucian repeats, his face full of practiced confusion. He asks Jordy to explain it more clearly so he can understand exactly what he means. Jordy begins explaining in a condescending tone. Since Sir Hendrik has been away from the front lines for quite some time, he says, it appears the knight made a mistake in what he said. He points out that Hendrik's true mistake was using Jordy's name and causing unnecessary chaos because of it. For that, Jordy says, Hendrik cannot completely avoid responsibility. However, Jordy immediately presents himself as generous and magnanimous, declaring that he has no intention of reprimanding Hendrik too harshly. He claims he understands the knight's loyalty very well, along with how much blood Hendrik has shed for the Valdic family. That praise gives weight to Hendrik's standing, but it also becomes a weapon in Jordy's hands. He casts a contempt-filled glance toward Lucian and then delivers the real strike. Unlike you, Jordy says, continuing his verbal attack as he points toward Lucian. He reminds everyone that Lucian was someone who could not even endure sword training and chose to run away. Then Jordy asks whether someone like that truly has the right to accuse a knight from a position of superiority. With an arrogant tone, he lectures his younger brother, saying Lucian Valdic must first learn how to respect the knights. Jordy smiles proudly as he looks across the gathered knights, clearly enjoying the atmosphere he has created. Because of these men, he says, the family can continue to exist. With a broad sweep of his hand, Geordie emphasizes that the Valdic family stands because of the loyalty and sacrifice of its knights. Their existence, he claims, is what supports the family itself. One of the higher-ranking knights steps forward and apologizes in Lucian's place. He addresses everyone, asking them to forgive the disturbance today and to show generosity, since it was only the mistake of an immature child. A twisted, self-satisfied smile spreads across Geordie's face as he watches the situation turn in his favor. Inwardly, he feels completely pleased, thinking that he will take special care of his foolish younger brother. But Lucian's expression tells a very different story. A cunning smile begins to form on his face, and the mercenary mind inside him quietly breaks down everything happening in front of him. So this is how you want to play, Lucian thinks. He understands Geordie's tactic at once. Although Lucian's earlier insults were aimed only at Sir Hendrik, Geordie is twisting the situation to make it look like an attack against everyone present. Lucian continues unraveling Geordie's plan in his mind, seeing how his brother is trying to turn all the knights in the hall into witnesses against him. Geordie is not only subtly provoking Lucian into insulting the knights as a whole, he is also protecting his own dignity at the same time. With a smile so faint it is almost invisible, Lucian decides to play along. Fine, Lucian thinks. If that is what you want, I will gladly give it to you. He begins his performance, looking at Geordie with an expression of false admiration, as if deeply moved by his elder brother's wisdom. Geordie is briefly thrown off by the sudden shift, and for a moment he can only remain silent with one hand placed over his chest. Lucian, however, continues his dramatic speech without hesitation. Lucian says that although there was a misunderstanding between Sir Hendrik and himself, the proper thing would have been for Geordie to scold him for daring to insult his elder brother. But instead, he cries out with exaggerated emotion, clutching at his collar as if overwhelmed. Geordie chose to grant him such valuable teachings instead. As Lucian confesses to his supposed verbal crimes with great theatrical passion, Hans falls into complete panic beside him. He desperately whispers for the young master to please close his mouth, but Lucian ignores him and pushes forward with his false apology. Lucian declares that, in any case, he is deeply ashamed of himself for saying such disgraceful things. Geordie watches it all with a bright, satisfied smile, believing he has completely won this exchange. Then Lucian raises his fist and loudly announces his supposed awakening in front of everyone. Thanks to his elder brother's benevolence, he says, this foolish younger brother has learned another important lesson today. Lucian turns toward the knights and then shouts an order to Hans. He says he must record his elder brother's teachings as soon as possible, and ordinary paper will not be enough. No, teachings this precious should be written on the finest silk. Meanwhile, his true objective sharpens clearly in his mind. Lucian plans to use this moment to wipe away the weak image people still have of him. As Geordie continues smiling smugly, Lucian's thoughts move to the second part of his plan, to leave a clear and unforgettable impression in everyone's mind. His face twists with an almost manic intensity as he inwardly declares the truth he wants carved into the room. The third young master everyone remembers from the past no longer exists. The moment his act ends, Lucian's mask slips away, replaced by a chilling calm that makes the air around him feel colder. He turns as if to leave and asks the stunned Geordie for permission to take his leave. Then, as he begins walking away, Lucian adds one final provocation that makes the divide between them unmistakably clear. After all, he says, there is no benefit for either of them in staying together any longer. Geordie's composure finally cracks. Unable to calmly process Lucian's challenge, he explodes in fury, cursing under his breath before snapping that Lucian truly does not seem afraid. He demands to know whether Lucian thinks he can simply walk away as if nothing happened. A close-up of Lucian's golden eye shows no fear at all, only cold composure. In a steady voice, he reminds his brother of one crucial fact Geordie has forgotten. Lucian lays out his checkmate with calm precision. Their father is watching him closely right now, he says. As for Lucian himself, he has nothing left to lose. The warning is veiled, but its meaning is clear. Any scandal that breaks out here will hurt Geordie far more than it will hurt Lucian. Faced with Geordie's stunned silence, Lucian reads the room perfectly and turns the situation fully to his advantage. Lucian calmly turns around and begins walking away, saying he will take Geordie's silence as permission. Then, with one final dramatic farewell, he drags Hans along with him while the servant remains completely stunned. Lucian politely announces that he will take his leave now, elder brother Jordy. But in the next comedic beat, he hurriedly urges Hans to escape with him, while Hans cries out in panic for the young master to come back. Back in the training yard, the silence left behind is suffocating. Sir Hendrik cautiously approaches the furious Jordy, every step careful as though he is walking toward a blade. With his back turned to the room, Sir Jordy stood completely still. Behind him, Sir Hendrik's voice shook as he carefully asked whether it had really been wise to let Lucian walk away that easily. But Jordy did not respond at all. That silence pressed down harder than any furious shout could have. As the view closed in on Jordy's face, the anger he had been holding back finally showed itself. His eyes burned with a cold golden light, and his twisted expression made one thing clear: this humiliation would not be forgotten. The scene then moved to a quiet path stretching away from the mansion. With every step, Lucian and Hans put more distance between themselves and the conflict they had just escaped, leaving the tense atmosphere behind them. Lucian walked on with his usual calm expression, his posture steady and controlled. Hans, however, looked nothing like him. His shoulders were hunched, his body stiff, and his eyes kept darting from side to side as if danger might leap out at any moment. At last, Hans could no longer keep walking as if nothing had happened. He suddenly stopped, whipped his head back toward the mansion, and stood there trembling, sweat pouring down his forehead as fear swallowed him whole. Unable to hold back any longer, Hans turned toward his master with a pale face and a shaking voice. "Young master, will everything really be all right?" he asked, sounding as though he already feared the answer. Lucian stopped in place and quietly listened as Hans continued, his voice still unsteady. Hans reminded him that no one understood Lord Jordy's cruel personality better than Lucian himself. Hans's panic finally burst out of him like a dam breaking. His fear became a desperate, tearful cry, and in his own terrified imagination, he shrank into something small and helpless, almost like a frightened animal cornered with nowhere to run. "I'm definitely going to be captured by that terrifying mustache knight," Hans cried, imagining himself disappearing without anyone ever finding out. Lucian, still perfectly composed, looked at him and told him to calm down first. But as Lucian watched Hans tremble, his own expression slowly turned serious. That fear stirred up a memory from his previous life as a mercenary. He knew exactly what it meant to suffer under someone with that kind of vicious temperament. A bleak image from the past rose in his mind. The memory continued, dragging Lucian back to a miserable situation where he seemed trapped and powerless. What he remembered most was the frustration of dealing with an incompetent superior who made everything worse, only to act later as if none of it had been his responsibility. A bitter half-smile touched Lucian's face as he remembered just how awful that helplessness had felt. Then his mind returned to the present, and he looked down at Hans with steadier eyes. "That won't happen," he assured him. "So get up already." Hans stared up at him with tears still clinging to his eyes. Lucian's voice remained firm as he told him that a mere knight would never dare go that far, and even if he tried, Lucian would not allow it. Lucian bent down closer to the kneeling Hans, and for once, his voice carried a warmth that had not been there before. "You've suffered a lot because of me all this time," he said, while Hans stood there surrounded by a soft, gentle light. Lucian quietly reflected on all the foolish mistakes made by the original Lucian. When a master behaves like an idiot, it is always the people beneath him who are forced to bear the consequences. Then Lucian reached out and gently patted Hans on the head. "Especially since you're my personal attendant," he said softly. "It must have been even harder for you." Overwhelmed by those words, Hans could barely whisper, "Young master." But Lucian's expression had already sharpened with firm resolve. His gaze grew intense, and the air around him seemed to settle as he prepared to make a promise. "I'll promise you one thing," Lucian said, looking straight into the eyes of the servant who had stayed loyally by his side. "From now on, I will never again let my foolish actions cause my people to be looked down on, or leave them trembling in fear because of me." His vow seemed to carry beneath the wide-open sky, quiet but powerful, as if that single promise marked the start of a completely different era for Lucian and those who followed him. Lucian then firmly took Hans's hand in his own. With that simple gesture, he sealed the promise between them and began forging a new bond built on trust, loyalty, and protection. On a bright day filled with sunlight, Lucian and Hans moved through the palace corridors side by side, walking in silence beneath the long stretches of polished walls. Their footsteps rang faintly through the hallway, each quiet echo matching the heaviness on their faces, and the tension neither of them could fully shake off. Ever since the incident at the training wall, a strange uneasiness had settled deep inside Lucian's chest, refusing to fade no matter how calm the palace appeared. The palace had grown far too silent. It was not a peaceful silence, but the kind that felt dangerous, as though something was being hidden just beneath the surface. Lucian knew the second young master, Jordy, better than most people did. Jordy was not the kind of man who would simply swallow humiliation and walk away. He always struck back. And as Lucian tightened his grip around the folded sheet of paper in his hand, his suspicions were finally confirmed. His eyes moved across the document once more, and disgust openly darkened his face. "So this is the trick you've been preparing all this time," he muttered in a cold voice. "Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this?" Beside him, even Hans, who was usually timid, soft-spoken, and quick to shrink back, could no longer hold in his anger. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles stiffened, and he raised his voice, insisting that this could not be allowed to pass. Lucian turned toward him with a calm expression and asked whether he was ready. Hans did not pause or hesitate for even a second. He answered at once that he was. "How dare he?" Lucian said, his voice cutting through the air with an icy edge. "How dare he touch my allowance?" Hans, caught up in the same fury, shouted right along with him. And as if that insult were not enough, Hans added that even his own salary had been reduced as well. Lucian then thought back to how the entire problem had begun with the budget plan that had been delivered to him earlier that very morning. It should have been an ordinary day. He had planned to replenish his funds, purchase more moonlight grass, and gather the supplies he needed without any unnecessary trouble. That was how the day was supposed to unfold. But the instant he opened the letter, his face went still. The sheet slipped from his fingers and drifted down to the floor, and at the top of the page, the words "budget summary" were printed in plain sight. Lucian's allowance had been cut by a staggering 75%, and Hans's salary had also been reduced by 30%. "That bastard," Lucian said under his breath. Jordy, the second young master, had finally reached his hands into Lucian's allowance. He had used authority as bait, planted a hex, and turned the paperwork itself into a spy that could strike from within. Even among nobles, embezzlement was no small offense. It was a crime severe enough to be punished by execution. Before long, they arrived at a private room. Lucian pushed the door open, his thoughts already settling into order. The only reason this absurd power play had worked at all was because there had been a clear opening in his defenses. After his mother passed away, Lucian had handed the management of his budget over to someone else, leaving that important responsibility outside his own direct control. That duty had originally belonged to Dana, the former headmaid who had served him faithfully for many years. But now, that authority had slipped away from Dana and ended up in the hands of someone completely different. A woman stepped forward from inside the room and lowered her head in a polite bow. She greeted Lucian formally, saying that this was the first time she had ever met him face to face. Her name was Jenny, the newly appointed headmaid who had been assigned to take Dana's place. Jenny added that she had wanted to greet him sooner, but at the time, Lucian had shown no intention of leaving his room. As she spoke, a faint mocking smile tugged at her lips. Then she remarked that his long period of shutting himself away finally seemed to have come to an end. Hans immediately bristled at her tone, his face tightening as he stepped forward and began to protest on Lucian's behalf. But before Hans could go any further, Lucian calmly raised one hand, silently signaling for him to stop. With an even voice and a composed expression, Lucian told Jenny that she was mistaken. Then Lucian allowed a faint smile of his own to appear. He said they would keep this conversation brief, because there was a far more important matter that needed to be dealt with first. His fingers tightened around the sheet of paper, the edges crumpling slightly under his grip. Then Lucian lifted it in front of her face and asked her straight out if she was the one who had drawn up this budget plan. For a brief moment, Jenny's eyes widened, as if the question had caught her completely off guard. But that surprise quickly melted into a smile, and before long, a soft laugh slipped from her lips. She said she honestly couldn't understand why Lucian had gone out of his way to call her in over something as insignificant as a simple budget matter. Then, without trying to hide it, Jenny admitted that yes, she was the one who had prepared the document. She explained that since Lucian had handed full authority over to the former headmaid, that authority had naturally passed down to her afterward. From her point of view, she had done nothing more than carry out the responsibilities that came with the position. With her smile still perfectly calm, Jenny added that this kind of work was something Lucian should have been handling himself from the very beginning. Lucian's face tightened ever so slightly, his expression growing colder. He had already guessed she would answer like this, and worse than that, she was not entirely wrong. Part of this mess had been created by his own negligence. After accepting that much, Lucian gave a small nod and said he understood. Even so, there was still one thing about the situation that felt deeply wrong to him. Keeping his voice calm, Lucian pointed out that most of the money his father had assigned to the household had been meant to increase the servants' wages, specifically to make up for the neglect they had suffered in the past. The moment those words left his mouth, the maids standing nearby began to tremble. Their nervous eyes flickered back and forth, unable to decide whether to look at Lucian or at Jenny. Then Lucian asked her one very simple question, his tone steady and impossible to ignore. If that was true, he said, then why had Han's salary been reduced instead of raised? As the question settled in the air, Lucian's gaze grew sharper. Wasn't that a little too obvious? Jenny's lips curved into another smile, as if she had been waiting for a chance to answer. Pretending to be surprised, she claimed that it must have been some sort of mistake. After all, running an entire household came with so many tasks that no one could possibly keep track of every tiny detail perfectly. Then she turned slightly toward the surrounding staff and asked whether they could all testify to just how overworked she had been. Almost immediately, the servants around her began nodding one after another, each of them quickly falling in line with her words. In awkward, hesitant voices, they backed her up, even shifting the blame onto themselves as they insisted it must have been a simple oversight. Lucian stayed silent, watching every one of them with a calm, unreadable stare. Then his voice cut through the room. Enough. The word was quiet, but it carried a weight that made everyone understand he was no longer entertaining excuses. In an instant, the entire room went still, and not a single servant dared to make another sound. Lucian stepped forward and said that while the body might appear to belong to one master, its hands and feet were clearly moving according to someone else's orders. He walked toward the door as if he was about to leave, but then he stopped. Slowly, he turned back and fixed his eyes directly on Jenny. He told her he would ask one final question, and warned her to choose her answer carefully. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed with a cold, dangerous focus. Did she know who the master she was truly supposed to serve was? At that question, the smile on Jenny's face finally disappeared. Her answer came out sharp, cold, and without hesitation. If Lucian wanted that answer, she said, then he would have to ask Lord Geordie himself. The scene changed to a dark alleyway, narrow and damp, stretching forward under the gloom like a passage leading into something dangerous. Lucian walked ahead through the alley, his thoughts steady and controlled. Yet there was a ruthless edge beneath that calm surface. Rotting flesh had to be cut away if the rest of the body was going to survive, even if the knife caused pain. With every step, his heartbeat grew heavier, and at the end of the alley, a rowdy bar came into view. Loud voices spilled out from inside, crashing into the street along with the smell of alcohol and sweat. Lucian and Hans entered together, both hidden beneath cloaks and disguises, while Hans looked around with a deep frown. Hans muttered that he thought Lucian had said they were going fishing to clear his head. This place, with all its noise and filth, did not exactly match that peaceful image. Lucian gave him no response. Instead, Lucian's eyes locked onto the center of the bar, where fighters were beating each other brutally as the crowd roared around them. Spectators shouted their bets, screaming for blood, victory, and more violence. Hans gave a faint smile and leaned in closer, quietly saying that this place looked perfect for catching a truly big fish. Together, Lucian and Hans made their way through the noise and headed toward the counter. Behind the counter, the bartender was wiping down a glass while eyeing them with obvious suspicion. He warned them that this was not the kind of place where shady-looking figures should hang around. Lucian did not answer him with words. Instead, he simply placed a heavy sack onto the counter, and the moment it landed, the bartender froze. Then Lucian removed his disguise and calmly asked why a gambling bar was acting so selective about the kind of customers it accepted. He questioned whether the man even wanted to make money. There were several reasons Lucian had chosen not to deal with the head made recklessly right away. The first reason was that Jenny was not just some ordinary maid in the household. She was the daughter of the nanny who had raised Geordie from the time he was an infant. If Lucian acted against her carelessly, it would only make the situation worse and bring unnecessary backlash down on him. The second reason, and the more important one, was that the entire situation had begun because of Lucian's own mistakes after reincarnating and taking over this body. Back then, he simply had not known how to handle household matters like these. Without fully understanding what could happen afterward, he had handed over authority too easily. He had assumed that such an unreasonable situation could never actually happen, but reality had proved that assumption completely wrong. Now Lucian understood that this problem had already gone far beyond simple common sense. It needed to be handled properly, and this time he had no intention of showing mercy. More importantly, there was no possible way the Archduke was unaware of what had been happening behind the scenes. In other words, cleaning up this mess was not only necessary, it was also part of a test. And if that was the case, Lucian would make sure the Archduke saw exactly what he could do. While those thoughts moved through his mind, the same staff member from earlier guided him deeper into the bar once again and respectfully seated him at a comfortable table. Cards were scattered across the tabletop, leaving clear traces of the countless gambling rounds that had already taken place there. Lucian reached out and picked up the deck, his face remaining calm and unreadable. Since he had already come all the way here, he figured he might as well earn some money while he was at it. Before long, the man sitting across from Lucian was trembling so badly it was impossible to miss. A large crowd had gathered around the table, staring in stunned disbelief as they wondered how many rounds Lucian had already won in a row. His opponent was supposed to be an experienced gambler, someone who knew this world inside and out, yet now he looked completely broken. Finally, with his voice shaking, the man lowered his head and said he quit. Lucian casually rolled a coin across his fingers, letting it flash between them as the defeated man hurried away from the table like he could not leave fast enough. Lucian spoke in a light, almost playful tone, saying this was only the beginning and that things were finally about to become interesting. Why leave so soon when the fun had barely started? But the man's face turned pale on the spot, and he immediately refused, insisting it would be much better for him to leave right now. Standing beside Lucian, Hans had gone completely stiff, both hands clutching his head as if he could barely process what he had just witnessed. Since when had the young master learned to gamble with such terrifying skill? Lucian, looking as if the entire game had already bored him, leaned back lazily in his chair and casually propped one leg up on the table. Then, with a calm voice that carried through the room, he announced the next round and asked if there was really no one else brave enough to sit down and play. He had originally come here to spread certain rumors and stir the waters, but so far, the whole thing felt far too dull and easy. Lowering his eyes, Lucian thought that after taking so much money from them, it should be time for the real target to finally appear. Almost as if answering that thought, the door opened. Lucian glanced sideways and saw a man stepping inside while calmly adjusting the buttons of his clothing. The man wore a polite, well-practiced smile, but the instant he entered, the entire atmosphere inside the bar seemed to shift around him. With a smooth voice, the man greeted him, saying he had failed to recognize such an important guest earlier. He asked forgiveness for offering his greeting so late, then stopped directly in front of Lucian and introduced himself with controlled courtesy. He said his name was Hugo, and that he was the manager of this establishment. With a simple snap of Hugo's fingers, a butler appeared at his side almost instantly, as if he had been waiting for the signal all along. The butler bowed deeply before announcing that, due to unavoidable circumstances, the bar would be closing for the rest of the day. Right away, servants moved quickly through the noisy room, repeating the announcement to every guest and politely, but firmly guiding them toward the exit. As they escorted the customers out, they promised that everyone would receive generous compensation the next time they visited. Hugo then turned back toward Lucian and spoke with respectful smoothness, saying it might inconvenience the other customers, but that was a small price to pay if Lord Lucian could enjoy his time here comfortably. Lucian gave a faint smile and said it had been a long time since he had gone out like this. He praised Hugo for having a sharp eye, then added casually that a person needed that kind of instinct to survive in this line of work. Hugo bowed once more and apologized again for greeting him late. Lucian simply waved it away, saying he had only come here for a change of pace. Hugo's eyes drifted toward the large pile of coins stacked on the table. He admitted that it was truly astonishing, saying it had been quite some time since he had seen a guest build up a pot that high. Then Hugo looked back at Lucian and spoke again in a polished, courteous tone. If Lucian would permit it, he asked to become his opponent for the next game. Lucian met Hugo's gaze without looking away, while Hugo returned his stare with that same calm smile still resting on his face. Hugo said that he would never dare claim he could stand a chance against the young master. Still, as the manager of the place, he had picked up a few tricks over the years, and at the very least he could help Lucian pass the time. At that moment, Hans stepped closer to Lucian's side and whispered in a tense, urgent voice that they should return home. They had already won more than enough. Hans added that he had a very bad feeling about this man. He had seen plenty of frightening figures during his time in the palace, but Hugo gave off a different kind of presence entirely. It was the kind of presence that felt truly unique. Lucian gave a faint nod, silently acknowledging that Hans' instincts were not wrong. Hans had not become a personal attendant for no reason, and with just one glance at Hugo's hands, Lucian already knew exactly what kind of man stood before him. A black shark. Hugo was a name Lucian remembered from his previous life, though back then, the man had been far rougher and far more dangerous. He had been a ruthless figure, a name that was destined to one day shake the entire underground world. Hugo's path had begun in the dark alleys of the city, far from noble halls and polished manners. With nothing but raw strength, sharp instincts, and ruthless cunning, he had smashed through every obstacle that blocked his way. From there, he expanded into gambling, smuggling, and even contract killings, until he eventually became known as the King of the Night, ruling 5 territories from the shadows. Later, when the empire fell into instability, Hugo exploited the chaos, declared himself a baron, and reappeared as one of the warlords fighting for power. But right now, Lucian knew Hugo was still only at the beginning of that path. Even so, that only made him more dangerous, and Lucian's smile deepened faintly. Because today, Lucian had come here for one reason: to catch that shark before it grew too large. As the cards were laid out across the table, Lucian suggested they keep the rules simple and easy to follow. Hugo agreed without hesitation and removed any upper limit on the bets, saying he could not possibly allow the young master to grow bored after coming all this way. His words were perfectly polite, and Lucian's expression brightened as soon as he heard them. Lucian smiled and said that finally, someone understood him. Behind him, however, Hans only grew more anxious with every passing second. Hugo kept his polite smile in place, but deep down, he had already dismissed Lucian as nothing more than a spoiled noble brat leaning on his family name. What Hugo did not realize was that the words exchanged at that table would soon become the very foundation of his own downfall. As the dealer began preparing the cards, Hugo thought the timing could not have been better. Even though his plan involving the gambler's losses had not gone exactly as intended, he subtly tapped the table with his finger. The dealer noticed the signal at once. Hugo believed that a person like Lucian would only sink deeper into the game the more he lost. He intended to devour Lucian down to the bone. But across the table, Lucian was smiling brightly, looking as cheerful and carefree as if nothing suspicious were happening at all. Hugo, sensing something strange, asked if there was a problem. Lucian answered casually that it was nothing, but before they started, there was one question he wanted to ask. Hugo assured him with a courteous smile that he would answer honestly. Lucian leaned back in his chair, a faint smile resting on his lips. Lucian said that although this was their first meeting, he had to admit he had already taken quite a liking to Hugo. After all, a leader could be judged by the people working under him. To manage an operation of this size, even if it existed outside the law, was not something just anyone could accomplish. And if Hugo had truly crossed a line he should never have touched, then someone would have removed him from the board long ago. Hugo's smile stayed courteous on the surface, but his shoulders stiffened for just a moment. Choosing his words carefully, he said he understood his place and always made sure never to offend those above him. Lucian let out a soft chuckle and told him not to be so tense. Even though he came from House Weldon, that did not mean his family was so rigid that they could not understand certain things. He lowered his eyes to the cards in his hand for a moment, studying them as if this were just casual conversation. Then, in a calm voice, he asked when Hugo planned to begin large-scale production. Hugo froze at once. His polite mask cracked for a split second as he asked what Lucian was talking about. Lucian only leaned back in his chair, a faint smile resting on his face. Lucian told him not to pretend ignorance, because the signs were already there. As he spoke Hugo's name, his gaze sharpened, and the next words carried a chilling weight. Illegal drugs. The moment Lucian let those words fall into the room, the air around the table turned heavy, as if the whole bar had suddenly become harder to breathe in. Even the servants standing nearby began to sweat, their faces tightening as nervous glances passed between them. Hans stiffened at Lucian's side as well, his eyes widening with unease as he realized just how dangerous this conversation had become. Hugo went completely still, his body turning rigid as though an invisible blade had stopped him in place. Trying desperately to keep his composure, he forced another smile and cautiously asked what Lucian meant. Pretending not to understand, Hugo claimed he knew nothing about it and insisted he had never heard of anything involving illegal drugs. Lucian did not answer right away. Instead, he calmly placed more coins onto the table, each deliberate movement making the silence feel even more unsettling. In a soft voice, Lucian told him there was no need to keep pretending. He had already heard enough clearly, so asking again was nothing more than a useless feint. A nearly invisible smile tugged at the corner of Lucian's mouth as he began revealing the truth Hugo had tried to keep buried. Hugo had been commissioned by the Marquis Logren family to shake the stability of Valdic territory by spreading illegal drugs through it. The accusation hung in the room like a blade over his neck. Lucian's eyes turned cold, and with one lazy but decisive wave of his hand, he said that for a marquis family to give such cheap, reckless orders showed a complete lack of respect. Lucian continued that there was a line no one should ever cross, and Hugo had already stepped over it. Then he looked straight at him and asked if he agreed. Hugo could not answer. Sweat slid down his face, and his breathing grew rough and uneven, while Lucian's calm eyes stayed fixed on him without the slightest hint of mercy. Lucian admitted that, in a certain sense, there was something almost impressive about Hugo's behavior. That level of audacity was not ordinary. Smuggling illegal drugs into another city, especially into Valdic territory, required a frightening amount of nerve. But the so-called praise was as sharp as a knife, and Lucian warned him that the moment something went wrong and Hugo was caught, everyone connected to Valdic would tear him apart. Not one of them would hesitate, and not a single person would show him mercy. The pressure in the room grew thicker with every word, while Lucian quietly observed the panic beginning to churn inside Hugo's mind. For Hugo, failure at this point meant only one thing: death. His plan had been exposed before it had even truly begun, and the opponent standing across from him was the Valdic family, one of the most dangerous forces he could possibly provoke. Under normal circumstances, this operation should have stayed hidden for another 2 full years. By the time reports about the drug distribution finally reached the Grand Duke, Hugo would have already escaped the city. But Lucian's experience from his previous life allowed him to recognize the danger long before the situation could spiral out of control. At last, Hugo managed to force out a shaky response, claiming that this was all just a misunderstanding. Lucian's lips curved faintly as he slowly repeated those words, as though tasting how ridiculous they sounded. What, exactly, was being misunderstood? Trembling, Hugo insisted that he was only a small-time shop owner barely managing to survive. He swore that dealing in drugs made no sense for someone like him, and that a person jealous of his business must have spread a false rumor. He claimed that if Lucian gave him a chance, he would personally track down the source of that rumor. But Lucian cut him off coldly, repeating the phrase with a hint of amusement. A false rumor? Just like the flour mill Hugo ran was supposedly an ordinary business, and the underground passage beneath it was supposedly nothing more than a secret escape route leading out of the castle. Lucian leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving Hugo, and told him this would be the last question he asked. What stage was the operation in right now? Hugo was struck completely speechless. Sweat poured down his face, and his body trembled under the crushing weight of how much Lucian already knew. The silence dragged on, thick with dread, while Lucian's calm, unshakable stare left Hugo no space to hide behind another lie. Finally, Hugo sank back into his chair, his body shaking as if all the strength had drained from him. For one brief moment, his thoughts became painfully clear. Lucian knew everything. He knew about the fake shop and he knew about the hidden passage beneath it. At this point, excuses had become completely meaningless. Then a dangerous thought flickered through Hugo's mind. Should he kill him? The instant that murderous intent shifted in the air, the servants around them sensed it and began moving one by one. Their hands crept toward their weapons, slow but ready. After all, a noble who had come without guards could still be cut down in the middle of a conversation. But before Hugo could make a move, Lucian's voice sliced through the tension, cold and razor-sharp. He told him to think carefully before doing something foolish. The chip Hugo was placing on this gamble was his own life. Behind Lucian, Hans trembled, the fear on his face impossible to hide. Hugo's clenched fist slowly loosened. Lucian's warning forced him to remember just how much effort it had taken to climb to his current position. What kind of stupid thought had that been? Hugo scolded himself inwardly, realizing that attacking the successor of the Valdic family would be no different from begging to be killed. His mind raced through every possible consequence if he were caught. The punishment waiting for him would be far worse than a quick and clean death. Slowly, Hugo closed his eyes and let out a long breath. In the end, he chose to survive. Lowering his head, Hugo begged Lucian to spare him. He knew there had to be a reason Lucian had come in person instead of simply ordering his execution. Otherwise, Hugo's head would already be rolling across the floor. Realizing that, desperation completely overtook him. With his voice trembling, Hugo said that if Lucian told him to become a dog, then he would become one without hesitation. If Lucian ordered him to bark, he would bark exactly as commanded. And if Lucian ordered him to crawl, then he would crawl on the ground. The moment Hugo finished speaking, every servant in the room dropped to their knees as well, begging for mercy. Lucian remained silent for a single heartbeat, letting their pleas hang in the air. Then he slowly rose from his seat. Keeping a dog like this around did not seem like such a bad idea. What Lucian needed now were hands and feet he could actually use and trust. As that possibility appeared, relief surged through Hugo's entire body. Hugo thanked Lucian again and again, swearing that from this moment on, he would obey any order without the slightest hesitation. Lucian stepped closer to him, but then suddenly came to a stop, as if a new thought had crossed his mind. He said thoughtfully that simply keeping Hugo as a hunting dog sounded rather boring. After all, Hugo was not the kind of man who would stay satisfied with that role forever. Lucian placed one hand on Hugo's shoulder, the gesture calm but heavy with meaning. Then he asked a question so unexpected that it cut straight through the tense air. Did Hugo want to try becoming a knight? Hugo's eyes widened at once, as if those words had struck something buried deep inside him. For a brief moment, the entire room fell into complete silence. Every gaze in the room turned toward Hugo, but he barely seemed to notice them. Becoming a knight had once been the dream he carried more seriously than anything else. It was something he had chased with almost desperate obsession, pushing himself forward again and again, only for the cruelty of reality to crush that dream beneath its weight. No matter how much skill he gained, no matter how strong he became, it had never been enough to change his place in the world. In the end, he had always been forced to risk his life for someone else's benefit, fighting and bleeding for a master who stood above him. To the nobles, he was nothing more than a disposable tool, and his low birth had always felt like an unbreakable wall blocking the path ahead. Could someone like him truly become a knight? The question echoed inside Hugo's mind, shaking him harder than any threat had. Hugo pressed his forehead down against the floor, his posture filled with desperation. In a strained voice, he said that if such a chance truly existed, he would even sell his soul for it. He begged Lucian to tell him it was possible. Without the slightest hesitation, Lucian answered that he swore it on the honor of the Valdic family. If Hugo held on to integrity and honor, and if he never disgraced himself in the future, then his status would never be allowed to stand in his way. Lucian leaned closer, his voice low but carrying absolute command. Then he asked one last question. Did Hugo want to live as a human being, instead of as someone else's tool? Hope filled Hugo's chest, something warm and unfamiliar that he had not allowed himself to feel in years. A few days later, inside the palace, the servants gathered together, their faces tense and curious as they waited to see what Lucian intended to do. Lucian appeared at the front of the room, drawing every eye toward him the moment he arrived. He sat casually with one leg resting on the table, looking completely at ease, while Hans and Hugo stood behind him like silent guards. Lucian shifted his gaze toward Hugo and, in a calm but commanding voice, told him to introduce himself. Hugo stiffened slightly, then clasped his hands behind his back as he prepared to step forward. He moved out in front of the servants and introduced himself in a controlled, even tone. His name was Hugo, and from today onward he would be assisting the Lord. As he spoke, a sharp, restrained smile appeared on his face, like a hunter quietly measuring the room. He added that he looked forward to working with everyone. Some time later, still inside the palace, Lucian sat calmly at the center of the room as all attention gathered around him. The servants formed a loose semicircle in front of him, and Lucian lightly clapped his hands, the small sound cutting through their uneasy murmurs. Now that the introductions were over, Lucian said in an even voice, they should bring the head maid in. One of the servants hesitated, visibly unsure whether he should speak up or keep his mouth shut. Finally, he asked why the head maid needed to be summoned so suddenly. Lucian answered by casually swinging one finger, as if the matter were obvious. The head maid needed to come and greet him properly, Lucian said. For a moment, his mind drifted back to the previous day, when she had scolded him with no restraint at all. That kind of behavior could not be allowed to happen again. No matter how busy she was, the servants needed to report properly to him first. Lucian quietly watched the servants' faces, observing each small reaction with calm interest. As expected, the servants looked deeply uneasy. The one who had questioned him glanced around nervously and muttered for everyone not to do anything rash. Another servant quickly agreed, saying they did not want to get dragged into trouble. At that moment, Lucian understood that their fear had already gone too deep for simple words to change their minds. In their eyes, he must have looked like a weak and disposable figure, like a rotten rope no one wanted to hold on to. If that was how they saw him, then he would make them understand how wrong they were. A servant stepped forward from the middle of the room and spoke carefully, asking Lord Lucian to consider their position. Lord Geordie, he said, paid special attention to the head maid. What authority could mere servants like them possibly have in a matter like this? As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately joined in. They nodded and murmured in agreement, pleading with Lucian to understand them and asking why he would deliberately stir up trouble. They said they only wanted to remain quiet and live as they had before. As their overlapping voices grew louder, Hans could no longer hold back his frustration. He clenched his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes, and shouted at them to get a grip on themselves. The master of this palace was Lord Lucian, Hans declared, not the second young master. Not Lord Geordie. Hugo had been watching the entire exchange quietly from the side, a faint smile resting on his lips. Then he stepped forward and calmly told Hans to leave this matter to him. Turning toward the servants, Hugo's voice became sharp and controlled. He said that harsh words were wasted on people like them, because they were not the type to listen through reason alone. Then Hugo looked back at Lucian and said he had already figured out what needed to be done. Lucian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face as he asked if Hugo already had a plan. Hugo's expression turned cold. Dealing with people who did not understand their place was simple, he said. Loyalty could be drilled into them, though the process might be a little rough. Then Hugo asked for Lucian's permission. The servants' faces went pale as the meaning of his words settled over them, while Lucian listened in silence before allowing a faint smile to appear. Lucian thought that Hugo really was quick to understand the situation, and that was exactly why he had brought him in. Luck had also been on their side, since Hugo had been caught early while the drug operation was still in its 9th stage. If the plan had advanced any further, even Lucian might not have been able to stop it in time. Placing a hand on Hugo's shoulder, Lucian gave him permission, because this was precisely the result he had wanted. With a faint, satisfied smile, Lucian watched Hugo prepare to act. A darker smile then curved at the edge of his lips as he told Hugo not to worry. Lucian told him to give them a proper show. Hugo answered calmly, his tone steady and obedient, saying he would follow Lucian's command. A chill ran down the servants' backs. Frozen in place, they watched as Hugo walked toward the servant standing in the middle of the room. Only when Hugo stood directly in front of him did the servant fully realize the weight of his presence. Facing him up close felt like being a tiny ant staring up at a towering wall. The servant forced himself to calm down, gritting his teeth as he tried to hold his ground. After all, Hugo was only an outsider, nothing more than a newly recruited subordinate. The servant finally forced himself to speak, his voice tense as he warned Hugo not to step forward without understanding the situation he was walking into. If Hugo wanted to survive, the servant said, then he had better choose the correct side before it was too late. Hugo's cold gaze settled on him, heavy enough to make the air feel sharp. In a soft voice, he asked if the servant had any idea just how cruel the people protecting him truly were. The servant scoffed, trying desperately to cover the fear rising in his chest. He sneered that Hugo surely could not be foolish enough to risk his life over a few coins and a newly gained position. Hugo's fist slowly tightened at his side. In a low murmur, he said those were truly pathetic last words. The servant frowned in confusion and barely managed to ask what he meant before Hugo moved. The punch struck with terrifying precision, landing so cleanly and brutally that no one even had time to react. The servant was sent flying across the hall, his body crashing hard against the floor with a sickening thud. His face swelled almost instantly, twisting out of shape, and his consciousness slipped away as the entire hall fell into shocked silence. Hans stood frozen in place, the blood draining from his face as he stared at what had just happened. The remaining servants instinctively recoiled, shrinking back as Hugo calmly walked past the collapsed body like it was nothing more than an obstacle on the floor. At last, one servant shouted out, his voice shaking with both fear and anger. He said this had gone too far, and that violence like this could never be accepted. Even if the young master had brought Hugo here, the servant insisted, that did not give him the right to behave this way. Hugo slowly turned toward him, his heavy gaze filled with cold irritation, and told them to listen carefully. In a low, lethal voice, Hugo said he had more than enough authority to act. His specialty was educating mad dogs who had forgotten their place. The servants backed away without realizing it, their bodies shrinking under the pressure of his presence. Moments later, heavy footsteps began echoing through the hall. Before anyone could fully react, the large doors at the far end of the room were thrown open with sudden force. Two servants dragged someone inside between them. It was the head maid, and she struggled violently against their grip, shouting for them to let her go. She snapped at them, demanding whether they truly thought they could get away with treating her like this. One of the servants sharply told her to shut her mouth and follow quietly, adding that if she still failed to understand the situation, then she really was a fool. Fury flashed in her eyes as she turned toward him. But the instant she looked into the hall, every word she had been about to say died in her throat. Servants were kneeling on both sides of the room, bruised, trembling, and completely subdued. Near the window, Lucian stood with his back to everyone, calmly gazing outside as if nothing unusual had happened at all. One servant hurried forward and reported that, as instructed, they had brought the head maid before him. Lucian slowly turned around, his expression composed, with only the faintest trace of a smile touching his lips. He said she had finally arrived, his tone light and almost casual. He had merely asked the servants to bring her over, though it seemed they had become a little too enthusiastic while doing so. The head maid's shock quickly twisted into fury, and her eyes burned as she glared straight at him. She demanded to know what the meaning of all this was. Did Lucian really think he could get away with such behavior? She forcefully pulled one arm free and raised it threateningly, declaring that Lord Geordie would never allow this. Lucian's voice stayed cold and controlled as he gave a single command for her to stand. The head maid straightened her posture, forcing herself to look composed, then sharply told him that if he stopped now, she would make sure today's incident ended right here. Lucian smiled, completely unmoved, and calmly asked who had ever said anything about ending this. Then he reached toward the table and picked up a whip. He gripped it firmly in both hands, and the leather gave a faint creak as he lifted it into view. Lucian said evenly that this was only the beginning. The moment the head maid saw the whip, the confidence on her face shattered. Color drained from her cheeks, her lips began to tremble, and she hurriedly spoke in a cracking voice, saying he could say whatever he wanted. She took back everything she had said earlier, but Lucian's smile vanished completely, replaced by a cold, emotionless stare with no hesitation and no mercy. In a quiet voice he said that today she would die right here. The word hanging over that moment was execution, and it carried a weight no ordinary punishment could match. Since ancient times, execution had never been used lightly. It was a public punishment, meant to carve a warning into the hearts of everyone who witnessed it. It was efficient, brutal, and impossible to forget. More importantly, it always came with a clear reason. It had a defined target, a clear purpose, and above all, it left behind a lasting impression. For Lucian, that alone was enough. At that same moment, Lucian began walking straight toward Jenny. Instinctively, she took a step back, her body reacting before her pride could stop it. The two of them locked eyes face to face in complete silence. An unnatural calm settled between them, so heavy and cold it felt as if even breathing too loudly would disturb the room. But beneath that outward stillness, the tension on Jenny's face was impossible to hide. Her lips parted, and she forced herself to speak again. She said that with this, she could inform the Grand Duke that the weak, useless third prince no longer existed. Lucian gave her no reply. Instead, he simply lifted one hand and gestured calmly. A servant was summoned to his side, and the meaning behind the order became clear immediately. Lucian wanted Jenny to be properly taught how someone should stand before their master. Without hesitation, the guards moved in, seized her, and forced her down. Her knees struck the floor with a dull thud, and the pressure on her shoulders remained firm as they held her in place. Even then, Jenny did not panic right away. She lifted her head and spoke again. She told the young master that he should think this through carefully. He had said he would kill her, but if he harmed her even a little, did he truly believe Lord Geordie would remain quiet? Her voice was low and calm, almost indifferent, with no obvious fear in it. Then she continued slowly, choosing each word with deliberate weight. More importantly, her mother was Lord Geordie's wet nurse. And since she was that wet nurse's child, Jenny said, she was technically like his sibling. Those words settled over the room, heavy and dangerous. It was a single sentence meant to challenge everyone there and stop them from taking another step. After hearing her out, Lucian finally answered by asking if that was all she had to say. Even at the very end, he said, she still repeated the same excuse. As he spoke, the temperature in his voice dropped sharply. The coldness was unmistakable as he asked whether it was not pathetic to keep bringing up her so-called brother while she was dying. If she had anything else to say, he told her, she should say it now. Hearing that, Jenny froze completely. Her confidence shattered in an instant, her eyes widening as her expression changed. Panic flashed clearly across her face, breaking through the pride she had tried so hard to hold on to. So, as I was saying, Lord Geordie, before Jenny can force the rest of her words out, Lucian steps in closer. The space between them disappears little by little, until his silent pressure alone feels heavy enough to choke her. Then, in a low voice, he cuts her off. Do you? No. You seem to have made a very serious mistake about your situation. He continues, his tone calm, even, and merciless. I already have more than enough reasons to put you to death right here. Insulting a noble, abandoning your duties, stirring up disorder, embezzling money, and plenty more besides. As he lists each crime, his gaze grows sharper, like it is piercing straight through her defenses. But somehow, you forgot where you stand, all because you happen to be raised by the same wet nurse. Lucian leans forward just slightly, his shadow seeming to press down over her. Do you honestly believe the Geordie you keep throwing around can protect you from me? His voice drops even colder. At most, he might strike me a few times. And after that, everything would simply end there. Then, with a cruel calm that makes the entire room feel colder, Lucian adds, or perhaps, for your sake, it would be even worse. His words stop halfway, but the silence after them is more frightening than any direct threat. If Father becomes involved, Geordie will not even be allowed to do that much. Lucian lets the words hang in the air for a brief instant. Then, almost as if correcting himself, he continues. Rather, Father might even reward me. As he speaks, the expression on his face begins to change, only a little at first. Whatever faint trace of warmth had remained in his eyes slowly disappears. In its place comes something colder, something brutally detached. After all, I would simply be taking proper action against a troublesome person. His eyes settled directly on Jenny, pinning her in place. Geordie is only one of the heirs, nothing more. The person standing in front of me is the same. Each word from Lucian feels heavier than the last. I already gave you your chance. But you were the one who chose to walk toward this ending. By then, Jenny can no longer keep herself composed. Her hands shake violently, trembling as if all strength has left them. Fear rises from deep within her chest and swallows every last bit of pride she had left. Her breathing breaks apart, turning quick and uneven, until panic finally bursts out of her. I was wrong, young master, she cries, her voice desperate and shaking. Please forgive me. Lucian gives her no answer. There is no hesitation in him, no flicker of pity, not even a pause. He remains perfectly composed. Then, all at once, his energy surges, and in the very next instant he moves to strike. Blame your own bad luck. The blow lands hard. Blood spills out in a horrifying rush, far too much of it splattering across the floor. As Jenny's body loses its strength and goes limp, an absolute silence falls over the room. Then the scene shifts. Outside the residence, everything erupts into chaos as Prince Geordie rushes forward, sprinting toward Lucian's estate with his knights following close behind him. His breathing is rough and ragged as he shouts. This cannot be happening. His thoughts race wildly. Only a few days ago, Lucian was the one who lowered his head and backed down. He was the one who swallowed humiliation after Jenny looked down on him and pushed him around. But now, all of a sudden, he is acting like a madman, even declaring that he will kill me. Geordie clenches his teeth so hard his jaw tightens, while dread coils deeper around his heart. Something about Lucian has changed, and by the time he realizes it, he may already be too late to stop anything. As Geordie keeps running, his mind continues racing. And that is not the only strange thing. I prepared for something like this just in case. I stationed servants at the separate estate where Lucian lives. His breath grows heavier with every step. Those servants should have held Lucian back before anything could happen. But if the situation has already reached this point, then there is only one explanation. By now, Geordie has arrived at the door of the room. His body is nearly spent, sweat pouring down his face as his legs tremble from the desperate sprint. At the same moment, the truth cuts through his mind like a blade. Lucian has taken control of the servants. Before Geordie can react any further, one of the knights steps closer and speaks in a careful voice. Young master, that report must be mistaken. Perhaps you should calm yourself for a moment. Another knight quickly follows, trying to steady him. That is right. Someone like him would never actually raise a hand against anyone. A third knight joins in as well, doing his best to reassure Geordie. Besides, he is afraid of Lord Geordie. Geordie lets out a sharp breath. Right, just as I thought. It has to be a mistake. But even while he says it, anger churns violently inside him. And then, from beyond the door, a scream rips through the air, sharp and piercing. It is filled with unmistakable agony, echoing clearly from inside the room. Geordie's expression freezes on the spot. In that single instant, he understands exactly what has happened to Jenny. The scene shifts again. Inside the room, blood drips slowly down to the floor, one heavy drop after another. There stands the hunter, the very same one from before. His body is soaked in blood, with dark trails running down him and gathering beneath his feet. At the same time, Hugo has Jenny locked in his grip, restraining her with crushing strength. She struggles weakly against him, but it is completely useless. Even after witnessing all of this, Lucian shows no reaction whatsoever. His expression does not shift, and his breathing stays steady. To him, the bloody scene unfolding right before his eyes changes nothing. He simply stands there, calm, cold, and unmoving, like an executioner who has already delivered the sentence. And in that moment, one thing becomes painfully clear. Whatever fear Lucian once carried has vanished completely. What remains now is control, absolute and unshaken. Seeing the situation unfold before him, Jordy finally snaps. Rage explodes out of him as he shouts, "What the hell are you doing?" Lucian only turns his head slightly, his face still calm and unreadable. He almost looks bored as he replies in a cool voice, "What brings my esteemed brother here? Sorry, but I am rather busy right now. Please come back later." Then his voice hardens, losing even the faintest trace of courtesy. "Today, I will tear out the root of this rebellion." Without hesitation, he gives another order. "Hugo, put her back on her feet." Hugo answers immediately, "Yes, master." At the same time, Jordy whips his head toward his knights, his voice shaking with fury. "Save Jenny right now." The two knights respond at once and rush forward, charging straight toward Lucian to free her. But before they can take another step, Lucian speaks again, his voice icy and merciless. "If anyone comes within 3 feet of us, cut her throat." Those words slice through the room like a drawn blade. Jenny freezes instantly. Terror swallows her whole, her body going stiff as fear seems to close around her throat. Lucian continues without the slightest tremor in his voice, "I will take full responsibility." The instant those words leave his mouth, both knights stop in their tracks. They halt at the exact same place, as if an invisible wall has appeared before them. Confusion spreads across their faces. They cannot decide whether to move forward or remain still, because no matter how urgent the situation is, they cannot disobey their master's command. On the other side, Hugo speaks in a low, dark voice, cold enough to send a chill through everyone in the room. "There will be no way for her to survive. Leave it to me." As he says this, the knife is already pressed firmly against Jenny's throat. With just one wrong movement, everything will be over. Jenny, already beaten badly and barely holding herself together, becomes even more terrified. Fear completely overtakes her. Her body trembles as she turns her head back, just a little, tears streaming down her face. In a weak, broken voice, she cries out, "Lord Jordy." The sight of her like that ignites Jordy's fury even further. His voice bursts out, overflowing with rage he can no longer control. "How dare you do this? Your head will not be the only one taken. Your entire family will be executed and hung from the city walls." Hugo does not flinch in the slightest. He answers calmly, his voice steady and empty of emotion. "That will never happen." Those words strike Jordy like a physical blow. His eyes widen in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Hugo responds without even a moment of hesitation. "My master is Lord Lucian. Any order that does not come from my master means nothing to me." He continues, his resolve completely unshakable. "No matter what happens from this point forward, if it is my master's order, then carrying it out is my duty." As Hugo speaks, his expression stays firm and immovable, like iron that will not bend. Seeing that unwavering loyalty, Jordy's hands begin to shake violently. Rage surges through him so fiercely that it nearly steals away his reason. Grinding his teeth, he roars, "Lucian, what did Jenny ever do to deserve being treated like this?" Lucian answers in a cold voice, still holding his hunter in his hand. "She insulted her superior, disobeyed orders, and interfered with financial matters." His tone remains completely flat. "I simply gave her the punishment she had earned." Then Lucian's glare sharpens on Jordy, anger burning deep in his eyes. "Do you still not understand the difference between duty and personal emotion?" Those words only pour more fuel onto Jordy's fury. His chest rises and falls heavily, his whole body shaking with rage. Yet even with all that anger, he can do absolutely nothing, and that helplessness burns more painfully than any wound. At that moment, the situation within House Valdic becomes clearer. The current line of succession places the young master, Tristan Valdic, in the first position, standing between the two brothers. Because of that, a deeply rooted rivalry between the two opposing sides has already formed, splitting the household into a tense, two-sided power struggle. In other words, until Yer finally makes his decisive move, the balance of power inside House Valdic will remain unstable. For now, the most important task in front of him is obvious. He must strengthen his own faction and secure it even more firmly. However, the reputation he has built has just suffered a devastating blow. Lucian had humiliated him in front of everyone, and the sting of it cut even deeper because it came from a younger brother Jordy had once dismissed as harmless. On top of that, he had already lost his loyal knight, Ser Hunter Picaria. Jordy's jaw tightened hard, the muscles in his face twitching as he forced down his rage. And now, if he failed to protect Jenny, someone who served him as closely as his own hands and feet, the damage would be far worse. His authority would begin to crack, and this moment would almost certainly become the turning point where his position started to shake. Once that happened, distrust would slowly spread among the people who had chosen to stand behind him. The thought alone made Jordy's fist curl tighter in frustration. In the end, there was no clever escape left for him. This was checkmate. He had been driven completely into a corner. With every path cut off, Jordy had no choice but to lower his pride. From a distance, he finally gave in, his voice carrying across the hall as he shouted, "You win. Let her go." The moment those words left his mouth, everyone knew he had surrendered. One of Lucian's men immediately broke into a smug smile, savoring the sight as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Meanwhile, Jordy's followers stood frozen in place, stunned that their master had actually been forced to admit defeat. The young servant standing beside Jordy could not hide the shock on his face. His expression twisted with disbelief and despair as he watched the master he trusted bow under pressure. The reason Jordy had yielded was Jenny, his loyal maid, while Hugo stood at the center of the hostage situation. Lucian's hired kidnapper held Jenny firmly in place, keeping a dagger pressed close against her throat. Tears streamed down her frightened face as she trembled, too terrified to move even an inch. And Lucian, the one who had orchestrated this entire humiliation, simply walked away with the calm arrogance of someone who had already won. A cruel smile curved across his face as he looked back and mocked Jordy's surrender without the slightest trace of mercy. "That is not even funny?" Lucian sneered, his tone dripping with scorn. "Do you seriously think this can all be swept under the rug with one single word?" He kept pressing the accusation, dragging Jenny's supposed crime into the open. According to Lucian, she had plundered someone else's precious means of survival, and that was not something he intended to let disappear quietly. Lucian's eyes glittered with contempt as he scoffed at his brother's attempt to talk his way out of this. "What? Do you think your tongue is coated in gold just because you are a noble?" Then, with biting sarcasm, Lucian turned fully toward Jordy and put on an expression of exaggerated innocence. "What are you even talking about, brother? Winning?" Jordy ground his teeth so hard it looked as if his anger might burst through his restraint at any second, while Lucian continued his performance without shame. "I merely carried out my duty as the third young master. Besides," Lucian added coldly, "embezzlement is a crime that no one can escape, no matter what status they hold." He stamped his foot against the floor, using the sharp sound to reinforce his authority throughout the hall. "If we simply covered this up and moved on, what would everyone here think?" Lucian looked down at his defeated brother as if he were speaking out of sincere conviction, pretending every word came from righteous passion. "Since my respected brother is begging so desperately, I would personally like to end the matter here." But as those words left Lucian's mouth, a dark smile slowly spread across his face, exposing the malice he had been hiding beneath that polished tone. With a look of false regret, Lucian delivered the final blow. "Unfortunately, I simply do not have the proper justification to do that." Jordy clenched his fist until his knuckles turned pale white. His fury was barely being held back now, swelling beneath the surface like it was about to explode. Unable to endure another second of this humiliation, he finally forced himself to ask what Lucian's price was. "Stop beating around the bush," Jordy snapped, his voice rough with anger. "Speak plainly." Before revealing the outrageous amount he wanted, Lucian first made Jenny understand exactly what kind of punishment was waiting for her. He raised a whip where everyone could see it, his expression ice-cold as he said that, since ancient times, people who dared to lay their hands on another person's property were usually disciplined in ways like this. Jenny shook violently the moment she heard it, her fear clear in every trembling breath. Then Lucian demanded that Jordy return several times the amount supposedly stolen as compensation. The price was so absurd that Jordy could only grind his teeth in powerless fury, completely humiliated in front of everyone. Surrounded by the glittering scatter of gold coins, Lucian smiled triumphantly and continued to mock his brother. "So tell me, brother," Lucian asked with a faint, taunting smile, "what price did you have in mind?" The scene then shifted away from that humiliating confrontation and moved to the magnificent palace of the Grand Duke, the true center of power within the Valda family. Inside a lavish study filled with the weight of authority, the man who ruled the household waited in silence. Grand Duke Balk sat there with a stern, calculating gaze, as though he had already measured every move being made beneath his roof. As the father of both Lucian and Geordie, the Grand Duke watched the situation unfold from the shadows of power, observing everything that happened within his domain without needing to step forward himself. Later, Chief Butler Edwin appeared before the Grand Duke to give his report. After explaining how the incident had ended, he stood respectfully while the Grand Duke examined the written account with an unreadable expression. The Grand Duke lifted his gaze from the report and fixed his loyal servant with a sharp, piercing look. "Is everything written here accurate?" Chief Butler Edwin bowed with proper respect and confirmed the truth of the matter. "I have personally verified it." He then began explaining the humiliating result forced onto the second son, making it clear that Master Geordie had paid young Master Lucian. The amount was 10 times the value involved in the dispute, handed over as compensation. Edwin also continued with another important detail, reporting on how quickly Lucian had acted after the incident. "Young Master Lucian has also brought in an outsider known as Hugo," Edwin explained, "and used him to swiftly remove the spies that had been planted inside his annex." The Grand Duke listened quietly as the report neared its conclusion. Because of Lucian's actions, his annex was now guarded more heavily than any other area in the estate. The Grand Duke slowly turned his gaze toward the window, and for a moment, Lucian's reflection seemed to overlap with his own in the glass. He silently reflected on the bold moves made by his youngest son. His expression became thoughtful, as if he were weighing not only Lucian's actions, but also the sudden shift taking place in the family's balance of power. After hearing the entire report from beginning to end, the Grand Duke made his decision. Without hesitation, he ordered that his son be brought before him. "Bring him in." The doors opened, and Lucian stepped into what felt like the lion's den. With measured composure, he entered the study and presented himself before his father. The Grand Duke turned to face him, his expression cold and controlled, wearing the full weight of authority and scrutiny like a mask. Lucian stood in the vast study, surrounded by the heavy silence between father and son. The tension in the room was thick enough to feel against the skin, and Lucian could immediately sense that something had changed. "What is this?" Lucian wondered to himself. His father's gaze felt different from before, sharper and far more focused than the distant look he had been used to. For the first time, his father was not looking at him like an afterthought. He was looking at Lucian as someone who had entered the game. Then the Grand Duke spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of command. "You have caused quite a stir recently, Lucian." Lucian did not flinch. Instead, he answered calmly, "It was nothing extraordinary. I simply disciplined servants who failed to recognize their own master." The Grand Duke placed one hand on his desk, and his gaze hardened. "However, as a result, you disgraced your brother." Then he pressed Lucian directly, throwing the challenge in front of him without softening a single word. "He will not forget this for a very long time," the Grand Duke warned. "Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" From across the room, Lucian's answer came back as cold and firm as steel. His confidence did not waver at all. "No, there is nothing for me to bear." Lucian defended his actions with chilling logic and complete certainty. To him, this had simply been a matter of putting the hierarchy back in its proper place. Standing tall, with a faint, defiant smile, he framed his ambition as nothing more than duty. "If I avoided such an obvious responsibility just because I feared retaliation," Lucian said, "then how could I ever dare to claim the name of Valda?" The Grand Duke listened in silence as his youngest son spoke with unexpected boldness. "I merely made the choice that would not bring shame upon our name." At that, a faint smile appeared on the Duke's face, though whether it came from amusement or genuine approval was difficult to tell. Then the Grand Duke revealed the true rules of the succession struggle, laying out the battlefield that would decide their futures, while the family crest stood as a silent symbol of their bloodline. "If Geordie continues to provoke you," the Grand Duke said, "then you are free to strike back." With those words, the Grand Duke officially granted Lucian permission to fight for his own place in the family. But that freedom was not given without limits. Lucian listened closely as his father continued, sensing the condition hidden behind the approval. "However, I warn you now, if the conflict grows too large and causes damage to the family, I will side with Geordie, no matter who is right or wrong." Lucian was visibly taken aback by the unfairness of the condition, his composure cracking for a brief moment. In disbelief, Lucian blurted out before he could fully stop himself, reaching one hand forward as if trying to challenge the logic behind it. "Father, what the hell? But the Grand Duke cut him off immediately, his expression carrying something almost mocking. "Why does that surprise you so much?" Sigmund asked, his voice calm but cutting. He laid out his reasoning without emotion, turning Lucian's attention toward Geordie's long-standing role in the family. Geordie might have a reckless streak, but over the years, the results he had produced for the house were not small by any measure. Then Sigmund's words shifted sharply toward Lucian himself, dragging up the image of his past weakness and wasted days. Compared to Geordie, Lucian had spent an entire year doing nothing but idling away, and Sigmund delivered that fact with cold, merciless logic. As the head of this family, choosing the one who has actually contributed is only natural, is it not? Lucian said nothing for a moment, standing in silence as he absorbed the weight of his father's ultimatum. But after that brief silence, the corners of Lucian's lips slowly lifted. A sly, knowing smile formed on his face, as he finally caught the true meaning hidden beneath his father's words. In Lucian's mind, that order no longer sounded like a restriction, sounded more like a challenge. "If I am not mistaken," he thought, "you are basically telling me to crush my brother underfoot and rise above him." As if confirming Lucian's interpretation, Sigmund continued in a steady voice. "Build your strength and become useful to the family." With that, his advice came to an end. "Then you will understand the answer to your question." The meaning could not have been clearer. Lucian had to prove his own worth. His sharp mind immediately began sorting through the situation, connecting every word his father had just said. "He is deliberately raising the sense of danger to force me forward," Lucian realized. And if Sigmund was speaking this decisively, then there had to be an even deeper implication behind the warning. It meant the structure of the succession would soon be decided. As that conclusion settled in, a smile filled with complete confidence slowly spread across Lucian's face. At that moment, Lucian understood his father's game with perfect clarity. That was why Sigmund wanted him to move quickly and seize the opportunity before it slipped out of reach. Lucian almost found it amusing, seeing how his father pushed him forward through pressure and manipulation. With an ironic smile, he wondered whether all fathers were usually this troublesome. Then, reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a document and thought that if his father cared so deeply about his son's future, he would have to live up to those expectations. Drawing Sigmund's attention once more, Lucian spoke. "By the way, father." Sigmund's eyes shifted, clearly not expecting him to have anything else prepared. Lucian boldly placed the document on the desk before him and asked, "What if I have already prepared my move?" Then Lucian's smile sharpened with triumph as he added, "And it is a very big one." Without the slightest warning, Sigmund snatched the paper straight from his son's hand. The instant his fingers closed around the document, he crushed it into a tight ball, then tore it apart with ruthless force. The scraps scattered down to the floor like falling snow, but the air inside the study only grew heavier. A crushing authority began pouring from Sigmund's body as he demanded to know whether the contents of that report were truly accurate. If this was nothing more than an overexcited, foolish attempt by Lucian to act like he was serving the public good, then Sigmund ordered him to admit it immediately. Sigmund's voice remained controlled, yet each word carried the weight of absolute command, the kind that made deception feel impossible. Lucian did not shrink back. He met his father's gaze directly and answered in an even voice that there was not a single lie in the report. Under the guidance of the writer, Lauren, the investigation had already moved far beyond its beginning stages. Several insiders involved in the drug distribution had been secured, and the testimony and evidence they provided were strong enough to be verified right away. At that instant, an immense blue aura erupted from Sigmund's body, surging through the room like a violent wave. The pressure slammed outward so suddenly that Lucian's instincts reacted before his thoughts could even catch up. His body stiffened in place, every muscle tightening as though an invisible mountain had dropped onto his shoulders. Sigmund's expression darkened, and his gaze sharpened into something terrifyingly close to a death glare. The name Bernhard surfaced in Sigmund's mind, the shameless son of a marquis. Rage boiled up inside him as he thought about the audacity of allowing such filth to corrupt and defile the lands of Valdek. The pressure in the room grew even stronger. Sweat began running down Lucian's face, and each breath became harder to pull into his lungs. Every inhale felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself had turned solid around him. But Lucian recognized the sensation almost immediately. This was not simply anger. His father was testing him. It was the same invisible weight carried by those who protected the empire, the overwhelming force wielded by the sword of the walled family and the terrifying presence of its master. Lucian understood that if this continued much longer, his body might not be able to remain standing. Even so, he forced his pounding heart to calm and asked for permission to make one final point. Sigmund paused for a moment, studying him in silence, then gave a short nod that allowed him to continue. Lucian explained that even if the truth were reported directly to His Majesty, Marquis Logren would simply cut away every loose end and slip out of responsibility. Every illegal act had been carried out through the upper layers of the organization, leaving behind no direct evidence that could clearly be traced back to him. And even if the imperial authority tried to force the matter open, the emperor's concern over factional conflict would likely lead to arbitration rather than a decisive punishment. In the end, the heinous crimes committed against the Valdic family would be reduced to nothing more than a financial loss for the enemy. Lucian spoke calmly, saying that losing money alone was nowhere near enough. A crime of that scale demanded a much greater price. After those words, silence settled heavily over the room. Sigmund watched his son closely, genuinely surprised by the sharpness of Lucian's judgment. He found himself wondering when Lucian had become capable of reading power, consequences, and political movement with such clarity. After a brief pause, Sigmund told Lucian to explain exactly what he had in mind. Lucian then revealed that he had already secured a method to stop the enemy from escaping. Earlier, an insider had surrendered to him, and this was not an ordinary man either. He possessed a noble title, had earned Logren's deep trust, and had climbed all the way to an executive position within their organization. At that, Sigmund recalled the head butler's earlier report about Lucian bringing in an outsider named Hugo. The pieces began to connect in his mind, and understanding slowly dawned on him. This Hugo had to be the insider Lucian was talking about. As each piece fell into place, Sigmund realized the current situation matched the third scenario he had once considered. It was a path he had hoped would never need to be used, but now it seemed almost impossible to avoid. Lucian's strategy had already been anticipated. He intended to use the traitor as bait, turning what looked like the enemy's advantage into a reverse trap. From Logren's point of view, it would be unthinkable that the executive responsible for handling the drug operations would ever betray them. Lucian had arranged the details carefully, making sure the negotiation plan appeared to be moving forward smoothly, without even the smallest sign of danger. Sooner or later, Logren's core figures would have no choice but to step out into the open themselves. Sigmund admitted that a strategy like this could not be brushed aside. Even so, he immediately pointed out the greatest weakness in the plan. Everything depended on one single variable. The entire plan rested on a man who had crawled out from the back alleys. Human nature, Sigmund said, could never be trusted completely. A man like that would always carry uncertainty with him, and even walking one step beside such a person was already dangerous. Lucian went quiet for a moment, letting his father's warning hang in the heavy air between them. Then he answered calmly. He was not trusting the man himself. What he trusted was the man's desire, and that desire was not weak or vague. It was a burning ambition. That ambition was to become a knight, to spread his name across the empire, and to carve proof of his existence into history. Sigmund was struck by how familiar those words sounded. They were old words, almost forgotten, yet they belonged to something Sigmund himself had once believed in. Lucian explained that such a dream was exactly the kind of thing a man could cling to with obsession. He had chosen to believe in that dream, just as he had once done in his previous life. To Sigmund, the reasoning sounded sentimental, but there was also a sincerity in it that could not be dismissed. That sincerity explained why Lucian was willing to place so much on this gamble. Sigmund then asked what Lucian intended to do if everything collapsed and the plan failed. Lucian answered without a moment of hesitation. He had no intention of running from responsibility. If anything went wrong, the mistake would be his alone to carry. He was prepared to pay the price himself, even if that meant putting his own title on the line. After hearing that, Sigmund finally gave his decision. Once Lucian's body had fully recovered, he was to report to the training ground. Lucian accepted the order immediately, without protest or delay. Then Sigmund revealed what would come next. Sigmund would personally teach Lucian the Lion's Heart sword, the very swordsmanship that symbolized the blood and pride of their house. With that single decision, Lucian was no longer treated as an overlooked third son. He had been formally recognized as one of the candidates who could one day become the next head of the household. Night fell quietly over the estate, wrapping the grand residence in a deep, still silence. Inside his chamber, Sigmund stood alone near the window, reading in the pale moonlight. The silver glow spilled across the floorboards and reached into the corners of the room, leaving everything around him cold and dim. The head butler entered with soft, careful steps and lowered himself into a deep bow, his face heavy with shame. He lamented that such disgraceful acts had taken place in Melheim, the very heart of the Valdic family, right under their watch. But Sigmund stopped him before he could blame himself any further. He took the responsibility onto his own shoulders, admitting that he had ordered the butler to focus entirely on matters at the border, and because of that, the family's internal defenses had grown weaker. The fact that the third son had uncovered the truth before anyone else was, in Sigmund's eyes, nothing more than a stroke of luck. Bernhard's scheme had been built with great care, designed specifically to slip past their eyes without being noticed. The head butler added that Bernhard's real goal had never been profit or expanding his territory. What he truly wanted was to stain his master's honor. Sigmund gave a quiet agreement, already seeing the shape of Bernhard's intentions. He believed Bernhard planned to use this entire incident later as leverage against him, turning the family's disgrace itself into a weapon he could hold over Sigmund's head. Sigmund also understood that Bernhard ultimately meant to use this scandal as a bargaining chip when dealing with his majesty. The Marquis, blinded by his fear for his own safety, had completely lost sight of the true state of the empire. Then Sigmund shifted the conversation toward Hugo, the man who was now standing beside his third son. The head butler explained that, on the surface, Hugo was known as a gangster who operated a gambling house. But in truth, Hugo was the leader of a newly formed organization that had already shaken the underworld. He was not the kind of man who would easily bow his head and serve someone else. In fact, the head butler had personally gone to meet him, and Hugo had informally accepted his place as Lucian's subordinate. Even as he reported this, the butler could not hide his admiration for the young master's astonishing growth. Growth, Sigmund repeated under his breath, as if weighing the word itself. His thoughts drifted to Hugo, a man who had survived in a world ruled by cunning, violence, and cruelty. A man like Hugo would never have lived this long by trusting empty promises or pretty words. Someone so sharp and ruthless would have been crushed long ago if he lacked the ability to judge people correctly. And Hugo had seen something in Lucian. He had recognized the potential of a lord worth risking his life for. That fact alone said more about Lucian's value than any simple praise could. Sigmund then told the head butler that although the timing was earlier than he had originally planned, he intended to open the path for his third child. Lucian had already shown abilities that could no longer be ignored. The head butler immediately understood the weight behind those words. This was not casual approval. It was a declaration that would reshape the future of the household. Sigmund then added that, starting the very next day, he would begin passing down the family's vision to Lucian. The head butler smiled quietly, showing his approval, and said that it was a proper and decisive choice. Then he asked whether Sigmund had already chosen a swordsman to instruct the young master. Sigmund answered without hesitation. Lord Issen was to be summoned. The head butler's body stiffened the moment he heard that name, shock flashing across his face. Sigmund remarked that it would be a shame to let such a fine horn break simply because of old age. This opportunity, he believed, would become a meaningful chapter in Lord Issen's life as well. When Hans heard the news that Lucian had officially become a successor candidate, he completely lost control of himself. Laughter burst from his mouth, but at the same time, tears streamed down his face. The two emotions mixed together in a chaotic mess, as if his heart had no idea how it was supposed to react. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Hans kept shaking his head and repeating again and again that what he had just heard could not possibly be a joke. Every time he spoke, he stressed the same point, almost as if he were trying to convince himself more than anyone else that Lucian had truly become an official successor candidate. At last, his strength gave out. His hands slipped from his knees, and he collapsed onto the floor, sitting there while openly crying without even trying to hide it. Lucian, clearly irritated by such an exaggerated reaction, tried to stop him with a firm voice. He said that he had already confirmed it several times and demanded to know just how many more times Hans needed to hear it before he finally believed him. When it became obvious that Hans was only spiraling even further, Lucian turned toward Hugo and told him to handle the kid. Hugo stepped forward at once, lifted Hans up with effortless strength, and asked him to calm himself. His voice remained respectful but steady as he explained that, considering the young master's abilities, this outcome was only natural. Then Hugo looked toward the path Lucian would walk from this moment onward and added that it would not be fitting for a senior who served as his right-hand man to be shaken so deeply by this news. Those words struck Hans like a sudden blow. Hans froze completely as the meaning sank in. He had just been acknowledged as Lucian's right-hand man. The shock lingered on his face for a moment before a clear smile slowly began to spread across it. Pride rose inside him so visibly that he could not fully hide it. Still, he tried to brush it off with exaggerated calm, giving a casual shrug as if it were nothing worth making a fuss over. After a brief pause and a small gesture, Hans tried to downplay himself. He admitted that although he had served the young master the longest, he still lacked ability in many areas. And with someone as outstanding as Hugo beside them, he claimed there was no way he could boldly assume such a position for himself. Hearing that, Hugo smiled calmly and said Hans was as humble as ever, exactly as expected of Senior Hans. Hans returned the smile, clearly pleased despite his attempt to act modest. Then Hans teased Hugo right back, asking why he kept saying things like that and jokingly calling him the left-hand man Jr. As Lucian watched their exchange, a quiet smile appeared on his face. Experienced retainers really were different, he thought. Their composure, their mutual understanding, and the effortless balance between them stood apart from anything else. After that brief reflection, Lucian crossed his arms and addressed Hans more seriously. He said that what Hugo had mentioned earlier was not wrong. Before the matter was officially announced throughout the house, it was only natural to inform the two of them first, and the reasoning behind that decision was sound. As he spoke, Lucian glanced toward Hans, who still looked visibly thrilled. Even though Hans tried to keep himself composed, he could not fully conceal the excitement shining on his face. Watching him closely, Lucian's thoughts became more measured. Hans was timid by nature, and his physical frailty could easily become a weakness if left as it was. Even so, Lucian also understood that Hans genuinely cared for him. More importantly, Hans had the grit to remain firmly by his side even when the situation was harsh and unfavorable. That kind of loyalty was something Lucian could evaluate with certainty. Lucian continued assessing him in silence. If Hans gained more experience, matured properly, and learned how to manage internal affairs, he could eventually become a rearguard more dependable than anyone else. Then Lucian's gaze naturally shifted toward Hugo, and when it came to him, there was no hesitation at all. Hugo's abilities left no room for doubt. All that remained was to open the proper path for Hugo and help him become a knight. Only then could his talents be drawn out to their fullest, allowing him to stand beside Lucian in the future as a powerful sword under his command. With that realization, Lucian strengthened his resolve once more. From this point forward, it was time to focus on quality over quantity. One by one, he only needed to build his people properly. Once that thought settled in his mind, the scene shifted to the following morning inside the peaceful castle. Warm sunlight poured through the quiet halls, slipping past the tall windows and stretching deep into the interior like soft golden ribbons. Lucian stood alone in that gentle light, his eyes closed and his breathing calm, while his thoughts slowly drifted somewhere far away. Before he even realized it, his mind had returned to the memories of his previous life. They were memories from a time when he had searched every corner of the continent, chasing after one single goal with everything he had. That goal had been the very essence of the ancestors' martial arts, a power said to elevate the realm of the sword itself beyond ordinary limits. Those teachings were centered around sword forms, structured paths of mastery that shaped and defined the growth of a swordsman. Among those forms, there existed a realm standing one step above the rest, a higher level known as advanced sword forms. And yet, no matter how desperately Lucian struggled, no matter how many hardships he endured, and no matter how deeply he humbled himself, even living like a dog just to survive, what he finally obtained was still nowhere near what he had been seeking. He had never obtained the advanced sword forms he had dreamed of for so long. In fact, he had not even managed to reach the intermediate sword forms that were normally reserved for knight captains. What he finally managed to get his hands on was nothing more than a degraded version, a lower form meant for apprentice knights who were still standing at the very beginning of the path. But in truth, for someone like him, a mere mercenary without noble blood, even learning any sword form at all should have been impossible from the start. Being granted even the smallest chance to touch a sword form was already something close to a miracle. And yet, even with that miracle in his hands, reality had still treated him with merciless cruelty. People weaker than him continued to move ahead, learning higher-ranking sword forms for no reason other than the status they were born with. One after another, they surpassed him, and on the battlefield, they crushed him with techniques he could not copy, could not understand, and could not properly defend against. Every time that gap kept him from protecting the members of his squad, his hunger for true sword forms carved itself deeper into his heart. That longing never faded. It only sharpened, growing more painful with each failure until it became a constant torment he could never escape. As those old memories rose back to the surface, Lucian unconsciously clenched his fist. His knuckles tightened, as if his hand were trying to grasp the very thing he had once been forced to watch from a distance. But now, fate had placed a completely different opportunity right in front of him. This time, someone like him had been granted access to something far beyond what he had chased in his previous life. It was something that only a successor candidate of House Valdic, along with their closest aides, could ever hope to touch. An ancient sword form, a legacy so profound that it stood far above even advanced sword forms. The Lion's Heart Sword. Even the name alone carried a heavy, overwhelming weight. Just thinking about the scale of that swordsmanship filled Lucian with awe, and a quiet tension began to build throughout his entire body. The training had not even begun yet, and the time set for the lesson was still some distance away. Even so, his excitement was already rising so fiercely that he could barely contain it. Lucian let out a quiet, self-aware smile when he realized he had been pacing around since dawn without even noticing it. He was too restless to stay still, his anticipation pushing him to move before the lesson had even started. Recognizing that, Lucian decided he needed to steady his mind first. Slowly, he lowered himself to the ground, crossed his legs, and allowed a gentle smile to settle on his face. As he began circulating his energy, his thoughts turned inward. In his previous life, he had learned swordsmanship without anything that could truly be called a proper system. There had been no teacher guiding him, no solid foundation beneath his feet. Only stolen techniques and scattered fragments of knowledge, gathered wherever he could survive long enough to seize them. Because of that, he had never once had someone he could genuinely call his master. That realization did not leave him bitter. Instead, Lucian's smile deepened just a little. Living a second life truly was something extraordinary. But without Lucian realizing it, he was not alone there. From far away, hidden quietly within the shadows, a figure was watching every movement he made. That gaze remained calm and unwavering, fixed on Lucian with silent focus as time passed around them. The one watching him was Sir Eisen himself. A faint smile slowly appeared on Eisen's face. He continued observing the young master as Lucian sat there in composed silence. In Eisen's eyes, there was quiet approval, and in his mind, one thought began to surface. A considerable amount of potential was already taking shape within Lucian. Quite some time had passed, yet the young man had not wavered even once. His posture remained steady, his breathing stayed even, and not the slightest trace of hesitation or instability could be seen in him. As Sir Eisen kept watching, certain details began to stand out more clearly. There were subtle signs in Lucian's composure and control that were impossible to overlook. They were qualities worth paying close attention to. Eisen found himself thinking that guiding this young master would not only be meaningful, but might also provide a brief source of amusement for him. When Sigmund had made the request earlier, Eisen had listened calmly and acknowledged that if the Duke himself was asking for this, then Lucian's talent could not be ordinary. But Sigmund's thoughts had gone even further than that, making it clear that this matter was not simply about talent alone. What had truly surprised Sigmund was Lucian's mindset. It was something entirely unexpected, something that could not be measured by skill, bloodline, or natural ability. Sigmund believed Eisen would understand the weight of those words the moment he saw Lucian with his own eyes. And now, standing there in the present, that belief was beginning to prove true. The great sword saint, Eisen Breitner, watched Lucian closely from where he stood. From a distance, he continued to observe in silence, his sharp gaze never leaving the young man for even a moment. Then, little by little, a proud smile formed on his face. That expression was not simply a recognition of Lucian's talent. It was also an acknowledgement of his unwavering resolve and extraordinary inner strength, qualities that could never be forged through ordinary training alone. A sword saint was an existence born only when one pushed their circulation to the absolute limit, refining both body and mana to the farthest possible edge. It was not merely an impressive title. It was the summit reached by those who had mastered every known sword form and carved their names into the very peak of the blade's path. Across the Empire's long and blood-soaked history, figures like that were spoken of with reverence, almost like gods standing among ordinary swordsmen. And now, that very being was standing before Lucian. For a brief moment, Lucian forgot how to breathe. He remained rooted where he stood, eyes slightly widened and lips parted as that immense presence settled over him. The pressure was unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was not violent or suffocating like the aura of a veteran forged on countless battlefields. Instead, it was calm, vast, and seemingly endless, like standing alone beneath a boundless night sky. It was overwhelming, yet strangely tranquil. A living legend stood within arm's reach, and that man offered Lucian a gentle smile filled with quiet dignity. Placing one hand over his chest, he gave a respectful bow. It has been some time, third young master. The last time we met was several years ago, during His Grace's birthday celebration. From today onward, I will be the one instructing you. My name is Eisen Breitner. Lucian's expression tightened slightly. So this was him. That morning, Hans had mentioned that his instructor would be a knight who had served the Valdic family since the previous generation, but he had left out the most important detail. This man was the Sword Saint himself. Lucian immediately mirrored the gesture, placing his own hand over his chest before bowing deeply. It is an honor to receive instruction from the Sword Saint. I look forward to your guidance. Eisen lightly waved one hand, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. That title is nothing more than an undeserved name given to an old man. Besides, you are a successor candidate. You should not lower your head so easily. Lucian straightened at once, his posture composed and firm. I will not lower the dignity of my family. But that does not mean I should neglect proper respect. Setting aside status and position, you are someone worthy of it. For one quiet heartbeat, Eisen studied him without saying anything. Then he let out a soft laugh, the sharpness in his expression easing slightly. If you insist, then do as you feel comfortable, young master. Lucian inclined his head a little. Thank you for your understanding. The warmth in Eisen's expression soon faded, replaced by a focused sharpness that signaled the lesson was about to begin. Then let us begin the training immediately. Without hesitation, Lucian stepped forward and answered, Yes, that sounds good. Eisen then gestured toward the outdoor training grounds. Sunlight spilled across the wide perimeter of the training field as Eisen calmly asked, Young master, would you like to run around the perimeter? The moment those words left Eisen's mouth, Lucian dropped straight into a runner's stance, his body lowering with practiced readiness, every muscle coiled to move. Should I start right now? Lucian asked, already prepared to launch forward. Eisen blinked, visibly caught off guard by the immediate reaction. Third young master, please wait a moment. Lucian straightened again, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Is something wrong? Eisen regarded him carefully, as if trying to understand the way his mind worked. Do you not have any questions about why you are running? Or what purpose this exercise is supposed to serve? Lucian offered him a small, easy smile. Of course I am curious, Lucian replied calmly. But if you ordered it, then it must be necessary. And if you did not explain it, there must be a reason you felt no explanation was needed. Lucian placed one hand over his chest, his posture straight and his voice steady with firm conviction. A student who receives instruction simply follows. The master's words are enough for me. As Lucian said that, Eisen's gaze sharpened slightly. This reaction, this clarity shining in his eyes, was completely different from what he had seen in the other young masters. There was no hesitation in Lucian, no wounded pride over being given such a simple task, and no demand for an explanation. What Eisen saw in him was only a pure and straightforward longing for the sword itself. A faint smile slowly curved across Eisen's lips as understanding finally dawned on him. So this was what the Duke had meant. Very well, young master. Then let us begin. The instant Eisen finished speaking, Lucian shot forward like a bolt of lightning across the training ground. Excitement surged through Lucian's entire body as he ran, the wind whipping past his ears with every step. From above, Eisen watched him closely, not missing even the smallest movement. With his arms folded behind his back, Eisen continued to observe in silence. Lucian's speed did not drop at all. If anything, it only grew faster with every lap he completed. His strides became lighter and smoother, each step flowing into the next with surprising ease. It almost looked as if the ground itself were pushing him forward. Even so, Lucian's thoughts remained sharp, calm, and deliberate beneath that rushing motion. There was another reason he had obeyed without asking a single question. This run was not just simple training. It was an evaluation, a test to measure whether he had the qualifications to become a disciple, just like the tests he had once given during his previous life as a mercenary captain. Back then, he had used this very same method many times. Give a rookie a task that seemed ordinary, even meaningless, and then watch how they reacted. Their mindset, patience, and resolve would all reveal themselves naturally through that one simple order. Lucian had already shown his attitude. Now there was only one thing left for him to prove, his tenacity. He would keep running until his body finally gave out. And just like that, an hour passed. Lucian's brows drew together slightly as he continued moving. Something felt strange. He had been running without stopping for all that time, and yet fatigue still refused to come. Instead of exhaustion weighing him down, a strange lightness spread through his body. Every breath came easily, and every step felt almost weightless, as if his body had forgotten what strain was supposed to feel like. His speed rose even further, until faint afterimages began trailing behind him like flickering shadows left in the air. It made no sense at all. He had done nothing special to rebuild his body except consume mass-produced nectar, and recently, his only real activity had been light walks. By all normal logic, he should have been drenched in sweat by now. From above, Aizen's expression gradually began to change. The run had originally been meant only to check Lucian's general condition. Aizen had expected very little from him in terms of raw physical ability, yet not a single drop of sweat could be seen on Lucian's skin. His breathing remained steady, as calm as the surface of a still lake. Aizen had seen trained knights struggle to maintain mana output at this intensity, and yet Lucian showed no sign of strain. A flicker of concern passed through Aizen's eyes. Could it be? Without wasting another moment, Aizen descended to the training ground and called out firmly, "Stop! End the run here." Lucian halted immediately and turned back toward him, clear confusion showing on his face. "Huh? Did something happen?" Aizen stared at him, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Third young master, I have one question for you. The method you used earlier this morning to calm your body and mind, that was circulation, not meditation, correct?" Lucian nodded without hiding it. "If you are referring to what I did in the indoor training hall, then yes, it was circulation. There is nothing better for clearing one's thoughts." The moment Lucian answered so casually, Aizen froze. A thin sheen of sweat formed along Aizen's brow. His suspicion had been correct after all. He stepped closer, keeping his voice firm but controlled. "Forgive me, but I must examine your physical condition. Even if something feels strange, do not move." Aizen placed a hand on Lucian's shoulder and carefully guided his mana into the young master's body. Slowly and meticulously, he began tracing the internal flow. With the precision of a master craftsman inspecting a priceless blade, Aizen followed the pathways of Lucian's circulation one by one. Several moments passed in heavy silence. Then Aizen's eyes widened with disbelief, as though he feared the truth his own examination had just confirmed. Lucian had already reached the very end of circulation, the absolute limit that most martial artists spent their entire lives chasing. But the discovery did not stop there. Aizen's thoughts halted for a moment. What exactly was this? What lay within Lucian was not merely the perfected state Aizen himself had once attained. It stretched even beyond that. The sensation was so vast that it almost overwhelmed him. It felt like standing before an endless ocean with no horizon in sight, or beneath a roaring waterfall powerful enough to swallow the world whole. The flow inside this child was not simply complete. It was still expanding, pushing outward into a realm Aizen himself had never touched. Lucian was not walking a known road. He was opening an entirely new path. Sir Aizen took the third young master's hands and examined them in silence, his fingers pressing lightly along the veins, as he sensed the smooth and powerful flow moving beneath the skin. His sharp eyes narrowed as he processed what he was feeling. Then, in a low voice, he asked when this had first begun. The sudden question caught Lucian off guard. He had expected training and instruction, not a look of doubt from his master. Before Lucian could answer, Aizen asked again, this time more directly. "When exactly did you reach the end of circulation?" Lucian's expression went blank. The end of circulation? He did not understand what Aizen meant by that, so he asked him to explain more clearly. Aizen responded calmly, telling Lucian that he had just examined the condition of his body. The purity of Lucian's mana was like fresh snow spread across a winter field, clean and untouched by the slightest impurity. The internal structure of his body allowed mana to move with perfect efficiency, like a water wheel turning without even the smallest resistance. This was not ordinary talent. It was a level only a handful of martial artists could reach after devoting their entire lives to cultivation. Lucian kept his expression steady, but his thoughts began moving rapidly. From the very beginning, he had always sensed that something about his circulation was unusual. It had felt too smooth to be natural. Still, hearing that truth confirmed by a sword saint made his heart tighten. His condition was far closer to perfection than he had ever imagined. And if that was truly the case, then there was no longer any point in hiding it. Lucian had questions of his own about what was happening inside his body. Unless someone stood at the level of a sword saint, no one could properly explain his condition. Lowering his head slightly, Lucian decided to answer honestly. It had been about a month since he first began practicing circulation. From the very start, all of his mana paths had already been open. There had been no struggle, no resistance, and no barriers he needed to break through. Everything had flowed freely from the beginning. Aizen's eyes opened wider, and for a brief instant, clear shock passed across his usually composed face. Lucian went on, saying that everything he had heard about mana circulation made it sound painful and difficult. People spoke of veins burning from the inside, energy channels clogged with resistance, and pathways so damaged they felt almost broken. But for Lucian, none of those symptoms had ever appeared. From the very beginning, his mana had flowed through him smoothly, almost as if his body already knew the route and had simply been waiting for him to awaken it. A heavy silence settled between them. Aizen's thoughts moved rapidly beneath his calm expression. Even he had needed decades of discipline, pain, and relentless training before reaching such a level. And yet this young man had touched that same kind of state in only a single month. For the first time in a long while, Aizen found himself wondering if the ancient swordsman from old tales, the one said to split mountains and cut the sea itself apart, had not been exaggerations after all. Maybe talent that overwhelming truly did exist in the world. Maybe there really were people born with bodies made for the sword. After hesitating just long enough for Lucian to notice the change in his expression, Aizen finally spoke again. His voice came out low and heavy, carrying the seriousness of a man who understood exactly how bold his next words would sound. He said there was something he wished to ask, even though the question might come across as rude or disrespectful. Then Aizen asked it directly. Would Lucian be willing to abandon his position as a successor candidate of House Valdic? For a moment, the entire world seemed to stop around them. Lucian's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. He had never imagined those words would come from Aizen's mouth. Above their heads, the sky spread wide and bright, without a single shadow darkening it. A soft breeze drifted through the courtyard, carrying dry leaves as they scraped and tumbled across the stone ground. For a few seconds, everything around Lucian felt strangely far away, as though sound itself had been pushed into the distance. Aizen's request kept ringing in his ears. Give up the successor position. His confusion quickly twisted into unease, and that unease sharpened into fear. His voice grew tense as he demanded to know what Aizen meant. Aizen met Lucian's anxious stare and immediately understood the storm tearing through the young man's mind. Lucian was already imagining the worst. Was something wrong with his body? Was he unable to learn proper sword forms? Would the mana inside him one day turn against him? Lucian's thoughts began spiraling from one dreadful possibility to the next, each one darker than the last. But Aizen answered him with steady calm, saying it was the exact opposite. Lucian went still. The opposite. Aizen looked straight at him, his gaze firm and completely unwavering. Then, with absolute clarity, he told Lucian the truth. Lucian's body was an ideal vessel for the sword. It was not only capable of drawing out the full efficiency of both mana and physical strength. It held the potential to go even further, to step beyond the limits that most warriors could never even approach. If Lucian chose to devote his entire life to the sword and nothing else, then becoming the next sword saint would not be some impossible dream. For him, Aizen said that path would be within reach. Those words struck Lucian like a bolt of lightning. A sword saint. He slowly lowered his gaze to his own hands, staring at his fingers as he flexed them one by one, as if seeing his own body in a completely new light. Could he truly reach that realm? From the moment he awakened in this body, Lucian had known it was extraordinary. He had felt its balance, its natural power, and the flawless way mana moved through it. But hearing that it surpassed even his own expectations left him momentarily breathless. Until now, he had already considered himself incredibly fortunate simply to have inherited this body and the opportunity that came with it. After all, he had gained access to the ancient sword form known as the Lionheart Sword. Just that alone had been enough to change everything for him. Through the Lionheart Sword, Lucian believed he had finally found a road leading toward the height he had once longed for in his previous life. That alone had felt like a miracle beyond measure. Yet now Aizen was telling him there was an even greater peak waiting ahead. Not just mastery, not just excellence. The very pinnacle of the sword itself. But a road like that would demand everything from him. Talent, no matter how monstrous, would never be enough on its own. It required absolute focus, a life without distractions, and a heart that carried no divided loyalty. Lucian slowly raised his head and met the old swordsman's eyes. His voice was quiet, but it did not tremble as he asked if that was the real reason behind Aizen's request. Was it because he could not walk both roads at the same time? The path of House Valdic's successor and the path that led toward becoming a sword saint? Aizen nodded without the slightest hesitation. That was exactly right. To be more precise, the problem was time. Even though mana circulation still allowed him to stand straight and move with strength despite nearing 100 years of age, there was a limit he could not deny. Aizen could not ignore the slow decay already taking hold of his aging body. His sword was still sharp, and his power had not yet faded into weakness. But time was merciless. If he wanted to pass down everything he had mastered before death caught up to him, then the years he had left were already far too few. Even if the third son abandoned every other duty and focused only on the sword, the training schedule would still be painfully tight. Lucian's eyes widened slightly as that truth sank in. 8 years. If his memory was correct, that was all the time the Sword Saint had left before death finally claimed him. The realization settled heavily in Lucian's chest. Aizen was not exaggerating. There truly was almost no time left. In an ideal world, Lucian knew what he should do. He should accept the offer without hesitation and give himself completely to the blade. It was the kind of chance he had longed for across 2 lifetimes. The chance to chase the summit without restraint, to stand at the highest peak of swordsmanship, and to carve his name so deeply into history that no one could erase it. But the future Lucian remembered was not something that could be survived by strength alone. The coming years would plunge the world into chaos. Nations would collide, alliances would crack apart, and power would shift like sand beneath a violent storm. The ones who endured would not simply be the strongest fighters. They would be the ones with legitimacy, names that could command loyalty, positions that could gather armies, and authority that gave others a reason to rally behind them. Martial strength could win a battlefield. But strength by itself could never control the entire storm. This was the dream Lucian had once held closest to his heart, to pursue the ultimate realm of the sword and live for nothing but the blade. Yet dreams were not the only things that mattered anymore. Lucian lowered his head respectfully and apologized to Aizen. He said he wished to remain a Valdic until the very end. The offer was far greater than someone of his position deserved, and he was sincerely grateful for it. But even so, he could not accept. His voice stayed calm as he spoke, though something inside him tightened painfully with every word. Aizen watched him in silence for a long moment. Then the old swordsman released a quiet sigh and said that he was the one who ought to feel ashamed. Aizen murmured to himself, wondering what he had done in his youth to become so greedy in old age. Through the third son, it seemed he had been trying to leave something behind before his own time ran out. He wanted proof that his sword would not simply vanish with the passing years. Perhaps he had wanted to see the legacy he carried placed into hands worthy enough to bear it forward. Lucian did not answer right away. Aizen's quiet regret hung in the air between them, heavier than any argument could have been. Then Lucian carefully raised a question of his own. If, by some chance, there was another person with talent besides him, what would Aizen do then? Far away from that quiet courtyard, the scene shifted beneath the blazing sun to a wide field prepared for riding practice. Across the open land, a young nobleman drove his horse forward at full speed, cutting through the field with fearless momentum. The horse thundered over the ground, leaping cleanly across low wooden fences and weaving between scattered obstacles with practiced precision. Dust billowed up behind them in rolling clouds. The rider's posture remained sharp and confident, his hands steady on the reins as he controlled every movement with practiced ease. Behind him, a heavy-set butler was desperately trying to follow on foot, struggling with every step as the distance between them kept stretching. His face had turned red from the effort, and he shouted into the wind as he ran. The news about the third son had been confirmed. The rider yanked sharply on the reins, forcing the horse to come to an abrupt stop. He turned back with disbelief written clearly across his face. So those ridiculous rumors had actually been true. That fool had really been recognized as a new candidate in the succession. This young noble was Joshua Valdic, the fourth son of House Valdic. Joshua climbed down from his horse and took a towel, wiping the sweat from his face as his expression remained tight with irritation. The butler, still catching his breath, confirmed that everything matched the rumors. The Archduke had officially added the third son to the line of succession. And that was not all. Lucian was now receiving direct guidance from Sirius and had already begun formal training in swordsmanship. Joshua's expression darkened more and more as he listened. Lucian had become a serious obstacle. Even before this, gathering support had never been easy for him. With 2 older brothers already casting long shadows over him, Joshua had been forced to earn every ally carefully and persuade every neutral faction one by one. But now, those same people had another option to consider. His anger finally flared beyond control. Joshua snapped his arm out and threw the towel aside, letting his frustration show plainly across his face. Could Lucian not have just stayed tucked away in the corner of his room like he always had, quiet and harmless where no one had to think about him? Would it really have been so impossible for him to remain useless, silent, and out of Joshua's way? The butler quickly lowered his voice and urged Joshua to be careful with what he said. But that warning only poured more oil onto Joshua's anger. How was he supposed to stay calm when the fragile loyalty he had barely managed to gather could start shaking at any moment? Political support was no different from delicate glass held in trembling hands. The moment even one crack appeared, it could never be restored to its flawless original form. And the mere act of calling Lucian his brother was enough to make Joshua's blood burn with disgust. They had only been born a few months apart, a difference so small it should have meant nothing. Yet now, that tiny gap suddenly carried real weight. Joshua forced air into his lungs, trying to steady himself, because blind rage alone would not solve this problem. He lightly bit down on his nail, his mind racing as he realized he could not simply sit back and do nothing. There had to be a way to deal with this. Then, in the middle of that restless silence, an idea took shape, and his eyes grew sharp. Since Lucian had started learning swordsmanship, it would only be natural for him to need someone to spar with soon. After all, training with a blade could not continue forever without a proper opponent. Joshua turned his gaze toward the butler and gave a cold order, telling him to prepare 2 sharp swords at once. He did not mean wooden practice blades or harmless training weapons, but real live steel meant for actual combat. The butler froze on the spot, stunned by what he had just heard, while Joshua's lips slowly curved into a thin, controlled smile. All he needed was to teach his dear brother one simple lesson. The scene then shifts to Lucian standing with the sword saint. Lucian looks at him with a calm, steady expression and asks what he would do if someone with genuine talent were to appear before him. He adds that he does not mean himself. It might take some time to find that person, but this individual would be gifted enough to make up for the delay. He was speaking of someone with the kind of talent that could leave a scar on the sword saint's name, even 100 years into the future. When the sword saint hears those words, a faint smile slowly appears on his face. Then he answers in a gentle voice, carrying a tired softness beneath it, saying that his heart feels heavy, almost as if he is leaving behind a burden for someone else to carry. He tells the young master that he is already more than happy just knowing Lucian thinks so warmly of an old man like him. So he asks Lucian not to trouble himself with such matters any further, and with quiet sincerity, thanks him for his kind words. After hearing him speak, Lucian only answers softly, calling him sir, but deep inside, his thoughts continue moving far beyond that simple reply. Just as Lucian expected, the sword saint clearly believed the whole thing was nonsense. Even a famous swordsman would not be enough to catch his attention so easily. So it made sense that he would doubt Lucian's words, especially when those words came from someone who had only recently begun training, yet was already claiming that he could present him with a disciple. Even so, Lucian believed the sword saint could still look forward to it. If Lucian himself was a heaven-sent vessel acknowledged by the sword saint, then surely there had to be another person chosen by the heavens as well, someone born with a true gift for the sword. In truth, even though that person would have a frail body and his swordsmanship would still be far below others for now, his talent alone would one day allow him to become the very embodiment of the blade. He would become a figure who swept across the battlefield like a storm made of steel. Sword Demon Felix. In time, he would become Lucian's most powerful follower, and the disciple who would inherit everything the sword saint passed down. After some time passes, the scene changes once again. Lucian and Eisen have arrived at the training grounds. The air around them is calm, but there is a quiet tension hanging over the open space as Eisen begins speaking in a steady, instructive tone. He says that before they begin the lesson on swordsmanship styles, they should first check how much Lucian has improved. He instructs the young master to face the wooden training dummy in front of him. Eisen tells him to perform vertical, horizontal, and diagonal strikes. And if Lucian has truly practiced mana circulation, then he should also be able to control and manipulate mana through the sword. He carefully lays out every point Lucian needs to show, making sure no important detail is left unsaid. Then, after a short pause, he adds one final instruction. He tells Lucian to show him a strike infused with mana. Hearing that, Lucian quietly turns his thoughts inward. This would be the first time he had ever held a sword using Lucian's body, so he knew he had to control his strength carefully. But since Lucian had apparently studied swordsmanship before, that thought helped steady his mind a little. With that decision made, Lucian prepares himself, his fingers tightening firmly around the sword's hilt. His stance lowers and settles into place. Then, without a trace of hesitation, he brings the blade down in a clean vertical strike, making the wooden dummy tremble slightly from the impact. Right after that, he follows through with a precise horizontal slash, then a sharp diagonal cut, each movement connecting more smoothly and naturally than the one before it. At last, Lucian draws in a quiet breath and concentrates, letting mana flow into the blade in his hands. A powerful surge of energy begins gathering around him, but it is not only the sword that reacts to the force. A fierce light seems to flare inside his eyes as well, as though the energy itself is burning behind his gaze. In the very next instant, he steps forward and releases the final attack. The mana-filled blade cuts through the air with a force far beyond an ordinary swing. The training statue standing before him cannot endure the impact. It shakes violently from the blow before finally collapsing to the ground. Brought down by the sheer power behind Lucian's strike, the fallen training dummy lies at his feet as a faint smile slowly spreads across his face. At that moment, Lucian feels as if he has performed quite well, especially considering this was his very first attempt using this body. Inside, a quiet sense of satisfaction rises in him. Since this was his first try in Lucian's body, he admits to himself that his movements were still somewhat lacking. Even so, he wonders if his form was decent enough for a beginner, and whether Sir Eisen had expected anything more than that. A small flicker of doubt begins slipping into his mind, though he still believes his performance was fairly good. A short distance away, Eisen watches him closely, his gaze calm and unreadable, as if he is measuring something much deeper than simple technique. After a brief silence, Eisen finally speaks. He says he had suspected Lucian possessed ability, but once again, the young master has surprised him, if only for a fleeting second. Lucian feels a spark of pride rise in his chest at those words, but it is extinguished almost immediately by what comes next. Eisen states plainly that, to put it simply, the performance was pathetic, and the blunt judgment lands harder than any sword strike. Lucian's eyes widen in complete shock, his earlier confidence breaking apart in an instant. Unable to hide his disbelief, he asks what Eisen means by that. Eisen meets his gaze without hesitation, his expression unchanged, and tells him that he did not mishear. The Sword Saint continues in the same steady voice, mercilessly honest. He says he does not know the reason, but terrible habits are clouding every swing Lucian makes. By ignoring the fundamentals, his sword resembles that of a mercenary desperately struggling just to survive. He explains that Lucian is focusing only on power and speed, while there is no proper balance between his body and his mana. Because of that imbalance, even a sharp sword becomes dull in his hands, and openings appear in every movement he makes. Then Eisen goes even further, asking how long Lucian thinks it took him to coat the blade in mana during that final blow. Lucian listens carefully, each word pressing down on him with increasing weight. After a short pause, Lucian gives an honest answer. He says that since he was channeling mana into the sword, it seemed to take around 1 or 2 seconds. Upon hearing this, Eisen repeats those words back to him in a low, pointed tone. Eisen quietly repeats the 1 to 2 seconds Lucian had mentioned so casually, letting the weight of those words hang in the air. Lucian blinks in confusion, unable to immediately understand why such a short delay could matter so much. Before Lucian can fully process what he means, Eisen suddenly lifts his wooden sword and points it straight toward him. The movement is sharp, deliberate, and controlled, as if he wants Lucian to feel just how dangerous even 1 or 2 careless seconds can truly become. Eisen's wooden blade remains fixed steadily at Lucian's throat, close enough to make the warning impossible to ignore. Then he finishes in a calm voice, telling him that this amount of time is more than enough for an enemy to kill him. His voice is not loud, and there is no anger in his expression. But that calmness only makes the truth sink in even deeper. Eisen tells him that this lesson must begin with understanding the weight of that burden. An enemy would never let such an opening pass by. As Lucian feels the wooden sword's tip resting lightly against his neck, the realization finally hits him. He had not even sensed when Eisen moved, and that cold fact echoes sharply through his mind. He had not noticed anything until the blade was already touching his neck. The thought makes him feel foolish, and a deeper chill follows right after. He could have died without even realizing his head had fallen, and yet somehow, he is still thinking with frightening calm. Fragments of old memories begin to rise in his mind, pieces of battles, brushes with death, and moments where survival had balanced on the thinnest edge. Between staying alive and being defeated, the difference could be nothing more than a single heartbeat, or 1 careless second. Slowly, Lucian lowers his gaze in acknowledgement before looking up again with a much more serious expression. He firmly says that he will keep Aizen's words in mind, and that before anything else, he will correct both his bad habits and his mindset. In front of him, Aizen watches quietly, measuring not only Lucian's skill, but the resolve now forming behind his eyes. After hearing Lucian's determination, Aizen speaks once more, his voice firm and unwavering. He tells the young master that even a naturally talented body cannot accomplish everything, and that physical strength alone will never be enough to defeat an experienced mana user. He continues by explaining that if the body cannot properly support the mana, then all that energy will simply be wasted and create openings. And on a battlefield, those openings are nothing less than an invitation for death. Every word carries the heaviness of experience as Aizen explains how to draw out the sword's true power. As he speaks, mana begins rising from his blade, not wildly or explosively, but with a smooth current-like flow beneath perfect control. The air around him tightens as the energy gathers, and he states that internal strength and external strength may be different, but they must move together as one single flow. Aizen says true greatness is born from harmony. The moment those words leave his mouth, he steps forward and releases a mana-charged strike toward the training dummy. At first glance, the attack looks almost ordinary, clean and simple, without a single unnecessary motion. For a brief moment, it even seems as if nothing has happened at all, and the dummy remains standing there completely untouched. Then, without the slightest warning, the entire dummy collapses into fine dust. The particles scatter through the air as if the target had never truly been solid in the first place. Aizen calmly lowers his sword and turns his steady gaze back to Lucian. He tells the young master that this is the path of the sword he must walk from now on. A few days later, the training continues in a new scene. Inside the training hall, the swordsmen have locked themselves in for another grueling round of practice. The session is intense from the very beginning, and the atmosphere feels heavy, filled with the sharp, repeated echoes of blades clashing against one another. At the center of the hall, Lucian and the Sword Saint continue their practice. Aizen speaks firmly, his voice calm yet commanding, instructing the third young master that the flow of mana must never be interrupted. He explains that just as training the body allows each movement to become precise, mana control must also be refined until it can reach that same level of accuracy. Aizen's words remain steady, each one carrying the weight of long experience. In front of him, Lucian is clearly struggling, forcing his body to keep up while exchanging blows with a master far beyond him. Their swords collide again as Lucian launches another attack, only for Aizen to block it effortlessly. Without missing a beat, Aizen continues his lesson as if the exchange itself is part of the explanation. He tells Lucian that when reinforcing the entire body with mana, he must still leave enough power to circulate separately, so it can be released in the right place at the right moment. Aizen's blade moves with flawless precision, every motion controlled and every strike calculated. Lucian grits his teeth, gathers his strength, and then unleashes an incredibly powerful attack, driving all of his force forward. The force behind Lucian's blow is overwhelming, yet the Sword Saint calmly blocks it and redirects its energy straight back toward him. With that single exchange, Aizen displays complete dominance over both swordsmanship and mana control, and as the clash settles, his unwavering voice continues. He tells Lucian that only when all of these factors mesh together into proper balance will he truly understand the power of the sword. Lucian lands skillfully a short distance away, managing to keep himself from being completely thrown off. Even under that immense pressure, Lucian steadies his stance. Sweat runs down his face, his breathing rough, but he raises his sword again and prepares himself for the next exchange. Across the hall from him, the Sword Saint stands in silence. His blade now radiates an immense and terrifying energy, far stronger than before, and even the air around him seems to tremble beneath it. With sharp focus in his eyes, Aizen declares that Lucian must now apply what he has just learned and try to defend himself. Then he adds that this time, they will introduce a slightly more advanced step. With those words, master and disciple face each other once again, and the tension between them rises as the next stage of training is about to begin. Immediately after that, the Sword Saint suddenly moves from his position with unbelievable speed. His body shifts so quickly that his movement becomes almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Aizen appears directly in front of Lucian. In a firm and composed voice, he tells him to consider the enemy's speed and movements, then respond with the appropriate amount of force. At the same time, a powerful aura surges out from Aizen's body, making the air around him feel heavy and sharp. He raises his sword in one smooth motion, and in the very next instant, releases an extremely powerful and terrifying attack. As Lucian sees that monstrous wave of energy rushing toward him, his mind begins racing. Even in that critical moment, he remembers the core of Sir Aizen's teachings. He thinks to himself that the essence of Sir Aizen's instruction lies in naturalness, moving like the flow of water. And while that thought passes through his mind, the attack is already closing in dangerously fast. Even so, Lucian's thoughts continue moving at high speed. Through that flow, he can overcome the gap, reduce the loss of power, and draw out the greatest possible force. He tells himself not to be overwhelmed and to look straight at the attack. With that realization, Lucian gathers every bit of strength inside him, and mana bursts from his body, surging violently as he concentrates it into his blade. Lucian steps forward and launches his own attack straight ahead. Their swords collide head-on, and the instant the blades meet, an explosive shockwave erupts from the impact. The force released from that clash is immense and destructive, shaking the entire training hall as if the room itself might come apart. On the other side of the clash, the Sword Saint watches Lucian with calm eyes. From his expression alone, it looks as though he has not used even the slightest bit of true strength. Lucian, however, is the complete opposite. His whole body is visibly strained as he struggles just to block the overwhelming power pressing down on him. After holding the clash for a brief moment, the Sword Saint finally pulls his blade back and lowers it. His voice returns to its usual composed tone. He says they can end today's training there, and tells Lucian to engrave the sensation he felt today deep into his body. The Sword Saint looks at Lucian one last time and calmly says that doing just that will be enough to make him a first-rate swordsman. Hearing those words, Lucian cannot help but smile. His body is exhausted, his breathing is heavy, and his arms are still trembling from the intensity of their clash. Even while he struggles to steady himself, there is clear satisfaction in his eyes, the kind that only comes after pushing himself past his limits. Lucian then lowers his head respectfully and thanks Aizen for the lesson. With that, the day's training officially comes to an end. The servants quickly begin clearing the training hall, which has suffered heavy damage from the violent shockwaves and powerful collisions, with broken tiles, cracked walls, and scattered debris spread everywhere. One servant looks around at the ruined hall in disbelief and mutters, wondering just what kind of training Lucian had gone through. Another servant glances worriedly in Lucian's direction and quietly asks whether the young master will be all right. The scene then shifts to Lucian, who is sitting alone off to the side, quietly trying to recover from the brutal training. Lucian's condition is clearly awful. His clothes are soaked through with sweat, his muscles throb with pain, and every breath leaving his chest feels heavy and strained. Even so, there is a strange calm resting on his face, as if his mind has already accepted this exhaustion. Somehow, he thinks to himself he managed to survive today's training as well. It almost feels absurd, but Aizen's harsh methods are clearly meant to tear away the bad habits he carried over from his past life. And if this is what it takes to correct those flaws, then there is nothing he can do except endure it and keep moving forward. Lucian closes his eyes for a brief moment, quietly going back over everything he just experienced. Because of that brutal training, he can feel himself grasping the sensation much faster than before. The more he watches Aizen, the more deeply impressed he becomes. Aizen keeps creating dangerous situations perfectly matched to Lucian's current level, then gives him precise instructions that pull the correct reaction out of him at the exact moment it is needed. That is something far easier to say than to actually do. Unless Aizen could see through Lucian's body, its condition, its limits, and even its weaknesses, such training would be impossible. Lucian slightly clenches his fist, still feeling the lingering trace of mana circulating through his body. He may only be entrusting himself to Aizen's guidance for now, but he can clearly feel his own growth through every aching muscle and every breath. Until now, Lucian had believed that the secret forms and refined techniques of excellent swordsmanship were the only true path toward reaching a higher realm. But today's training has made him realize something much deeper. Real strength is not only about mastering techniques, but about rebuilding the foundation itself, breaking apart old flaws and reshaping everything from the core. He had never thought this deeply about balance, reserve power, and flow before. As Lucian lowers his gaze, a quiet thought begins to echo through his mind. What truly mattered had been inside him all along, and if only he had understood these teachings back in his past life, things might have been different. For a brief instant, faint images from his previous life flash before his eyes, blurred battlefields rising out of memory like shadows. Unfinished duels, chances he failed to seize, and the crushing regret of never reaching the height he once desperately chased all passed through his mind. Those memories feel distant, yet painfully clear at the same time. Then, little by little, Lucian's awareness returns to the present. He exhales slowly and continues thinking. If he had learned this sooner, perhaps he could have at least exchanged a few proper blows back then. Ending things like this today feels a little shameful to him. As that thought lingers, he wonders whether there might be a perfect opponent for him somewhere. Then a certain person comes to mind. But before Lucian can fully settle on that thought, the sound of footsteps echoes through the training hall. The fourth young master has arrived. Joshua walks forward with confident steps, then offers a slight bow as if every movement has been carefully polished. He greets Aizen respectfully, asking whether he has been well, and introduces himself as his disciple, Joshua. Aizen answers in his usual composed tone, welcoming the fourth young master before asking what has brought him here so unexpectedly. He adds that he is currently training the third young master, so if Joshua has something to say to this old man, he should come back later. Joshua simply gives a faint smile and shakes his head. He says there is no need for that. Aizen's eyes narrow slightly as he asks if the reason Joshua came here is exactly what he suspects. Joshua calmly replies that Aizen is correct. Since his brother has finally opened his closed doors and committed himself to training, he believes this is an important moment. As the younger brother who began learning first, Joshua says he wants to help with Lucian's training. Then his gaze shifts toward Lucian, a subtle spark of competition gleaming in his eyes as he asks what he thinks. Brother Lucian, the perfect opponent, has just walked in on his own. The air inside the training hall changes at once. What had been quiet exhaustion only moments ago now turns into sharp tension, and Lucian slowly raises his head. The entire training ground falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as knights, guards, and attendants stand frozen in place, their eyes fixed on the unfolding situation while they wait for Aizen's response. The atmosphere has become far too serious for an ordinary training session. It feels as though something far more important is about to happen. Slowly, Aizen turns toward the fourth young master, his expression tightening as he demands an explanation. Confusion is clear in his voice as he questions why the third young master has suddenly been dragged into this. Joshua lowers his gaze with perfect courtesy, presenting the image of a respectful younger disciple. His voice remains calm and composed as he explains that certain training methods require sparring. He says sparring is useful for improving the practical use of mana. Then, when he lifts his head again, a bright and seemingly innocent smile appears on his face as he offers himself as Lucian's opponent. Turning toward Lucian, Joshua speaks with carefully measured humility, saying that recent circumstances have left him with very few chances to interact with his brothers. He claims that moments like this are precious opportunities for them to grow closer while improving their skills. Placing one hand over his chest, he admits that his approach may seem rude, but insists that it comes from sincerity, and respectfully asks for permission. Lucian remains silent while Joshua speaks. His head tilts slightly downward, making it seem as though he is listening without any visible reaction. But deep inside, a faint smile begins to form. To Lucian, the children of this household are remarkably talented when it comes to twisting their words into something that serves their own purpose. Joshua's explanation sounds noble on the surface, but the intention hidden beneath it is painfully easy to see. Lucian's gaze drifts toward Joshua's side, where a real sword has been carefully wrapped in cloth. His thoughts sharpen in an instant. Bringing a real blade against someone who has barely trained for a week leaves almost no room for doubt. Joshua's goal is clear. He wants to crush his weak older brother in front of everyone and use that victory to strengthen his own position within the family. Lucian slowly raises his eyes and meets Joshua's smiling face. The challenge has been dressed up as an offer of help, which makes refusing it difficult without creating consequences. So Lucian carefully weighs the situation. If Aizen acknowledges this spar, then the match will carry real meaning. And if Lucian backs down now, Aizen, who has already been pressuring him to withdraw from the succession, would be placed in an awkward position. After a brief pause, Lucian steps forward. That one simple movement immediately draws every pair of eyes in the hall toward him. With a calm expression, Lucian asks Aizen to accept Joshua's proposal. Aizen's eyes widen slightly in surprise. He clearly did not expect the third young master to agree so easily. Lucian makes a light gesture as he explains his reasoning. He says that his younger brother's enthusiasm for training is admirable, but such disrespectful behavior cannot simply be overlooked. As he speaks, his gaze shifts directly toward Joshua. If that is the case, Lucian says, then he will personally teach his immature younger brother a lesson. At those words, Joshua's expression stiffens. Lucian's calm statement strikes straight at Joshua's pride. Anger flares inside him, but he forces it down, keeping his face from openly twisting. Lucian continues in the same steady voice, telling Joshua that this will be the last time such childish behavior is tolerated. If he causes further trouble, it will only place Aizen in a difficult position. As the exchange continues, Aizen watches the brothers carefully. He understands Joshua's intentions completely, yet the third young master has chosen to walk straight into the trap rather than avoid it. After thinking for a moment, Aizen grants permission, but only under strict conditions. The spar will happen once, and if it becomes dangerous, he will stop it immediately. Both brothers place their hands over their chests and agree to Aizen's terms. Lucian then turns toward Joshua with a calm smile and suggests that they have a proper sparring match. As he finishes speaking, Lucian casually pats Joshua on the shoulder. That simple gesture irritates Joshua at once, and although he forces out a laugh in response, the annoyance on his face is impossible to completely hide. A little later, Lucian, Joshua, and Aizen stand together at the center of the training ground. Aizen steps forward between the two brothers and announces the rules in a clear, steady voice. He makes it clear that this is not a fight meant to injure one another, but a sparring match intended to test how far each of them has progressed. Then Aizen turns his attention to Lucian and reminds him that this will be his very first spar. Because of that, Lucian should focus on learning from the exchange rather than obsessing over victory. After that, Aizen shifts his gaze to Joshua, reminding him that as the one with more experience in swordsmanship, he carries the responsibility to act with proper dignity. Finally, Aizen addresses both brothers at once, instructing them to conduct themselves in a way that upholds the honor of House Veldic. The signal will begin once both of them draw their swords. That moment finally arrives, and the sound of steel sliding free from its sheath cuts through the air as the two brothers raise their blades into position. The tension thickens in an instant. Joshua fixes his eyes on Lucian, frustration simmering beneath his stare, while the name Lucian Veldic echoes in his mind with growing irritation. He cannot understand when his older brother started acting like a proper elder. Every word Lucian says seems to remind Joshua that he is the younger one, and that constant reminder scrapes painfully against his pride. To Joshua, the difference between them is nothing more than a slightly earlier birth. And yet Lucian keeps behaving as if that small gap places him far above him. Joshua tightens his grip around the sword until his knuckles begin turning pale. Fine then. If Lucian wants to act superior, this spar will settle everything. By the time it ends, Joshua intends to strip away every bit of that confidence, and his anger burns so fiercely that even his reflection on the blade looks distorted. In Joshua's mind, today will prove who truly stands above the other. Across from him, Lucian quietly studies Joshua's expression, and even when facing actual enemies, he has rarely seen emotion so raw and uncontrolled. Lucian adjusts his grip, feeling the cold, familiar weight of the sword settling into his hand. It has already been 2 months since he last held a sword properly like this. For a brief moment, memories from his previous life rise to the surface, memories of ruthless battles where survival and victory mattered far more than honor. A faint smile touches his lips, but today is different. Today, he is not standing here as the man he used to be. He is standing here as the third young master of House Veldic. His gaze briefly moves toward Aizen. If he uses techniques from his past life, the Sword Saint will undoubtedly notice, so Lucian quietly reminds himself to stay cautious. Joshua may be arrogant, but in the end, he is still a child, and more than that, he is now Lucian's younger brother. So Lucian decides he will restrain himself within reason. That decision falls apart the moment Joshua suddenly lets out a mocking laugh. Joshua glances around the training ground and taunts Lucian, asking where all his earlier confidence has gone now that real swords are involved. He goes on to say that accidents can happen in actual sparring, but only when both sides are evenly matched. If Lucian is afraid, Joshua suggests they can switch to wooden swords instead. Lucian watches him in silence. Then, without saying a single word, he discards the thought of holding back for the sake of a disobedient younger brother. A proper beating may be the only kind of lesson Joshua will actually understand. Joshua's irritation deepens as Lucian's calm tone once again reminds him of his place as the youngest. His eyes widen with anger, and without waiting any longer, he steps forward and lowers himself into a combat stance. In the next instant, Joshua bursts forward, charging straight toward Lucian with fury blazing in his eyes. Lucian raises his sword and forms a defensive cross in front of himself. His mind stays completely calm as he begins analyzing Joshua's movement. Joshua has clearly received proper training. His fundamentals are solid, and that alone means he cannot be carelessly underestimated. At the same time, Lucian realizes that most of his own mana has already been drained away by his earlier practice with Aizen. Even so, Joshua's lack of real battle experience is painfully obvious. The fact that he fell for such a simple provocation proves it. Lucian shifts his stance, sliding his rear leg back into position. Mana quietly gathers around it as he applies Aizen's teachings, concentrating his power with precise control while Joshua continues rushing in. Then, in a single explosive instant, blue mana bursts from Lucian's back leg. His body shoots forward with terrifying speed. He vanishes from where he had been standing, leaving streaks of blue light behind him as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. That sudden burst of speed shocks everyone watching the match. Aizen's eyes widen in surprise, and even the guards around the training ground freeze in disbelief. Joshua barely has time to react before Lucian appears directly in front of him. Lucian raises his sword high over his head. In that brief moment, he decides to seize complete control of the fight, and his blade comes crashing down in a powerful vertical strike. Joshua instinctively looks upward, barely managing to respond as the attack descends toward him. Lucian's voice cuts coldly through the air, warning Joshua to grit his teeth and block it, unless he wants his jaw shattered by the impact. In the very next instant, steel collides with deafening force. The entire training ground rings with the thunderous clash of their first strike. News of the duel soon spreads through the family estate like wildfire, slipping through corridors, echoing across marble halls, and finding its way into every whispered conversation. Inside the mansion, a group of servants gathers in a quiet corner, their voices lowered but buzzing with excitement. One servant leans closer and asks if the others have heard what happened, while another blinks in confusion and asks what he means. The first servant glances around cautiously before revealing the rumor that young Master Lucian had completely overwhelmed young Master Joshua, and the words hang in the air between them. Not far away, several maids continue with their duties, though their attention is clearly nowhere near their work. They whisper and giggle among themselves, unable to hide their amusement, as one maid covers her mouth and laughs softly. She says that the fourth young master entered the duel overflowing with confidence, only to leave looking utterly miserable. Another maid adds that when she first heard the story, she nearly cried from laughing so hard. With every retelling, the tale grows more dramatic. Each person adds a little more force to it, making the story louder, sharper, and more exaggerated as it passes from mouth to mouth. And at the center of all those spreading rumors is Yuko, moving through the estate with perfect timing. Wherever he goes, he shares the story with enthusiasm, bringing every detail to life as if he witnessed it all himself. At one point, Angus approaches him and remarks that the timing could not have been better. He has already heard whispers that even the Sword Saint acknowledged Lucian's talent. Yuko then leans in closer, as though he is about to reveal a forbidden truth, and says that since the story has already spread this far, he might as well tell them what really happened. But he warns them that it is strictly confidential, which naturally only makes the rumor spread even faster. Before long, Angus begins retelling the story with even greater excitement, describing how Lucian utterly crushed Joshua and casually took his sword as if it were nothing, leaving everyone present frozen in complete shock. Meanwhile, far away from all the noise and chatter, Lucian stands quietly by the window inside his room. A faint hum slips from his lips as he gazes outside, his expression calm and almost indifferent. He knows very well that rumors are storming through the mansion, and a subtle smile slowly forms on his face. It is the perfect day for rumors like these to spread. As Lucian stands by the window, his thoughts drift back to the duel. He could still clearly picture Joshua looking up at him from below. Fear spread across his face as he desperately called him brother only after he had been driven into a corner. At that moment, Lucian had lifted his sword high above him, his gaze cold and his expression completely unyielding. So now Lucian had said in a sharp voice, "I am your brother. Only when you have nowhere left to run." And with those words, his blade came crashing down in a powerful vertical strike. Joshua panicked at once, shouting apologies and calling out Brother Lucian again and again. But by then, it was already far too late to stop what was coming. Lucian's strike landed cleanly, cutting straight through the weapon Joshua had raised to defend himself. The blade split apart and shattered into two pieces. Lucian slowly lowered his own sword, looking down at Joshua with quiet authority as he warned him never to try something like that again. Next time, Lucian told him the result would be far uglier. That warning alone was enough to break Joshua's strength, and his legs gave out beneath him as he collapsed to his knees, trembling. Lucian looked down at him with a faint, grim smile and told him to learn his place. If he understood, then he should nod. Joshua immediately nodded in response. He nodded again and again, completely swallowed by fear and unable to do anything else. Back in the present, Lucian's gaze moved away from the window and settled on the document resting on the table. That should be enough to keep the troublesome young masters quiet for a while. With the internal tension temporarily suppressed, Lucian turned his attention toward a far more urgent matter, the issue surrounding Marcus Rogrand's house. Not long after, that same document was placed beneath the Duke's hand as Lucian and his father sat together in the garden. The Duke studied the paper in silence for a moment, his eyes moving across its contents before he finally lifted his gaze toward Lucian. "So this is the letter you received from Yuko," he said. Lucian nodded calmly and explained that within a week, Yuko was expected to meet someone from the Logran faction in the Vestra territory. At the mention of that place, the Duke's brows tightened slightly. The Vestra territory. He tapped one finger lightly against the table as he thought it over. Although the territory had lost much of its former importance, it was still dangerously close to Kalovitz. "Preposterous," he muttered under his breath. Lucian agreed, explaining that the location had most likely been chosen for that very reason, because it sat in a blind spot that could slip past the Duke's notice. The Duke fell silent for a short moment, then looked directly at Lucian. He asked him to state his real reason for bringing this matter to him, reminding Lucian that he had entrusted the entire affair to him. Lucian answered without hesitation. He needed power. The Duke raised an eyebrow at once, repeating the word back to him. "What kind of power?" he asked. Lucian met his father's gaze without looking away. "Catching a beast in a trap," Lucian replied, "does not mean I have the proper tools to finish it." His meaning was unmistakably clear. The Duke leaned back slightly, understanding immediately. "So," he said, "you came to the person who possesses those tools." He studied Lucian carefully before adding that it was a rational choice. However, for someone who claimed he wanted to prove himself, it sounded as though Lucian was relying on his father's authority. Would people truly view the result as Lucian's own achievement? Lucian remained quiet as the Duke continued, his voice growing firmer. "The Duke said that a man earns his reputation by bringing down his prey with his own strength. If he cannot do that, then the result is nothing more than a half-finished achievement." He had given Lucian both the authority and the opportunity to handle this matter on his own, and yet Lucian had chosen the safer path. Suddenly, the Duke struck the table with his hand and demanded to know whether this was truly the best Lucian could do. Lucian lowered his gaze briefly, carefully considering his answer. Then he looked up again, calm and unwavering. "If that path guaranteed success," he said, "then he would take it without hesitation." His voice did not shake in the slightest. The royal road his father spoke of was only open to those with overwhelming power. Everyone else had no choice but to walk through the shadows beneath it. Calling reckless bravery courage was nothing more than arrogance. Even if it succeeded, it would still be reckless, and if it failed, everything would be lost. Lucian paused for a moment, then added thoughtfully that, to him, the essence of a hunt was not the act of killing itself. What truly mattered was what the hunter was trying to protect. As he spoke, Lucian reached out and gently plucked a nearby flower, holding it between his fingers. If he could remove the threat completely, why should it matter if others called the achievement half-baked? That said, Lucian added, he had no intention of pretending to be some kind of saint either. If the person meant to receive the credit could one day no longer even draw their bow, then the one destined to inherit that credit would already be decided. The Duke listened in silence. Then, after a moment, he let out a quiet chuckle and turned his attention back to his cup. "That answer was sufficient," he said. He remarked that he could not remember the last time someone had spoken to him that way, and he certainly had not expected it to come from Lucian. A faint smile touched his lips. "That was a good answer, Lucian." A small sense of relief settled inside Lucian, but the Duke was not finished speaking yet. The Duke said that a man must have conviction in the path he chooses. If he falters just because of a single word, then he will never accomplish anything. Lucian asked whether this had been a test, and the Duke confirmed it without hesitation. He wanted to see whether Lucian would waver under pressure and authority. Hesitating was understandable when someone did not know the answer, he said. But no one would follow a person who could not protect his own convictions. Such a person was unfit to lead and unworthy of being called a man. Lucian reflected quietly, realizing that he had suspected as much from the beginning. There were no shortcuts when dealing with his father. Even so, this conversation had gone well enough. When Lucian tried to ask about support for the operation, the Duke cut him off before he could continue. "It is father," the Duke corrected calmly. Then he went on, saying that he would give Lucian the tools he needed, but a large force would draw too much attention. The Rogrand faction would move quietly. They would act with a small elite group, and Lucian would have to do the same. Lucian nodded in agreement and requested a few skilled knights from within the family. The Duke looked at him for a moment before answering that he would lend him the Black Lions. The Duke leaned forward slightly, his voice carrying a heavy weight. If Lucian wanted to understand the true burden of the one who sat in that seat, then he should go and experience it for himself. 1 week later, Vestra stood as nothing more than a hollow remnant of what it had once been. The city had long since lost its purpose, its streets resting empty beneath a heavy silence while its buildings slowly crumbled after years of neglect, even though it remained dangerously close to Kalovitz. There was no real worth left in this place anymore. No resources to exploit, no living presence to protect, nothing that could still justify keeping it alive. Vestra had once been prepared as a reserve city, but after being left behind by time, only the occasional passing vanguard ever bothered to set foot there. Now, calling it a city almost felt wrong. It was closer to a graveyard made of stone and silence. The air hung too still, so quiet it became unsettling, as if the emptiness itself had been shaped for secrets that were never meant to be seen. Lucian and Hugo moved through the abandoned streets, their steps giving off faint echoes against the cracked stone road. As they walked, Lucian's eyes swept calmly from building to building, quickly catching the most obvious detail of all. There wasn't a single person anywhere in sight. Something about that silence felt wrong. Even for a forgotten place like this, it was far too quiet. Hugo seemed to notice the unease in Lucian's gaze, and without waiting to be questioned, he explained that Vestra had lost its strategic value long ago. That was precisely the reason this place had been selected. No one paid attention to it. No one would interfere here. For setting a trap, there could hardly be a better location. As they continued deeper into the deserted city, Hugo finally could not suppress the question that had been pressing on him. He glanced toward Lucian, his voice edged with sharp curiosity, and demanded to know how Lucian had managed to see through the plan with such terrifying precision. Lucian stopped briefly, then let out a low, amused laugh, as if the answer was hardly worth making a fuss over. He remarked that even Hans had known nothing about it, which meant Hugo's attempts to keep everything hidden had been completely useless in front of him. But Lucian did not continue from there. Instead, he let the matter drop with an almost careless ease, brushing the question aside as though it had no importance right now. He said he would explain it later. For the moment, there were more urgent matters waiting in front of them. Before anything else, they needed to focus on the prey that was about to enter their net. Lucian's gaze shifted forward, calm on the surface but sharpened like a drawn blade, and he asked whether the trap had been prepared properly. Hugo answered without hesitation. Everything inside the plant had been arranged exactly according to plan. The layout, the goods, even the smallest details that had been included in the false reports had all been carefully reproduced. From the outside, nothing would seem strange, and there would be no easy opening for suspicion. Their target would step inside without holding back or doubting a thing. Everything was already in place. The only remaining factor was the reinforcements. Then Lucian's next question came from an unexpected angle. He asked Hugo whether relying on his father's support bothered him. For a brief moment, the question clearly caught Hugo off guard, but he soon shook his head and denied it. He knew exactly how much was riding on this operation, and he understood that this mission was not something they could afford to fail. Even so, when his eyes dropped toward his own hand, a faint trace of frustration appeared on his face. In a quieter voice, he admitted the truth he had been holding inside. He simply was not strong enough yet. If only he had been stronger. Then this entire accomplishment could have belonged to Lucian alone, without needing to borrow anyone else's strength. Lucian listened in silence, never interrupting him. Then, without making the moment heavy, he reached out and placed one hand on Hugo's shoulder. He accepted that feeling, but warned Hugo not to let impatience swallow him. They had only just begun walking this path, and losing their direction now would only delay them further. Strength did not appear overnight, and Hugo still had a long road ahead of him. Then, with a completely casual tone, Lucian added that he assumed Hugo was already around 30. The air seemed to freeze at once. Hugo's expression barely moved, but the mood between them changed instantly. In a flat voice, he corrected him. He was 23. A short, awkward silence followed. Lucian stood there with embarrassment written plainly across his face, while Hugo stared forward with a blank expression. Then Hugo pointed out, without any softness in his tone, that 30 was still a long way off, and their age difference was not even that large to begin with. Lucian awkwardly tried to smooth over what he had just said, but Hugo cut him off immediately, making it clear that any further explanation would only dig the hole deeper. The uncomfortable tension hung there for a moment before Lucian quietly let it pass and turned his attention back to the area around them. His senses tightened as he scanned the silent streets. The scheduled meeting time was drawing close, yet there was still no visible sign of the reinforcements they were supposed to receive. Then, without the slightest warning, A voice sliced through the silence and called out to the third young master. Lucian and Hugo both reacted at the exact same instant. Hugo drew his sword in one smooth, practiced motion, turning sharply toward the source of the voice with every intention of striking first. But the attack never had the chance to land. Before Hugo could even complete his movement, a man appeared within arm's reach and caught the blade with his bare hand. His motion was so clean and precise it almost felt unreal, and the pressure rolling from him was heavy enough to overwhelm the air around them. In a cold voice stripped of emotion, the man commented that Hugo was far too slow. Hugo's body stiffened, shock flashing through him at once. He tried to yank his sword back, but the weapon would not move at all. The hand gripping it was absolute, completely unshakable. For the first time, Hugo felt it with painful clarity. He was being fully suppressed. No matter how much strength Hugo put into his arms, he could not make the blade shift even slightly. The realization struck him hard. This man was overpowering him without effort. Before the situation could grow any more dangerous, Lucian calmly stepped between them. His voice remained even as he told Hugo that the man standing before them was not an enemy. Hugo hesitated for a moment, but little by little, he lowered his guard. Confusion still remained in his eyes, but Lucian had already stepped forward. His gaze sharpened, steady and unyielding, as he questioned the man's intention. The killing aura surrounding him was impossible to ignore, and appearing in such a manner demanded a proper explanation. Then, in a tone that sounded almost casual, Lucian identified him with two words: a black lion. The instant those words left Lucian's mouth, the atmosphere around them changed completely. Hugo took a step back as understanding finally hit him. These were the reinforcements Lucian had spoken of, the Black Lions, the hidden force belonging to the Weldick family. They moved from the shadows and only mobilized under direct authority, as if they had been waiting all along for the silent command to reveal themselves. From the surrounding ruins, more figures began to appear, one after another, emerging without even the faintest sound. Within only a few seconds, they had already formed a perimeter around Lucian and Hugo. Each of them carried a presence that was tightly controlled, yet terrifying enough to make the air feel heavier. An older man stepped forward from among them, his posture calm and disciplined, clearly marking him as the captain of the group. He placed one hand over his chest and greeted Lucian with deep respect as the third young master. Then he explained that the sudden clash from earlier had only been a test, a way to measure their reactions and confirm their readiness. There had been no genuine hostility behind the move. Lucian studied them carefully, his thoughts moving quickly beneath his calm expression. Even in his previous life, their existence had never been more than a rumor, something whispered about like a ghost story. But now that they were standing right in front of him, there was no longer any room for doubt. He had not sensed them at all before they chose to show themselves. And even now, with their bodies clearly visible before him, their presence still felt almost perfectly hidden. Their auras were suppressed so completely that they were impossible to read. Every single one of them was a monster in human form. Inwardly, Lucian acknowledged just how overwhelming this level of support truly was. His father had not simply sent ordinary reinforcements to assist him. He had sent something far more dangerous than that. Some time later, they gathered inside a ruined house that had been turned into a temporary base of operations. Lucian sat with his usual calm, while the Black Lions stood positioned around him, every one of them focused on his words. Hugo remained close by, still silently processing the overwhelming scene he had just witnessed. Lucian began laying out the mission with quiet, precise clarity. House Logren had already taken the bait and was now on its way. Their trap had worked exactly as intended. From this point on, the objective was simple: capture the leader alive. As for everyone else, they could be eliminated. Lucian's tone stayed calm, but the meaning behind his words was absolute. There was no space left for mercy. The enemy had been the first to cross the line, and whatever happened next would be the consequence of their own choices. After explaining the plan, Lucian entrusted the rest of the operation to the captain, giving him full authority to act however the situation required. The captain watched Lucian closely as he listened. At first, he had assumed this mission was simply a way to hand the young master an easy achievement. But now, after hearing him speak, the captain understood that assumption had been completely wrong. Lucian was not depending on luck, nor was he hiding behind protection. He was calculating every step, measuring the strength of the people around him, and preparing himself for every possible outcome before the enemy even arrived. There was not a single trace of hesitation in him, not even the slightest flicker of doubt. This was no amateur mistake, and it was definitely not the result of inexperience. Every action was calm, deliberate, and completely under control. A thin smile slowly appeared on the captain's face as the meaning behind it all became clear to him. Something different was starting to form right before his eyes. A new force was quietly rising from the shadows. And without wasting even a breath, he accepted the command. As the sun sank beneath the far edge of the horizon and the last light faded from the sky, the final phase quietly began. A carriage slowly rolled into the lifeless city of Vestra, its wheels grinding against the road and cutting through the heavy silence that had settled over those abandoned streets long ago. The carriage door opened, and a young noble stepped down from inside. The moment his feet touched the ground, he raised a hand to his face, covering his nose in open disgust. It was as if even the air around him offended his senses. His brows tightened, his lips curled, and his entire expression twisted with clear irritation. A maid hurried forward at once, lowering herself slightly as she offered him a handkerchief. He snatched it up and pressed it firmly against his nose and mouth. The journey here had clearly been unpleasant enough, but the sight of the city only made his mood worse. In his eyes, Vestra was nothing more than a filthy, forgotten place, rotten to its core and completely unworthy of someone like him. If it had not been for his father's direct orders, he would never have bothered setting foot in a place like this. Even so, his purpose was simple. He planned to finish the matter quickly and leave immediately, never realizing what was already waiting for him. From the darkness around the city, unseen eyes had already fixed themselves on his every move. Every step he took was being observed, and every small movement was being silently measured. The trap had been laid long before he ever arrived, and now he had walked straight into the center of it. The fourth son of House Logren, Pap Logren, had entered the stage, and with that, the hunt had finally begun. Lucian quickly stepped forward with controlled, hurried strides, bending his body into a deep and respectful bow. His voice came out drenched in exaggerated humility as he said, "Oh, my lord, please forgive me. I have committed a grave discourtesy by failing to recognize such a noble presence the moment you arrived." His tone carried just enough urgency and fear to make the act convincing, carefully shaped to match the pitiful image he wanted them to see. But before he could approach any closer, one of the knights moved sharply. The man raised his sword and aimed the blade straight at Lucian's chest, his voice cold and steady. "Take one more step, and I'll cut you down. State your identity, now." Lucian instantly flinched, his shoulders tightening as his whole body seemed to shrink beneath the threat. His voice shook as he answered, the words spilling out in a frightened stumble. "Please forgive me, Sir Knight. I was only sent here under Boss Hugo's orders. I am just a guide, nothing more than a lowly wretch. I would never dare cause trouble here." A brief silence followed, hanging heavily in the air, before the young master finally spoke. Philip Logren's voice came out thick with disgust. "Put your sword away. It is beneath you to even speak with something like this." The knight hesitated for only a moment before lowering his blade and obeying. Lucian dropped his head even deeper, acting as though he had been overwhelmed with relief. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord," Lucian said softly. Then, without wasting another second, he turned and began guiding the group forward, just as he had intended from the very beginning. Yet behind that trembling, fearful mask, his mind remained sharp, calm, and completely different from the role he was playing. So this was a much bigger catch than expected. That arrogant tone, that complete lack of caution even after stepping into hostile territory, there was no mistaking it. He had to be one of the Marquis's sons. A person like that would never even imagine that danger could be waiting for him in a place like this. As Lucian walked ahead, he quietly studied the group without drawing attention to himself. There were fewer guards than he had expected. Roughly a dozen of them. And they were not just ordinary escorts either. At the very least, they had the bearing of apprentice knights. Trained, certainly, but not enough to become a real problem if everything unfolded the right way. Lucian's gaze shifted ever so slightly. He took in every detail without turning his head too obviously or letting his disguise slip. That man standing beside the brat was the only one who needed real attention. His aura was different from the rest. And then there were the maids. He had actually brought maids with him into a situation like this. Lucian could hardly believe it. Just how careless could someone be? "Why have you stopped?" Philip's irritated voice suddenly cut through Lucian's thoughts like a sharp blade. Lucian immediately started walking again, dipping his head slightly as he answered in a nervous tone. Forgive me, my lord. This is my first time standing so close to someone of your stature. I must have grown nervous without even realizing it. Philip clicked his tongue, his face twisting with annoyance. Pathetic. Lucian kept his head lowered, but for one brief moment, he stole a glance behind him. His eyes flickered toward one of the maids, and the instant he saw her face, something in his thoughts wavered. That face. Why did it feel so familiar? No, that could not be right. It had to be nothing more than a resemblance. Nothing beyond that. Lucian quickly forced the thought aside and continued moving forward, pushing the unnecessary distraction out of his mind. Before long, they arrived at the main location. The moment they stepped inside, Philip's expression twisted once again in disgust. This place is even worse on the inside. The smell alone is unbearable. That commoner Hugo. Did he misuse the funds from my house? The outside was clearly nothing but a display. A calm voice answered him without the slightest hesitation. What matters is what lies inside. Is it not? Philip's gaze snapped toward the person who had spoken. And you are. The man stepped forward slightly, then bowed with measured politeness. Hugo, the one responsible for this place. I offer you my greetings. The item required careful handling, so our preparations took a little longer than expected. Philip looked him over carefully, suspicion clear in his narrowed eyes. Since you are standing here in front of me, I assume you have not done anything foolish. Hugo gave a quiet chuckle, completely calm under that hostile stare. Would I truly throw away the Logren family's leash over something as petty as profit? After all the reports I sent, the fact that you came here in person proves just how curious you were. As he spoke, Hugo's smile deepened slightly. There was a sharpness hidden beneath his polite words, an edge that did not quite match his respectful tone. Curious about the item that could rot Rockelheim from the very core. For a short moment, silence filled the room, heavy enough to make the air feel tense. Then Hugo slowly gestured forward. Please, allow me to show it to you. Standing off to the side, Lucian watched quietly, and a faint trace of approval passed through his thoughts. Hugo really had been the right person to entrust with this. To lie that smoothly, without even the smallest pause or crack in his expression. It was impressive. Meanwhile, Philip's patience was already wearing thin. His face hardened as irritation began turning into anger. What an insolent dog. If this turns out to be a disappointment, you will regret wasting my time. Then he turned sharply, his cold gaze landing directly on Lucian. You, go and bring it. Lucian bowed immediately. Yes, my lord. Without the slightest delay, Lucian stepped toward Hugo and lowered his head. Boss, please bring out the item we prepared. Hugo handed it over in silence. For one brief second, their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. Everything was moving exactly according to plan. Lucian turned back toward the group, holding the object securely in both hands. His posture stayed humble, and his face remained obedient. I have it right here. And then, with one smooth and perfectly timed motion, everything was set into motion. Lucian's words had barely begun to settle in the room when something about him suddenly changed. It was subtle, almost too small to point out, yet impossible to ignore. His body was still bent with humility, and his voice still carried that same submissive edge, but underneath it all, something else had surfaced. There was arrogance hidden there now, a quiet and unshakable confidence that had no place in the face of a frightened guide. The shift was enough to make everyone present tense up. The knights stiffened by instinct, their hands tightening around their weapons, while even Philip felt a strange, creeping dread coil deep inside his chest. And before anyone could fully understand what was happening, Lucian moved. I'll make sure it's delivered. In the very next instant, he hurled the object straight toward them, and the entire room erupted into chaos at once. You bastard! What do you think you're doing? Philip's voice broke into a furious shout, panic mixing with his rage. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what that is? But the moment had already crossed the point of no return. As the object flew through the air, something struck it midway with flawless timing. The strike was so fast, so clean, and so precise that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The item shattered instantly. From inside it, an overwhelming burst of light exploded outward, flooding the entire space in one violent surge and swallowing everything within reach. The guards reacted on pure instinct, throwing themselves forward to form a protective wall around Philip. Young master, stay behind us. The light did not fade. Instead, it swelled even brighter, growing harsher and more intense with every passing second, until simply facing it became unbearable. Even with their eyes squeezed shut, The brilliance stabbed straight through their eyelids. It swallowed every outline, every shadow, every sense of distance and direction. In just a few seconds, sight itself became completely useless. I can't see. What's happening? Frantic voices burst out from all sides, crashing over one another as confusion quickly turned into panic. But no one could understand what was unfolding around them. The room had become a blinding maze of noise, fear, and helpless movement. In the middle of that chaos, Philip crouched lower, desperately trying to steady himself and figure out where he was. His voice shook with anger and disbelief as he shouted, "You useless fools! I'll have every one of you punished when we return." Why is no one answering me? But no answer came back. There was only the suffocating glare pressing in from every side, and beneath it, the slow, horrifying realization that something had gone terribly wrong. Then, cutting through the panic, a voice suddenly called out, "Young master!" Philip immediately shouted back, his desperation breaking through his pride. "Yes, I'm here. Hurry up and protect me." He forced his eyes open despite the burning pain, but the fading glare still overwhelmed his vision. Only vague shapes began to appear, blurred and twisted, like shadows struggling to form in front of him. Right before him, he could barely make out a figure, indistinct and ghost-like through the haze. The voice reached him more clearly than the image, strained and urgent as it shouted something at him. It was telling him to run, to get away as fast as he could. At that same moment, another voice tore through the confusion, filled with shock and fury. "He betrayed us." Before Philip could even understand those words, a man collapsed right in front of him. The heavy thud of his body hitting the ground sent a jolt of terror through Philip's entire frame. His breath caught in his throat, and his thoughts spun wildly, but there was no time for him to collect himself or react. All around him, one guard after another began to fall. In the blinding aftermath of the light, no one could properly follow the movement. But death was moving through that chaos, swift, silent, and merciless. The members of the Black Lion group struck with ruthless precision, cutting down the disoriented knights before they could even raise their weapons in defense. Philip's mind raced, and broken pieces of understanding started forcing their way through the fear. A flash magic stone. A tool that released a blinding burst of light the instant it was struck or shattered. It was rare, expensive, and difficult to use properly, but in the right hands it was perfect for stealing an enemy's sight in a single instant. Even so, wiping out all of the Marquis's guards in such a tiny window of time should have been impossible. But before Philip could finish that thought, it was abruptly cut off. A man stepped out from the chaos, his presence calm and controlled, completely untouched by the panic around him. His voice was steady, carrying a quiet authority. "All threats have been neutralized. I will escort the women and the one in charge to Kelheim." Not far away, Lucian stood silently. His expression revealed nothing, but his gaze had grown distant as his thoughts turned inward. His father's words echoed in his mind, heavy and unmistakable. "The weight of the seat you occupy, bear it yourself." Lucian slowly exhaled, as if finally letting go of something he had been holding inside for a long time. "I think I finally understand." On the other side, Philip had lost every trace of composure he had left. He stumbled backward, his legs weakening beneath him until he dropped onto his knees. His voice trembled uncontrollably as fear swallowed him whole. Don't come any closer. I said stay back." Even then, his pride clung desperately to the last scraps of his authority. "Do you even know who I am? I am the fourth son of Logren, a noble." A knight stepped toward him, his expression cold and completely unmoved. "Your fate will be decided by His Highness, Grand Duke Valdic. Submit quietly." Philip went completely still. That name struck him like a blow to the chest. What? His voice faltered as realization slowly began to sink in. "House Valdic." His eyes darted around wildly before finally locking onto Lucian. His voice dropped into a trembling whisper. "Then, don't tell me. The one disguised as a commoner is a son of House Valdic." Panic surged through him all at once. If that was true, then being captured was not an option. He spun around in desperation and screamed at the top of his lungs. "What are you all doing? Guards outside. Get in here and protect me. Are they all dead too?" Lucian stepped forward calmly, his voice steady and almost indifferent. "It's over. There are no more threats." But then he suddenly stopped. In the middle of his sentence, his eyes widened, and his gaze snapped sharply toward one of the maids. At that same moment, Philip, clinging desperately to the last fragments of control, shouted, I grant you permission to take up the sword. You should be able to handle this. And then the maid moved. At first, it was only a single step. But something about that movement felt wrong. Too composed, too deliberate, and far too steady for an ordinary maid trapped in chaos. Lucian watched her closely, unable to look away as she moved toward the fallen weapon. His thoughts spiraled as realization came crashing down on him. That face. The resemblance he had noticed earlier. That faint sense of familiarity he had tried to dismiss. Even the atmosphere around her seemed to change the moment her hand reached the blade. Lucian's voice sank into a whisper. It was barely audible, filled with disbelief. This can't be. His eyes remained fixed on her as the truth settled over him, undeniable and overwhelming. Sword demon, Felix, is it really you? Then Philip Logren broke away from the Black Lion and rushed straight toward Felix, stumbling toward him like a man reaching for his last chance to survive. The moment he reached Felix, he pleaded desperately, his voice cracking under the weight of his terror. Get me out of here. If you do, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll make sure no one ever insults you again for the lowly blood of your mother. As those words spilled out, his dignity crumbled even further. He practically collapsed in front of Felix, trembling and begging like a frightened child. Then he continued in a panicked voice, "Say something! Isn't protecting me the reason you exist?" Felix, the sword demon, answered coldly, "Shut your mouth if you want to live." His stance settled, his grip firming around the weapon as he prepared himself for battle. Then, with clear irritation in his voice, Felix added one more thing. "I'm sick and tired of your stupidity, young master." And as that cold reply landed, the others watched in silence. The white-haired knight looked on and spoke with a strange mix of disdain and respect. "Unbelievable. To think you would hide behind a woman without even a shred of dignity. Still, I will commend your will to fight. However, do not throw your life away. Do not mistake foolish bravado for courage. This mercy is something I offer to a child and a woman." Then his gaze shifted forward, and all of his attention settled fully on Felix. At that moment, a terrifying and overwhelming energy began surging from Felix's body. Sensing the pressure rising in the air, the knight muttered, "So that is your choice. Very well." In the next instant, the white-haired knight shot forward with incredible speed, closing the distance between them almost immediately. Their swords collided with a sharp, ringing clash that cut through the room like metal screaming against metal. The knight's blade flashed dangerously close, stopping just short of Felix's eyes as the force of the strike pressed in. Yet Felix did not flinch. Even with the blade flashing so close to his face, there was no fear in his eyes, only a chilling calm that refused to break. With precise footwork and perfect control over his balance, Felix shifted his body at just the right angle, letting the force of the attack slide past him instead of meeting it head-on. He deflected the strike cleanly, guiding the knight's blade away with a smooth motion that made the dangerous attack look almost effortless. A faint smile touched Felix's lips as he pushed the knight's strike aside, his expression calm and composed, as though this entire exchange had already played out in his mind. Then, in that same flowing motion, Felix launched a sudden counterattack straight toward the white-haired knight. The change was so quick and seamless that even the knight was caught off guard. For the first time, surprise showed clearly on the knight's face. But there was no time to dwell on it, because in the very next instant, the battle erupted again. A streak of blood flickered through the air as the clash grew fiercer, the sharp exchange of blades turning more dangerous with every breath. Then the sword demon descended from above with a crushing strike. Yet somehow Felix remained completely unharmed, moving through the danger without losing control. Lucian watched the exchange in stunned silence, his thoughts racing as he followed each movement. Felix's reaction speed was so sharp it almost looked like he could see the future, and his movements were strange, free, and impossible to predict. There was no mistaking it. The longer Lucian watched, the more certain he became. Then his eyes landed on Felix's sword stance, and in that instant, something buried deep in his memory suddenly stirred awake. Fragments from the past rose to the surface, one after another, and the truth finally settled over him. This was the sword demon, Felix. Even back then, Lucian remembered it clearly. Felix had carried a kind of grace and bearing that never truly fit the harsh, bloody world of mercenaries. Brief flashes of those earlier days crossed Lucian's mind, each one reinforcing the same thought. Felix had always been different from everyone around him. With that slender frame and delicate features that made him impossible to ignore, Felix had always stood out. And then the moment snapped back to the present. The young master, terrified and desperate, pushed forward again, trying to hide behind Felix for protection. Meanwhile, Lucian pieced the truth together in his mind. Now he understood. The illegitimate child, Felicia, had left her family behind and lived under the name Felix, disguised as a man. The focus returned to the white-haired knight as he steadied himself after their fierce exchange. His expression had turned serious as he admitted. If my defense had been even a moment slower, my head would already be rolling on the ground. I still have a long way to go. To think I underestimated her without even noticing the fangs she had hidden. His tone changed as he spoke, his pride giving way to a colder and sharper resolve. Then his voice rose with intensity. I will swallow my pride and treat you as a true enemy. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying surge of energy began pouring out from the white-haired knight, making his presence heavier with every passing second. Across from him, Felix continued to face him head-on, but his body trembled under the immense pressure pressing down on him. Deep inside, Felix accepted the brutal truth. This was a master several levels above him, an opponent he could not overcome with his current strength. He could not even depend on luck anymore. And to make things worse, there was another swordsman of the same caliber waiting upstairs. His gaze instinctively shifted upward toward the leader, and the weight of the situation became even clearer. Above even those two, there was someone who surpassed them. There was no real chance of surviving this. For one brief moment, that truth felt absolute and impossible to escape. And yet, instead of fear, a quiet resolve settled within Felix. If this was the final strike he would be allowed to make, then he would pour everything into it and leave not a single regret behind. With that thought burning inside him, Felix steadied his stance, tightened his grip on the sword, and prepared himself for one final attack. Watching from above, the leader's voice cut through the tense air with open admiration. Amazing! She is not wavering, even in this situation. Beside him, another voice agreed without hesitation, adding, furthermore, she is taking Nixon's killing intent head-on. Even they began to ready themselves, fully aware that the next exchange below would decide how everything unfolded from here. Below them, both fighters moved at blinding speed, charging straight toward each other with unstoppable force. Their movements became so fast that the eye could barely follow them, turning their figures into flashing shadows across the battlefield. In the next instant, their swords crashed together, and a violent surge of energy burst outward, rippling through everything around them. Every eye in the area locked onto the two of them, unable to look away as the clash grew more intense. When their blades met fully, the sheer force of the collision caused the energy between them to spike even higher, shaking the air itself. And just as the battle reached its most dangerous point, Lucian suddenly shouted with all the strength in his lungs, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Stop! Both of you stop! The moment Lucian's voice rang out, both Felix and the white-haired knight froze for an instant. The deadly intensity between them broke, and they instinctively pulled back, creating distance before the clash could continue. Lucian stepped forward, now clearly revealing himself as the young master. Both fighters retreated slightly in acknowledgement of his presence, while his firm expression carried the weight of command. Restrained anger sharpened his voice as he declared, "That is enough. I will not tolerate any more bloodshed." But the white-haired knight was still brimming with frustration. He immediately protested, his voice sharp as he addressed Lucian. "Third young master, you gave us full discretion. If she is left alive, she may grow into a serious threat to Valdic." His concern was obvious, but so was his refusal to accept the sudden order to stop. Lucian's gaze hardened, and he answered without hesitation, his tone carrying unmistakable authority. "Black Lion, have you forgotten who granted you that discretion?" His words carried undeniable weight as he continued, "I fully understand your concerns. However, if this continues, it will surely end with someone's death." Lucian stepped forward and formally declared his identity, his presence dominating the tense scene. "I am the third young master of House Valdic, Lucian Valdic. As the one in charge of this mission, I have a proposal for you, Felicia." His eyes locked onto Felix, now fully acknowledging her true identity. "Let us settle this matter with a duel between us. If I lose, I will allow you to leave this place safely. However, if you lose, then you must lay down your sword and surrender peacefully." Lucian stood perfectly still, his presence calm and unwavering, as if the suffocating tension hanging in the air had no power over him at all. Across from him, Felicia hesitated, clearly caught off guard by his sudden proposal. Her brows drew together, and confusion flickered in her eyes as she tried to understand what he was truly aiming for. "A duel with you, young master? What exactly are you saying?" she asked carefully, her voice cautious but steady as she searched for his real intention. But before Lucian could answer, a harsh voice cut through the moment like a whip. From behind her, Philip shouted in obvious irritation, his arrogance spilling into every word. He barked at Felicia to stop hesitating and accept the duel at once, insisting that her only duty was to keep him safe. He mocked the guards who had failed to protect him, calling them useless, then pushed even further. He told her to prove that she was different, that she was better than the rest, better even than her own mother. The instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere changed sharply. The quiet tension in the room snapped like a drawn wire. Lucian's calm expression disappeared, replaced by something far colder, heavier, and much more dangerous. His eyes darkened as he turned slightly toward Philip, and when he spoke, his voice was low, yet terrifyingly heavy. "Shut your mouth." The words landed like a blade. Lucian did not raise his voice, but the fury behind it was impossible to miss. He warned Philip not to speak so lightly of those who had died protecting him, and not to insult Felicia any further. Then, with a chilling sense of finality, Lucian added that if Philip let even one more word leave his mouth, he would cut out his tongue himself. As he spoke, a crushing wave of killing intent poured out from him, invisible to the eye but impossible for anyone there to deny. That pressure sank over everyone present, making the air feel thick and suffocating, as though every breath had suddenly become difficult to take. This was no ordinary burst of anger anymore. It was a clear, absolute warning, and not a single person there could afford to ignore it. Then, as suddenly as the killing intent had appeared, Lucian stepped forward and raised his voice. Not with rage this time, but with firm resolve that carried across the entire space. He declared that whatever consequences came from this decision would be his responsibility alone, even if he was defeated, and that his promise was not something to be taken lightly. His words rang through the silence, reaching the knight captains and Hugo, who were now watching him with sharpened attention. With quiet pride in his voice, Lucian formally introduced himself as Lucian Valdic, the third son of House Valdic, and then issued an official challenge to Felicia for a duel. After that, he took one more step forward, his steady gaze settling directly on her. His voice softened slightly, but the authority behind it did not waver. He told her to draw her sword, not for anyone else's sake, but for herself. The weight of Lucian's words settled over the battlefield, and a deep silence followed. No one spoke, no one moved. For a brief moment, it felt as if the entire world had stopped to watch what would happen next. As that stillness stretched on, a white-haired man stepped closer to his master. His expression was tight with concern, and when he spoke, he lowered his voice as if trying not to disturb the tense air around them. He questioned Raymond, asking whether they truly intended to simply stand there and watch. He admitted that when he had crossed swords with Felicia earlier, he had not been fighting with full seriousness. His intention had only been to subdue her. And yet, even under those conditions, she had not only blocked his strike but managed to wound him as well. He continued, explaining that although her swordsmanship clearly lacked proper formal training, that weakness was not enough to dismiss her. Her raw talent, sharp instincts, an incredible sense for battle more than made up for the gaps in her technique. In his eyes, her natural ability was so overwhelming that those shortcomings barely mattered at all. He paused for a moment, glancing between Lucian and Felicia, and the concern in his eyes only deepened. Judging from the third young master's current level, he believed there was no real chance of victory. Lucian's courage and decisiveness were certainly worthy of praise, but courage alone could not decide a duel. Combat was another matter entirely, and if they were going to intervene, that decision had to be made now. Raymond stayed silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding ahead. When he finally answered, his voice was calm, controlled, and surprisingly firm. He agreed with the man's judgment, but even so, he chose to keep watching. Just this once, Raymond said, they would observe how events unfolded with their own eyes. The white-haired man frowned, clearly unable to understand what Raymond was trying to say. What did that even mean? Raymond's eyes shifted slightly, thoughtful but certain. He explained that when Lucian had borrowed his sword earlier, Lucian had already spoken about the exact things the white-haired man had only just realized. During that brief clash with Felicia, Lucian had already noticed her extraordinary talent and her terrifyingly sharp instincts. That meant he was not acting out of ignorance. He understood exactly what kind of opponent was standing in front of him. And because of that, Raymond concluded they would wait. They would watch this through without interfering. They would see what kind of outcome the third young master was trying to create, and what role Felicia would play in that result. As those words lingered in the air, Felicia quietly repeated his name in her mind. Lucian Valdic. To Felicia, he felt completely different from every noble she had ever met before. He had disguised himself as nothing more than a servant in order to observe Logren's forces, and now he was willingly stepping forward to fight a duel that, by all common sense, seemed completely unnecessary. Nothing about him made sense to her. The more she tried to understand his intentions, the more impossible they became to grasp. Still, no matter how strange he was, one conclusion remained firm in her mind. Lucian was not someone who could defeat her. Even so, Felicia straightened her posture and spoke with quiet respect. She thanked him for giving someone like her such an opportunity, and promised that if she managed to subdue him, she would accept her shame and disappear without leaving a trace. She would vanish as though she had never existed at all. But Lucian did not hesitate for even a second. His reply came immediately, his voice cold but steady. If he was the one who subdued her instead, then she would come with him to Helheim. His gaze remained fixed on her as he spoke, never wavering. It was as if, in his mind, everything had already been decided. He added that it seemed she had already made her own resolve as well, and with those words, the silence around them deepened once more. This time, that silence carried the unmistakable weight of a clash about to begin. The air between Lucian and Felicia grew sharp as they stood face to face. Their eyes locked on one another. Their bodies remained perfectly still, but both of them looked ready to explode into motion at any moment. This was no longer a conversation. It had become a battle waiting to happen. Inside her mind, Felicia made her final decision. She did not want to leave any unnecessary wounds on him. She would neutralize him with a single strike. Her eyes sharpened, and a cold glint flashed through them as her focus reached its peak. In the very next instant, Felicia moved. Her figure blurred forward with incredible speed, closing the distance between them in the span of a single heartbeat. Her blade sliced through the air, aiming a precise and decisive attack straight toward Lucian. But Lucian reacted just as quickly. With perfect timing, he lifted his sword and met her strike head-on, blocking the attack before it could reach him. A flicker of surprise crossed Felicia's eyes. He blocked her attack. The thought echoed sharply in her mind, but she did not allow herself to freeze. The moment Lucian tried to counterattack, Felicia immediately leapt backward, creating distance between them in one smooth and fluid motion. Her landing was light and controlled, her stance already prepared for the next exchange. Not once did her eyes leave Lucian. The duel had only just begun, but the intensity between them had already reached a level where neither side could afford to underestimate the other. As the clash continued, a sharp and unsettling thought echoed through Felicia's mind. His breathing and reaction speed should not have been able to keep up with her movements at all. So how had he blocked her sword? That question stayed with her, refusing to disappear as doubt slowly crept into her thoughts. But before she could find an answer, her eyes widened slightly. In the very next moment, Lucian was already right in front of her, closing the distance with terrifying precision. His sword came down without hesitation. Caught off guard, Felicia barely managed to raise her blade in time, struggling to block the incoming strike. The impact jolted through both of her arms, forcing her to tighten her grip and steady her stance. From that moment onward, the duel escalated at a frightening pace. Their swords crashed together again and again in a relentless exchange, each clash ringing sharply through the air. Every impact felt as if sparks might burst from the blades. Yet despite her skill, Felicia found herself being forced back, one step at a time. Every swing of Lucian's sword carried pressure, driving her into a defensive position she had never expected to take. In the middle of that storm of clashing steel, Lucian's voice cut through with calm clarity, as if he already controlled the flow of the duel. He told her that the reason she was being pushed back was because she had exhausted herself by overusing her mana during the clash with the Black Lions. And even if she was holding some strength in reserve just in case, the gap between them in that moment was still painfully clear. Before Felicia could fully process what he meant, Lucian launched a powerful and lethal strike. The force behind the attack was overwhelming, far beyond what she had expected from him. Felicia gritted her teeth and struggled to hold her ground, her body straining under the pressure as she blocked the blow. Then, as if that were not enough, Lucian spoke again, his tone steady and almost chilling in its certainty. He told her that he knew her better than she knew herself, her habits, her weaknesses, and even the flow of her sword's path. His words carried a weight that went far beyond simple confidence. It felt as though he was not merely fighting her. He was reading her, predicting her, and controlling the very rhythm of the battle. In the past, even though his encounter with her had been brief, it had left something behind. As his words echoed between them, the present seemed to overlap with fragments of the past. Back then, the two of them had stood face to face just like this, their blades meeting without hesitation. They had clashed fiercely and taken what the other possessed into themselves. It had not been just a fight, but a silent exchange of skill. Instinct, understanding. In that fleeting encounter, they had learned from one another, absorbing movements, reading intentions, and sharpening themselves through the clash of their blades. Felicia, his body remembered her. Out of everyone he had crossed swords with, it remembered her and her alone. The memory slipped away like a fading echo, and reality came rushing back all at once. In the present, the result of the duel had already been decided. Felicia's sword had shattered in her hand. The broken blade caught the light in jagged fragments, reflecting the stunned faces of everyone who had been watching. A heavy silence spread across the battlefield, so complete that even breathing felt loud. The knight captains, Hugo, and even the young master stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on the scene as if none of them could believe what had just happened before them. Lucian stood firm in front of her, his posture steady and unshaken, the tip of his sword aimed directly toward Felicia as the final proof of his victory. As that image settled over the battlefield, fragments of the past rose again in Felicia's mind. Back then, she had looked at him with quiet sincerity and told him that the short time she spent with him could only be called a fleeting moment of sparring. Even so, he had generously taught her the way of the sword, despite knowing very well that one day, the two of them might stand on opposite sides as enemies. Because of what he had taught her back then, she had been able to survive. Those words now echoed through her mind, colliding painfully with the reality standing right in front of her. Felicia remained completely still, too stunned to even move. She had never imagined she would lose. More than that, she had never imagined she would lose in such a way, and certainly not to him. The very person she had once crossed swords with, the one she had learned from, had now surpassed her in a way she could not fully understand. Meanwhile, inside Lucian's mind, a quiet thought surfaced, calm and resolute. With this, he would repay at least a small part of the debt he owed her from back then. There was no arrogance on his face, no trace of mockery, only a quiet sense of closure, as if this duel had been waiting for them for a long time. Later that night, the scene shifted to the Duke's castle, where the atmosphere inside the grand halls was calm, yet strangely heavy. It felt as though something important was being decided in silence. The Duke stood alone in a spacious chamber, his posture straight, his gaze distant, as if his thoughts were already far beyond the walls around him. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. His voice was measured and authoritative, carrying the weight of someone used to being obeyed. So, how was it? That boy, Lucian. Does he have what it takes to uphold House Valdic in the distant future? At that moment, a man stepped out from the shadows. It was none other than the captain of the Black Lion, who approached with proper respect. He lowered his head slightly before answering in a calm but firm tone. He possessed an unwavering core. Hearing that answer, the Duke turned his gaze toward him, and for a brief moment, a faint trace of surprise appeared in his expression. I thought it would already be a relief if he simply managed not to be swept up by your pace. To think I would hear such an unexpected answer instead. The Black Lion captain hesitated for only a moment before speaking again, his tone careful. Your Highness, could my assumption be correct? In response, the Duke slowly stepped forward, his presence growing heavier with every measured step. The reason I deployed all of you for this mission was because the matter was that grave. It is still too early to make judgments regarding the succession. Realizing he had overstepped, the captain immediately bowed his head even deeper. I misspoke. The Duke dismissed it with a calm expression. It is fine. If there was no exaggeration in your report, then it must have been quite an impressive sight. As the conversation drew to a close, the scene lingered on the Duke, who now held a sheet of paper in his hand. His eyes moved carefully across its contents, his expression unreadable, as if the weight of the future itself rested within those written words. After that, the Duke walked straight up to the Black Lion captain and placed a firm, almost familiar hand on his shoulder. His voice softened slightly as he said, "If only for your sake." Hearing those words, the captain let out a faint breath before replying. I suppose I can humor the boy for a little while. The Duke's expression eased slightly as another thought crossed his mind. Come to think of it, it has been quite some time since you and I last shared a drink. I recently acquired some fine liquor. Would you care to join me? It is the vintage you have always enjoyed, so it should suit your taste well. At those words, the Black Lion captain gave a small, knowing smile and answered, Your Highness, you may soon regret saying that. A single night will not be nearly long enough to hear the full story of this mission. The scene then shifted to the following morning. Lucian's entire team had already departed, beginning the journey back after successfully completing their mission. The mood grew quieter and more reflective as Lucian looked back on everything that had happened. Right after her duel with him came to an end, Felicia collapsed from exhaustion, her body finally giving out from the strain of excessive mana circulation. To help her recover, Lucian sent Felicia and her maids ahead to a nearby city. Meanwhile, in another part of the group, Philip Logren was drowning in his own dark thoughts. Philip's face was pale as dread filled his mind. No, at this rate, he was definitely going to be cast out of the family. The thought clung to him like a weight he could not shake. As for that man who had displayed the deep-rooted arrogance of a noble until the very end, Lucian forced him to dig the graves of his own vassals with his own 2 hands. What followed was a grim and silent sight. Rows of graves stretched across the land, each one standing as a marker for the soldiers and knights who had lost their lives. The air was heavy with silence and loss, the weight of death lingering over the scene. It had all been done for one reason, so Philip might finally understand the true weight of a life that had been extinguished. Lucian calmly rode ahead on his horse, leading the group forward as they continued their journey. The morning air was quiet around them, but that peace did not last for long. Suddenly, from behind, a loud and furious voice shattered the calm. It was Philip Logren, shouting at the top of his lungs, his anger completely unrestrained. "Hugo, you bastard! I will never let you get away with this. Did you truly think you could betray us and survive? Young Master Lucian, I demand to be treated as a formal prisoner of war. How can you treat a son of House Logren with such disrespect?" His voice was sharp and grating, overflowing with arrogance and outrage until it began to irritate everyone around him. Yet even then, he refused to stop. "Are you truly determined to make an enemy of us?" Hearing all of this, Lucian slowly turned his head back, his expression calm but cold. A single thought passed clearly through Lucian's mind. Philip still had not understood the weight of what happened the night before. After a brief pause, Lucian finally spoke, his voice low, controlled, and carrying an unmistakable warning. "I will give you one piece of advice. If you wish to keep breathing even a second longer, you would be wise to watch what comes out of your mouth." There was no need for anger in his tone. The quiet authority and danger behind it were enough. Then, with unwavering composure, Lucian continued, making the situation painfully clear. "This is a place where even your high and mighty father would not dare set foot so carelessly. This is Kelheim, the heart of House Valdic." After that, the scene shifted forward, and the view that unfolded before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Ahead stood a vast and magnificent city, overflowing with life, grandeur, and strength. Elegant buildings lined the wide streets, and the lively atmosphere reflected the power and pride of House Valdic. At the entrance rose a massive gate, towering over everyone with an imposing presence. Slowly, it began to open, releasing a deep echo that rolled through the air. Lucian was the first to move forward, riding his horse with calm confidence as he passed through the opening gates. Behind him, Hugo and the knights followed, escorting the captured prisoners along with them. The moment they entered, the city's calm broke apart under the rising cheers of the people. Crowds gathered along both sides of the street, their voices rising higher and higher with excitement and admiration. "It's Lord Lucian, the third young master has returned. He wiped out the crimes committed by House Logren and, instead of letting the mastermind escape into the chaos, captured the ringleader alive for all to answer for." The crowd's excitement swelled like a wave as people shoved closer from every side, craning their necks just to catch even a single glimpse of him. Voices rang out over the street, calling, "Lord Lucian, please look this way." Their eager cries quickly spread through the gathered citizens, and others began shouting even louder, their faces flushed with pride, admiration, and overflowing excitement. The lion had returned at last. The lion of House Valdic. Hugo had come back before the people, standing beneath their roaring welcome. Hugo, seeing the entire city react like this, could only look around in stunned disbelief. Unable to hide the confusion on his face, he turned toward Lucian and asked, "Young master, what in the world is happening here?" Even with the cheers crashing around them from every direction, Lucian kept his expression calm and steady. He answered in a composed voice, "I did send Father a letter asking for a chance to expose House Logren's atrocities, but it seems he chose to support us far more openly than I expected. So lift your head and accept this welcome with pride. After all, this is the first major achievement you have earned for yourself." The moment Hugo heard those words, warmth rose in his chest. His eyes trembled with emotion, and pride slowly filled him as he finally allowed himself to take in the cheers surrounding him. While the procession continued moving through the city streets, surrounded by celebration and countless watching eyes, the view slowly shifted away from the parade. Far above the crowded avenue, from the top of a tall tower, the Duke quietly watched everything unfold beneath him. He stood beside his butler, gazing down at the victorious procession with a thoughtful look in his eyes. In a low voice, he remarked, "I suppose I really must be getting old, throwing a victory parade simply because my son asked for one." The butler remained respectfully at his side, but his reply came without the slightest hesitation. Did young Master Lucian not accomplish something grand enough to deserve it? In my view, this procession is more than justified. And beyond that, young Master Lucian's letter was not written merely to strengthen his own standing. The butler continued in a calm, perceptive tone, explaining that it was also a calculated move to show the people of their territory House Valdic's firm resolve, while sending a clear warning to both the imperial family and House Lochran. And your highness understood that as well, which is why you allowed it. As those words reached him, the Duke kept his eyes fixed ahead, but the look on his face grew heavier, as though his thoughts were sinking into something far more serious. The unsettling movements aimed at the Empire were growing harder to ignore. Even the sun that had once seemed eternal, and even the lion's claws that had once looked impossible to break, were now beginning to show cracks that could no longer be denied. If I want to avoid being swallowed by that tide, then I will have no choice but to sharpen my blade more keenly than ever before. He spoke those words while staring far into the distance, as if his eyes were trying to pierce beyond the present moment and reach the uncertain future waiting ahead. With that quiet thought lingering in the air, the view gradually faded away. The scene then moved to Lucian's room, where the noise of the celebration finally gave way to silence. The moment Lucian returned, he dropped straight onto the bed without even trying to keep up his noble composure. His body sank into the mattress, finally releasing the tension it had carried all day, and he let out a soft breath before murmuring, "I finally feel alive again. I never thought I'd miss this so much just because I got used to living like a noble." Still stretched out on the bed, Lucian briefly closed his eyes and let his thoughts settle. Since the Grand Duke made time for a separate report this evening, that means I have a little while to myself until then. More importantly, this mission brought back far more than I expected. As he lay there, Lucian began sorting through everything that had happened, starting with the fact that Felicia had been secured much faster than planned. Then there was the victory parade, which had washed away the negative rumors and impressions around him in a single stroke. On top of that, it had given Hugo a powerful reason to keep moving forward. And beyond all of that, he had even managed to establish a connection with the Black Lions, a force that could become extremely valuable from this point on. One by one, the scattered pieces that had seemed separate at first were beginning to fit together in his mind. Together, they were forming a single stepping stone, small but solid enough to help him move just a little closer to the seat of power that had once felt hopelessly far away. As that thought passed through his mind, Lucian briefly remembered the life he used to live, back when he was nothing more than a mercenary fighting from one battlefield to the next. A faint, almost amused smile tugged at his face as he muttered under his breath, "If those guys could see me right now, they would be absolutely horrified." After a short pause, Lucian suddenly pushed himself up from the bed. The lazy look in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the same sharp focus as before. "That's enough organizing my thoughts. Now then, should I start preparing for my next move?" His mind immediately began turning again, already moving beyond the success of the mission and toward what he needed to gain next. With a faintly calculating tone, he wondered aloud what would come after this, then murmured to himself, "I suppose the first thing to figure out is what I can wring out of the Grand Duke. Comey comes first." After that, the scene changed once more, bringing us into an elegant dining room where Lucian and the Grand Duke were seated together for dinner. The room was refined and quiet, every detail polished with noble elegance, yet the calm atmosphere carried an unmistakable weight. Sitting across from Lucian, the Grand Duke spoke in a composed, authoritative voice and praised him for the outcome of his mission. He said that Lucian had been blessed with remarkable luck on his very first assignment. After carefully cross-checking the information, they had confirmed that the child Lucian captured alive was indeed the offspring of the Marquis family, making that child the clearest and most decisive evidence they could have obtained. Recognizing the success of the mission, the Grand Duke gave him a firm commendation. "Good work, Lucian." Lucian lowered himself with practiced humility and replied that his father honored him too greatly, because this success had only been possible thanks to the sharp sword the Grand Duke had lent him, the Black Lion. But soon, Lucian's thoughts shifted from praise to a more serious concern. He raised his eyes and asked what would happen now regarding Philip Lochran. After all, Lucian pointed out, Once the Marquis witnessed his own child die in such a manner, it was hard to believe he would simply remain quiet and do nothing. The Grand Duke, however, did not appear shaken in the slightest. He simply answered in a calm, unreadable tone that they would have to wait and see. He described Bernhard Lohengrin as a snake-like man, the sort of person who would calmly place even his own child on one side of the scale and the interests of his family on the other. In the Grand Duke's view, as long as one child remained to inherit the family line, the Marquis would not be foolish enough to act recklessly out of grief or rage. He then brushed aside Lucian's concern, telling him there was no need to trouble himself over what came next. As far as the Grand Duke was concerned, Lucian had already done more than enough. Then, shifting the conversation, the Grand Duke looked at Lucian and asked what reward he wanted for completing the mission so successfully. He noted that Lucian had gone out of his way to send a letter, which meant he must have wanted something more specific than a simple celebratory procession. Hearing that, Lucian gave a faint, slightly awkward smile and admitted that being asked so directly made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Still, since the matter had already been brought up, he decided to make his request humbly. Before speaking, however, he hesitated for a brief moment, questioning whether he should truly say it aloud. Then, gathering his resolve, he began about Hugo, who made a great contribution this time. But before he could even finish the sentence, the Grand Duke cut him off with a cold, decisive word. Impossible. The sudden rejection struck so quickly that Lucian froze where he sat, completely caught off guard. Confused and visibly shaken, Lucian stared at his father and stammered, "Father, I have not even finished speaking yet." But the Grand Duke had already seen through him. Without any hesitation, he replied that Lucian had been about to request a knighthood for Hugo, had he not? The Grand Duke's expression did not change in the slightest as he answered in a firm, immovable tone. He acknowledged that Hugo had contributed this time, but made it clear that the fact changed nothing. Hugo's past connection to the Marquis family was not something that could simply be overlooked. If Lucian had not stepped in and captured him, Hugo would have followed them to the end without hesitation. Lucian immediately pushed back, his voice controlled but carrying a clear edge of urgency. He argued that such a conclusion was only a possibility, and what truly mattered was the reality before them now. Hugo had chosen to cooperate, and his actions had played a major role in their success. But before Lucian could press the matter any further, the Grand Duke sharply cut him off again. Calling his name, he told him that was enough. His voice left no space for argument as he explained that a knight must build his own honor and stack up achievements so clear and undeniable that no one could dare question them. Then, looking straight at Lucian, he asked the question that struck at the heart of the matter. Did Lucian truly believe Hugo already possessed such qualifications? Lucian fell silent at once. A faint shadow of disappointment crossed his face, though he forced himself to remain composed. Deep down, he had already expected this answer, but hearing the refusal stated so plainly still stung. Inwardly, he admitted the result for what it was. It really was a no. The Grand Duke continued in the same measured, practical tone, offering other possibilities instead. If Hugo wanted wealth, he could reward him with chests filled with gold coins. If needed, he could even arrange an entirely new identity for him. But becoming a knight was impossible, at least for the time being. The timing simply was not right, and the Grand Duke made that point clear. Lucian could only accept it. His expression settled into resignation as he quietly lowered his hopes, and deep down, he offered Hugo a silent apology. It seemed they would have no choice but to wait for another chance in the future. On the surface, Lucian gave a calm nod and agreed with his father's judgment. He admitted that perhaps he had rushed into making such a request too soon. Seeing him back down so readily, the Grand Duke eased slightly and told him to ask for something else instead. Something more realistic this time. Lucian stayed quiet for a brief moment, as if carefully choosing his next words. Then he raised his head again and said that, in that case, there was one very small favor he wished to ask. Then, with a smile that was just a little too free and a little too mischievous to ignore, Lucian made his request. He asked the Grand Duke to allow Felicia to meet the Sword Saint. The instant those words came out, even the Grand Duke could not hide his reaction. His steady composure cracked for the first time, his eyes sharpening in genuine surprise as he questioned what Lucian had just said. Before that sudden tension could fully settle over the room, the scene shifted away in an instant. The story moved to a completely different place, a guarded prisoner camp with a far colder and heavier atmosphere. Outside, Stan stood watch like a silent sentry, while inside the facility, Felicia sat alone, surrounded by an uneasy stillness. Felicia quietly looked around the room, taking in every detail of her surroundings. The more she observed, the clearer it became to her that this was not some ordinary prison cell. From the structure, the treatment, and the atmosphere, it seemed more like a special holding facility prepared for nobles. But that only confused Felicia even more, because the way she was being treated made no sense to her. After all, she was supposed to be nothing more than a maid. Yet she had been placed in a facility like this, given proper meals, and even provided with medical care for her condition. No matter how much she thought about it, Felicia could not understand their real purpose. Why would they go this far for someone like her? What could they possibly be hoping to gain? But after sitting with those thoughts for a while, the hardness in her face slowly faded. Perhaps, she told herself, this outcome was not entirely bad. As the quiet room settled around her, Felicia's eyelids gradually lowered, her expression softening as she slipped deeper into her own thoughts. In that silence, her mind drifted back over everything she had endured. With a feeling that carried both exhaustion and faint relief, she admitted to herself that, at the very least, she had finally managed to escape that hellish place. Sitting alone in the stillness, Felicia continued to think, her thoughts growing softer and more fragile, almost like she was whispering one last wish to herself. She thought that it would be nice if, before dying, she could hold a sword just one final time. And if she were allowed to be a little more selfish, even for just a moment, there was one more desire buried deep within her heart. As that longing rose inside her, the scene slipped into a vivid memory. The fierce sparring match she once shared with Lucian, where every movement had burned itself into her mind. The ringing clash of blades, the swift footwork, the sharp pressure between them, and the tension of every exchange returned to her as clearly as if it were happening right before her eyes again. Watching that memory unfold within her mind, Felicia quietly admitted the truth to herself. If she could ask for anything, she wanted to cross swords with him one more time. But almost as soon as the thought appeared, she rejected it herself, calling it absurd, as if such a wish could never be granted. And right then, a voice from outside suddenly cut through the silence. The voice stated that, according to the physician's assessment, her mana control was still unstable. Then the speaker became clear it was Lucian. In a calm, even tone, he continued, adding that she was also suffering from severe malnutrition and accumulated fatigue. His voice remained steady but direct as he asked whether her body felt any better now, and whether she was strong enough to hold a sword again. At those words, Felicia visibly froze in surprise. The question struck her so suddenly that she could barely process it. Still startled, she immediately asked what he meant by that. More importantly, what exactly did he mean by holding a sword again? Lucian looked at her with a composed expression and answered her confusion with a question of his own. Did she truly intend to stay in this place forever? Then, with a faint trace of dry irony, he remarked that, surprisingly enough, prison life seemed to suit her. He stepped closer and gestured toward the bed nearby, making it clear that this was not the reason he had gone through all the trouble of bringing her here. Dropping any roundabout words, Lucian faced her directly and asked whether she truly did not want her talent with the sword to bloom in this place. He stated firmly that he had no intention of letting her remain as some ordinary sword fighter. What he had in mind for her was far greater than that, and at last, he revealed his plan. Lucian intended to recommend Felicia as a disciple of the Sword Saint. The moment those words reached her ears, Felicia was left completely stunned, as if the entire room had gone silent around her. Her disbelief appeared immediately on her face. She stared at him sharply and demanded to know whether he was mocking her. To Felicia, the idea itself was not merely unexpected. It sounded ridiculous, almost impossibly absurd. She pointed out that even becoming a sword fighter was already unbelievable for someone like her, a mere maid and a woman. But to go even further and speak of becoming the Sword Saint's disciple, such a thing, in her eyes, crossed far beyond the limits of reason. At last, her frustration spilled out through a firm voice that nearly trembled. She declared that her status might be low, but she was not such a fool that she failed to understand where she stood. Seeing her react with such force, Lucian fell silent for a moment and reflected inwardly. He realized he might have moved too fast. He had been hasty, and Felicia's refusal was only natural given everything she had lived through. After all, even though she carried the blood of the Marquis, she had been born as an illegitimate child, and a woman on top of that. Because of that, she had never even been allowed to hold a sword, much less receive proper training in how to wield one. Instead of being given a chance, she had faced envy, jealousy, and endless persecution from her own siblings. Those harsh circumstances were what eventually shaped the existence known as the Sword Demon, Felix, the one who abandoned House Logren. Returning his thoughts to the present, Lucian spoke to her again, this time in a calmer voice. He told Felicia that he understood why she could not trust him, and that she could take as much time as she needed before making any decision. Felicia looked at him with confusion still clouding her face and asked what he meant by that. Lucian answered without hesitation, explaining that he was leaving the choice entirely in her hands. He even told her that, if she wished, she could leave as soon as today. But before ending the conversation, he gave her one final message. She should never give up on the sword. Lucian told her that the moment she held a sword in her hand was when she became her truest self. Those words did not fade quickly. They stayed with Felicia, pressing quietly against her heart. Felicia, shaken more than she wanted to show, repeated those words softly to herself. Was she truly her real self when she held a sword? The thought felt almost impossible, especially when even her own blood relatives had stripped that right away from her. Then, raising her voice just a little, Felicia turned back to Lucian and asked something far more personal. Did she really have the right to do that? Was it truly all right for her to devote herself only to the sword, without being chained down by anything else? Lucian met her uncertainty without the slightest hesitation, his gaze steady and certain. He told her that if this was what her own will desired, then he swore it would become so, and he placed that promise on the name of Lucian Baldic. At that moment, the story briefly slipped into the past. Lucian was seen speaking casually with Felix, asking him what his dream was. While many people spoke of living comfortably or proudly showing off their success to others, Lucian seemed to sense that Felix was different. Lucian remarked that Felix did not seem like the kind of person who desired such ordinary rewards. He even suggested a few possibilities, asking whether Felix wanted to become a knight captain or perhaps earn a noble title. But Felix's answer was something else entirely. He admitted that he had never deeply considered it before, but if there was one thing he truly wanted, it was simple, to devote himself completely to the sword, free from every restraint. For him, that alone would be enough. After that memory faded, the scene moved to the training grounds, where Lucian walked forward together with Felicia and Hugo. As they advanced across the grounds, Lucian looked ahead and noticed the Grand Duke standing there with his butler at his side, as if the two had already been waiting for their arrival. Slightly surprised by his father's presence, Lucian spoke up and asked what had brought him here. The Grand Duke answered calmly, saying he had come for the preparations involving the Sword Saint. He then asked if Lucian truly thought he would miss such an important occasion. Just by standing there, the Grand Duke filled the area with a heavy sense of pressure. When his gaze turned toward the other two, Hugo and Felicia immediately lowered their heads in respectful greeting. Together, they offered their formal respects and greeted him as His Excellency, the Archduke. The Grand Duke's gaze settled on Hugo for a moment, studying him in silence before he spoke again. His voice remained calm and controlled, but every word carried a firm weight. So this was Hugo. He had heard that Hugo performed well during the recent incident, but even so, those achievements were still being buried beneath the shadow of the mistakes he had made in the past. Hugo accepted those words without trying to defend himself. He lowered his head even deeper and answered with proper respect, admitting that his failure could not be denied, and that it truly had been his mistake. The Grand Duke then continued, saying that even while knowing all of that, Hugo's master had still insisted on making him a knight. At that point, Lucian tried to step in, as if he wanted to stop the conversation before it went any further. But the Grand Duke did not give him the chance. His words continued without the slightest pause. The Grand Duke revealed that Lucian had even gone so far as to give up his own reward just to make that request happen. Hearing this, Hugo was visibly shaken. Deep inside, his thoughts trembled as he realized that the young master had truly done all of that for him, and that Lucian seriously meant to keep the promise he had made. Emotion stirred in his chest, but on the outside, Hugo forced himself to remain composed. Then the Grand Duke delivered his judgment in a decisive voice. He told Hugo that the answer might disappoint him, but the request had been rejected. The reason was simple. In the Grand Duke's eyes, Hugo was not yet prepared to carry such a burden. His words were not spoken with cruelty. They were simply absolute. The Grand Duke told Hugo to focus on building more achievements, so that one day, he himself could stand as the one to guarantee Hugo's honor. The training ground fell into silence, the weight of that decision pressing down on everyone present. Then he added that he would be eagerly waiting for that day. At those words, Hugo raised his head and declared in a loud, unwavering voice that he would definitely meet the Grand Duke's expectations. His resolve echoed across the grounds, and only then did the Grand Duke turn his attention toward Felicia. The Grand Duke called Felicia's name. She was still bowing respectfully before him, her body held stiff from the tension in the air. A little nervous, she answered at once, acknowledging him with proper respect. But the Grand Duke's gaze did not soften as he continued, his voice sharp enough to probe straight into her. He told her that since she had been born and raised in that place, she should understand better than anyone what Lucian was putting on the line for her sake. The fight for succession was not over yet. If Felicia failed to prove her own value, then the world would not blame her first. Instead, people would mock Lucian as a pathetic man who had been blinded by lust. The Grand Duke's words cut into the air, and then he pressed her even harder, demanding an answer. Did she truly believe she was worth that much? Felicia was just about to answer. Her lips parted slightly as she tried to gather the courage to respond. But before even a single word could leave her mouth, Lucian stepped in first. He said he would answer in their place, and then looked straight at his father as he replied with firm certainty. Of course. Was there even anything more to ask? His voice did not waver. There was conviction in every syllable, and he showed no hesitation at all. Felicia's worth, he declared, was more than enough. Even if everyone doubted his choice and called him a fool, he would not take those words back. Even if Felicia herself still felt uncertain about it, that doubt would end today. Lucian kept his eyes fixed forward as he continued, because from this moment on, everyone would finally see the truth for themselves. Felicia was a diamond in the rough, someone held back only because of her low status and because she had been born a woman. Then Lucian turned slightly toward her, his tone growing more direct, almost as if he were pushing her to step forward herself. He asked what she was waiting for and urged her to hurry up and say that she was certain. In that moment, a realization suddenly struck him. This was not some simple coincidence. The Archduke had truly been waiting here for them, watching everything unfold with his own eyes. The Grand Duke remained silent for a short while, his expression giving away almost nothing, though his thoughts ran far deeper than his face revealed. He had come to see for himself the vassal his son had chosen, hoping that Lucian's first attempt to spread his wings would be given even the slightest wind to lift him higher. That was the real reason the Grand Duke had appeared at the training ground. Then he finally broke the silence and spoke firmly to Lucian. If Lucian was that certain, then they would witness the result with their own eyes. He ordered them to prepare to face the Sword Saint. Lucian's eyes sharpened the moment he heard those words. Without even a second of hesitation, he thanked his father for granting permission, and his expression made his determination unmistakably clear. His posture, his gaze, and even the air around him carried the same silent meaning. He was truly grateful to his father, and with that feeling lingering between them, the scene shifted. On the training ground, the Sword Saint stood waiting. He stepped forward with a calm presence that still felt overwhelming, and a faint laugh slipped from him. Not only had the third young master come in person, but even the Duke himself had appeared. His words trailed off slightly as the Grand Duke approached him. The Grand Duke stepped up and greeted him with a firm handshake. In any case, he said, this was an important event for their family, and as a gentleman, he simply could not suppress his curiosity. Then he told the Sword Saint not to worry about his son's reputation and to evaluate him with full rigor. Lucian also moved forward, facing his master with the same unwavering determination in his eyes. Lucian said he wanted the same thing. Only if the evaluation was strict would the promise they had made carry true meaning. Hearing that, a memory briefly passed through the Sword Saint's mind. He remembered Lucian once telling him that he would bring a perfect student, someone worthy of receiving his teachings. After a brief pause, the Sword Saint gave a slight nod. If both of them insisted on it, then he would take the matter very seriously. And before him, Felicia stood waiting. Her body was tense, and a faint hesitation showed in the way she held herself. The Sword Saint's gaze remained fixed on her, heavy, sharp, and impossible to ignore. A moment later, Felicia and the Sword Saint stood directly across from each other. Inside her mind, Felicia felt the full weight of the man before her. There was no doubt about it. This was truly the Sword Saint. Just standing in front of him made her feel as if the very air around them had changed. Gathering her courage, Felicia straightened herself and spoke with respect. She said it was an honor to meet the Sword Saint, and then introduced herself properly as Felicia. But before she could continue any further, the Sword Saint slowly raised his sword, holding it with calm authority as he cut her off. His voice was cold, sharp, and completely absolute. He told her that her name did not matter. Her sword would speak for her. A brief silence followed, and his piercing gaze seemed to pass straight through her. He told her that her name could wait until later. For now, she was to wield the wooden sword. At those words, the focus shifted slightly to the side, where Lucian and the Grand Duke stood watching in silence. The tension over the training ground tightened, as if everything had been building toward this one moment. Lucian quietly thought to himself that the test had now begun. Keeping calm, Lucian began to assess the situation in his mind. If Felicia gathered her mana into the tip of the wooden sword and pushed it in deeper, it should work. But if she tried to depend on raw strength alone, then this would become difficult. With proper mana circulation, there should not have been any major problem. Even so, a trace of uncertainty still lingered in Lucian's mind. What would happen next was something they could only watch and find out. Across from the Sword Saint, Felicia tightened her grip around the wooden sword. A bit of nervousness still remained inside her, but her determination burned even stronger. She knew this was a chance that might come only once in her entire life. She told herself that she had to be careful. Taking a steady breath, Felicia focused inward and began concentrating mana into her hands, just like Philip had done. Slowly, she guided that energy through herself, following the method she had learned. And then it worked. She had done it. The mana moved without any obvious problem, and for a brief moment, surprise flickered through her mind. Relief washed over her for just an instant, but that feeling quickly turned into uncertainty as she wondered what she was supposed to do next. Just as that question rose in her mind, the Sword Saint suddenly spoke. He said that was enough and that there was nothing more to see. Felicia was caught completely off guard, her eyes widening in confusion at the sudden declaration. She stammered in shock, asking what he meant. She had done exactly as he ordered and had drawn the sword. But before she could explain any further, the Sword Saint stepped forward and firmly took hold of her hand. His grip was steady and unshakable. He told her the reason was obvious, his voice calm yet absolute, as though the answer should have been clear from the very beginning. The Sword Saint tightened his hold slightly as he looked at her, his expression growing even more serious. Her circulation showed that she had ignored her internal condition because she feared pain, and her mana management had completely disregarded the actual state of her own body. His voice grew sharper, and each word landed with heavy force. This, he said, was the typical result of arrogance, the kind often seen in people who relied on talent alone. The Sword Saint paused for a brief moment, his eyes never leaving Felicia. Then he continued in the same steady voice, acknowledging that she stood before the Black Lions with the body of a woman, and for that alone, there was no denying that she possessed genuine talent. But talent was not the only thing he judged. His tone grew even colder as he told her that flaws rooted in a person's character were far harder to correct than any lack of skill. Then, with his gaze still fixed on her, he asked whether that explanation was enough. He told her to go back and properly understand the words of the master who had taught her. The first lesson she needed to learn was how to listen. Then he turned slightly away, as if the matter had already been settled, and said he had nothing more to tell her. But just as he was about to end it there, Felicia's voice suddenly cut through the air. She admitted that she had never even had the chance to learn under a teacher. Her words stopped him in place, and there was no arrogance in her tone. Only honesty, embarrassment, and a quiet shame she could not hide. She lowered her voice and confessed that she was ashamed to say it, but she did not understand anything he had just told her. Terms like circulation and mana management meant nothing to her, because no one had ever properly explained them. Felicia's gaze dropped slightly, and her fingers tightened around the sword in her hand. She said she had only copied what she had seen with her own eyes. She called herself foolish, then asked him to show her properly. For the first time, the Sword Saint's composed expression wavered. He turned back toward her, his eyes narrowing as he asked what she had just said. Was she really claiming that she had done all of that by herself, simply by watching someone else? Without any guidance at all? His brow furrowed deeply, and he rejected the idea at once, saying that such a thing should be impossible. He asked again, almost in disbelief, whether she had not just used mana circulation to draw that sword. Felicia hesitated under his pressure, clearly intimidated, but she still answered honestly. She said she had merely copied what her brother had shown her during their sparring match, because she could feel the weight and speed of his sword changing. The Sword Saint's eyes narrowed a little more, disbelief and confusion beginning to mix together. Felicia kept trying to explain in her own awkward way, saying that whenever that blue energy in her brother's body pulsed strongly, she could sense the change happening. But to the Sword Saint, her explanation sounded completely absurd. Inwardly, he thought she was speaking nonsense, unable to make sense of what he was hearing. An hermana was not something a person could simply see whenever they wished. And at that moment, his gaze slowly shifted toward Lucian. His thoughts remained unsettled as he stared at Lucian. Even he could not perceive an hermana without making physical contact. So how could this girl have manifested something so close to a sixth sense purely through her own will? His eyes narrowed as a question formed in his mind. He turned to the third young master and asked who exactly this girl was. Lucian met his master's gaze calmly, his expression steady and confident. Had he not already said it? He had promised to bring someone with extraordinary potential. To Lucian, Felicia was a true masterpiece of fencing talent. There was not the slightest hesitation in his belief, only a quiet certainty that seemed impossible to shake. And with that unspoken confidence hanging between them, the moment finally arrived. The match between them began. Felicia was the first to move, launching herself forward with startling speed. She circled rapidly around the Sword Saint, her eyes darting across his stance as she searched desperately for even the smallest opening. Every step she took was sharp, quick, and relentless. Her movements were driven by urgency and fierce determination. But the Sword Saint remained perfectly still in the center of it all, calm and unmoving, as if her speed and pressure meant nothing to him. Then, at last, Felicia saw a brief gap. She did not waste even a heartbeat. Felicia lunged toward that opening, driving forward with everything she had in an attempt to pierce through his defense. But the very next instant, her attack came to a complete stop. The Sword Saint blocked her strike with effortless precision, and he did it without even turning his eyes toward her. His voice remained cold as he told her that her movements were full of openings. Her blade was dull, and worse than that, her determination was even weaker. Only then did he shift his gaze toward her, his eyes sharp and merciless. He asked if that was all her despair was worth. Felicia clenched her teeth, frustration rising inside her like a flame she could not swallow down. No matter how many times she attacked, and no matter how carefully she aimed each strike, every single blow was intercepted and erased as if it had never posed a threat in the first place. It felt as though the Sword Saint could read every movement before her body even made it. Inside Felicia's mind, helpless thoughts began to echo. She had pushed herself all the way to her limit. Her hands tightened around the sword as doubt slowly crept in. And yet, even after giving everything she had, her blade could not even graze him. In her mind, Felicia kept speaking to herself, her thoughts trembling but refusing to break. The Sword Saint had not taken even a single step. That realization struck her harder than any blow. So this was the pinnacle of the sword, an abyss so vast and unreachable that she could not even begin to measure its depth. The distance between them felt overwhelming, almost suffocating. But even while facing that impossible gap, Felicia had no intention of giving up there. Her eyes suddenly dropped downward. Her gaze locked onto a loose tile beneath her feet, and in that split second, a plan flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, Felicia kicked the tile upward, using it as a distraction. She sent it flying to create a momentary opening, and at the same time, she shifted her body into position. Felicia moved to strike from behind, her movements fast and unpredictable. It was not the polished technique of someone formally trained, but an instinctive, unconventional attack born from desperation and willpower. Watching her attempt unfold, the Sword Saint finally spoke again, and this time, there was the faintest trace of interest in his voice. He saw in her a fighting spirit that refused to die, even after crashing against an impossible wall. He also saw ideas that did not follow ordinary rules. Because she was not weighed down by experience, her actions were rough, but strangely free. After a brief pause, he spoke again, almost as if acknowledging the stubborn persistence she was showing. He told Felicia that she was not finished yet, and for just a brief moment, her plan seemed as if it might actually work. The Sword Saint told her to let it all out, every last bit of resentment she had carried inside until now. Then, using only a single finger as though it were a sharpened blade, the Sword Saint sliced straight through the flying tile, cutting it cleanly into two separate pieces. The movement was so effortless that it almost looked unreal, as if the tile had simply split apart on its own. Even after seeing that, Felicia did not stop. She forced herself forward, refusing to back away, her body continuing to move beneath the crushing pressure. But just as she advanced, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Before her, an immense surge of power began to take form, gathering into the figure of a massive lion, vast, terrifying, and overwhelming. The sheer presence of that power froze Felicia for a single instant, and the air around her seemed to tremble beneath its weight. Then, without warning, a hand reached toward her sword. That sudden movement startled her, and a flicker of fear rose sharply in her chest. But even with that fear gripping her, Felicia forced herself to respond. She held tightly to her weapon and swung forward with every last bit of strength she had left. At the same time, the Sword Saint stood before her, his entire body radiating an overwhelming force that seemed impossible to oppose. A faint smile appeared on his face as that power surged outward, spreading in every direction like a storm suddenly unleashed across the training ground. And then, as abruptly as it had begun, everything fell silent. The energy faded away, the air grew still, and the entire training ground returned to calm, almost as if nothing had happened at all. But the weight of that brief clash remained heavily suspended in the atmosphere. From above, Lucian and the Grand Duke watched the entire exchange in silence, their eyes fixed on the scene below. After a moment, the Grand Duke finally opened his mouth and spoke. The Grand Duke's voice came out calm, but there was a heavy meaning beneath it. Looking at the scene below, he asked Lucian if he knew what truly made a swordsman someone worth trusting. But he did not wait for Lucian to answer. A trustworthy swordsman was someone who had carved the price of endless training deep into their very soul. It was someone whose fundamentals had been sharpened through boring, repeated practice, and whose experience had been forged on battlefields where one wrong move meant death. It was a cruel and unforgiving road, but that harsh road was also the foundation of what made a true swordsman. Lucian listened in silence, his face steady, though his thoughts moved quietly beneath the surface. He understood exactly what his father meant. That was why, until now, he had only ever kept people like that close to his side. But then the Grand Duke continued, and his tone shifted slightly. Even so, in this world, there were rare people who could leap over that enormous mountain of effort. With a single bound, they could cross what others spent their entire lives climbing. The Grand Duke's gaze sharpened as he looked down at the training ground below, speaking of people who shone like the blazing sun. Their talent was so overwhelming that the world had no choice but to recognize them, like a rising tide powerful enough to swallow everything in its path. After a brief pause, his eyes remained fixed below. That girl was exactly one of those people. The view returned to the ground, where Felicia stood frozen in place, her sword still firmly caught in the Sword Saint's grasp. No matter how much strength and will she had poured into that strike, the Sword Saint held it with effortless ease, as if her blade had no weight at all. From above, the Grand Duke's voice carried down, calm but filled with certainty. He told Lucian that he had made the right decision. Lucian kept his eyes on the scene below as he answered, his voice steady with conviction. If his father had not trusted Felicia, and if he had not given her this chance, then that light would have been extinguished. There was a quiet confidence in Lucian's words. Talent was not truly rare in this world. More often, it simply remained buried in the dark, because no one ever gave it the opportunity to shine. Meanwhile, on the ground below, not even the smallest scratch could be seen on the Sword Saint's hand, despite the force of Felicia's attack. Yet the Sword Saint's thoughts were no longer dismissive. He looked at Felicia's unwavering eyes and understood something clearly. This girl had been born for the sword. No matter what trials she had endured, that truth had not been broken. His eyes narrowed slightly as his realization deepened even further. More importantly, she could actually see it. She could see beyond the limits of ordinary sense, toward the endless path of the sword stretching into infinity. Standing calmly before her, the Sword Saint slowly loosened his grip. Then he looked at Felicia with an expression completely different from before. He asked her to tell him her name once again. This time, his voice was no longer cold, carried weight, and within that weight was clear acknowledgement. He told her that today, she had proven her courage through her sword. From this moment forward, no one would be allowed to doubt her name, so she should say it again with pride. Felicia stood frozen for a short moment, overwhelmed by the sudden change in his attitude. Then, with her voice lowered slightly but her resolve still intact, she answered that she would say it once more to the Sword Saint. Her name was Felicia. After a small pause, she continued in a quieter voice. She had no surname from her mother's side, and House Logren, the family of her father, had refused to grant her theirs. Felicia was the only name she had. The Sword Saint listened without interrupting, then gave a small nod, as if the pieces had finally settled into place. He understood now, so that was how it was. He looked at her with a faint hint of approval and told her that she had held her ground very well. Then, in a firm and unmistakable voice, he declared her name to be Felicia Brittner. From that day onward, that would be her name. Felicia's eyes widened slightly as he continued, declaring that he would take her as his adopted daughter. He would teach her everything, not only swordsmanship, but even the etiquette required of a noble. His voice remained steady, and there was no uncertainty in it. The training would be exhausting, and not a single moment of it would be easy. Then he asked her if she was truly prepared for that. Felicia did not hesitate for even a second. She dropped to her knees before him, and the sword saint gently placed one hand on her shoulder. His voice lowered, carrying a rare sincerity that had not been there before. He told Felicia that he was a stubborn old man. He had judged her character too quickly and spoken too lightly. After a brief pause, he admitted that there would surely be days when his pride and rigid beliefs clashed against her free spirit. Then he looked straight at her and asked if, when that happened, she would convince him with her sword. A faint smile touched his face as he said that he, too, would try to accept her sincerity through the blade. Their paths until now had been different, but their hearts both beat for the sword. His hand tightened slightly on her shoulder, as if sealing the bond between them from that moment forward. He told her that they would walk this path together. His voice carried the weight of an ending and the promise of a new beginning as he called her by her new name, Felicia Brittner. After that, the night fell over the land, and rumors began moving through the darkness. As always, whispers spread fastest from the places closest to the truth. In a dark, secluded area, a man urgently handed a letter to another person. His face was tense as he ordered him to deliver it to the family elders. The future of House Toledo depended on that letter, so it had to reach them as quickly as possible. Hearing the seriousness in his lord's voice, the man receiving the letter looked confused and could not help but ask what exactly he meant by that. The other man answered slowly, his voice heavy with concern. He had heard that the Sword Saint had finally taken on a disciple. The Sword Saint had always stayed neutral in every succession dispute, but there was no guarantee that his disciple's will would remain neutral as well. If the child backed by the Sword Saint chose to support one side, then it would only be a matter of time before the balance within House Baltic was completely overturned. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice had turned colder. If the ship they had boarded, the one named Geordie, could no longer carry House Toledo to greater heights, then it would be wiser to abandon it before it sank entirely. Instead, they should move toward the one who had recently earned merit and managed to bring the Sword Saint's disciple onto his side. That person was Lucian Baldic. The moment Lucian's name was spoken, the scene shifted once again. This time, the view moved into a room inside the Baldic mansion. Inside the luxurious chamber, the Grand Duke sat calmly while his butler stood respectfully nearby and delivered a report. In a composed tone, the butler explained that everything had unfolded just as his grace predicted. Not only had the elders continued sending letters filled with concern, but even the maternal relatives of the young masters had begun sending letters of their own. The head butler continued his report, his voice carrying a trace of worry. He had already taken measures on his side, but those people were not the type to simply stand still and watch. Because of that, he wondered if it would be better to act before those sparks spread any further. Even after hearing those concerns, the Grand Duke remained perfectly calm. His expression showed neither fear nor hesitation, as if he had already expected every reaction now unfolding around him. After a short silence, he finally began to speak, his voice deep, steady, and impossible to ignore. He said that if those people truly intended to make their own children the head of the family, then they were exactly the sort who would do anything for that goal, without even realizing that their own actions were slowly destroying the very children they wished to elevate. The atmosphere inside the room grew heavier as the Grand Duke continued. He ordered the head butler to summon every child within the domain for a family dinner. If there were complaints, then all they had to do was offer everyone a fair opportunity. Was that not right? A cold, imposing aura spread from him as he spoke. A true man, he declared, had to know how to open doors with his own strength. And if someone carried the name of Baldic, then he had to speak with his own blood. They would see who truly possessed the lion's fangs. Right after those words, the scene shifted once more into the quiet night inside the Grand Duke's mansion. At the same time, Lucian was walking forward beside a servant, moving through the grand halls of the estate with his usual calm steps. As he continued ahead, the eyes of countless servants immediately turned toward him. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they still could not fully process the sudden changes taking place around the young master. Then, almost all at once, the servants lowered their heads respectfully and greeted him in unison, offering their formal greetings to young Master Lucian. Lucian looked calmly toward them without showing even the slightest arrogance. In a composed and gentle voice, he told them they had all been working hard, and that they should not mind him, just continue with their duties. As Lucian looked across the servants gathered around him, he quietly began to reflect on the change. It was not only the annex where he lived that felt different now. Even here, in the main house where his father resided, the servants' attitudes had shifted far more than he had ever expected. A faint smile slowly touched Lucian's face as he finally understood what that change meant. His position within the family had risen much higher than he himself had imagined, and the way everyone looked at him now made that impossible to deny. At the same time, another thought quietly crossed his mind. He had believed that becoming a direct disciple himself would already be considered an enormous success, enough to change how others viewed him. But the treatment he was receiving now went far beyond even that achievement. This was not simple respect anymore. It was a clear sign that his influence had begun to spread through the entire mansion. And now that Felicia had met the Sword Saint, Lucian could not even begin to imagine what kind of monster she would eventually become in the future once her talent truly started to bloom. After walking through the long halls for a while, Lucian finally arrived before a large door, its heavy frame standing quietly in front of him. He stopped there for a brief moment and neatly adjusted his tie, preparing himself with a calm expression. Then he thought to himself that it was probably time for him to begin handling his own role as well. Without hesitating any longer, Lucian reached forward and pushed the door open. The instant the door opened, the tense atmosphere inside the room came clearly into view. Seated within were the fourth young master and the second young master, Jordy. Both of their faces were dark and unpleasant, making the pressure in the room obvious at a glance. Looking directly toward Jordy, Lucian calmly thought to himself that their expressions said everything. Just as he expected, every one of them had a long face. Even so, Lucian showed no trace of unease. He walked forward calmly toward his seat, keeping his posture relaxed and his expression composed the entire time. Once he sat down, Lucian glanced around at everyone gathered there, and spoke with a polite smile, saying it was wonderful to see them all gathered together again after such a long time. He added that it was truly a shame brothers found it so difficult to even see each other's faces these days. Then his gaze shifted toward Jordy as he asked if his brother did not agree. Jordy responded to Lucian at once, his expression cold and rigid. Staring straight at him, he spoke in a sharp warning tone, saying that Lucian seemed quite triumphant because of everything that had happened recently. He asked whether Lucian truly believed that good fortune would keep following him forever. Nothing had really changed, Jordy warned, so Lucian would be wise to watch how he behaved. But instead of being intimidated, Lucian suddenly began to clap lightly, as though Jordy's warning had genuinely moved him. A faint smile appeared on Lucian's face as he replied that, as expected, the only person truly looking out for him was his brother. He even asked how Jordy had known he had been feeling a little too excited lately. His tone sounded polite and harmless on the surface, but every word carried a thin blade of mockery underneath. Lucian calmly continued, saying that he completely understood brother Jordy. Even if Jordy's words sounded harsh, Lucian knew everything he did was ultimately for his sake. As Lucian kept speaking without giving Jordy any opening to interrupt, the air inside the room slowly turned colder. After the incident at the training grounds, Lucian said, Jordy had decisively cut ties with Sirhen and shown everyone the true image of what a noble lord should be. Not only that, but when it came to the money embezzled by the former head maid Jenny, Jordy had generously compensated her and even provided her with a rather generous allowance afterward. Lucian asked how he could possibly fail to understand such kindness from his brother. Then, as if something important had only just occurred to him, his expression turned innocent again. He suddenly asked whether Jenny was doing well these days. After all, he had stopped right before she died. The moment those words left Lucian's mouth, Jordy's face twisted with fury. The anger he had been suppressing finally burst through, and he slammed out in rage. He shouted Lucian's name, demanding to know how he dared speak that way. At the same time, the fourth young master silently watched the entire exchange play out before him. Seeing Jordy being completely dragged around by Lucian's words, he could only think in irritation that if his second brother was going to be overwhelmed this easily, then he should have simply stayed quiet. The fourth young master continued watching the situation unfold, and the frustration on his face became more and more obvious. In his mind, he angrily thought that Jordy was only helping Lucian build even more momentum. He could not just sit there and allow things to continue like this. Unable to stay silent any longer, he suddenly rose from his seat and shouted toward Lucian. He said that second brother had only been telling Lucian to restrain himself, worried that his excitement might cause him to make a mistake. Then he demanded to know whether Lucian really had to respond with such sarcastic mockery toward brother Jordy. The fourth young master ordered Lucian to admit his mistake to Geordie immediately. After saying this, he felt as if he had stepped forward at exactly the right moment and done something important. In his own mind, he even believed that he had successfully intervened to calm the situation. He told himself that he had only been trying to lighten the mood. But before that thought could even finish forming, Lucian's cold voice cut across the room like a drawn blade. He said this was exactly why being nice to people never paid off. The instant those words landed, the fourth young master's entire body stiffened. Cold sweat began sliding down his face as Lucian slowly turned a furious gaze toward him. In a dangerously calm tone, Lucian said he knew they should have had a much deeper physical conversation that day. Just looking at him now proved he still had not come to his senses. The pressure inside the room became overwhelming as Lucian continued. He asked whether the fourth young master truly could not read the atmosphere at all. Just because Lucian had let things slide because he was the youngest, did he think that meant he could do whatever he wanted? Lucian asked if he really wanted to be shown what true terror looked like. The moment the fourth young master heard those words, all of his earlier confidence vanished. Fear spread clearly across his face as he instinctively shrank back and nervously muttered for his brother. And at that exact moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, a heavy voice echoed through the room. It said that all of them seemed to possess an excessive amount of vigor that they were unable to properly control. The Grand Duke slowly entered the room, and an overwhelming presence seemed to follow with every step he took. The moment he appeared, all three young masters immediately straightened themselves and bowed respectfully, greeting him as their father. The Grand Duke calmly swept his gaze across the entire room before speaking again. He remarked that seeing them raise their voices even during a rare family dinner proved that they had plenty of vigor. And yes, that kind of vigor was certainly necessary. Then, without the slightest change in his expression, he continued, saying that he had already been planning to send all of them to the battlefield anyway. The instant those words were spoken, all three young masters froze in shock. None of them had expected such a statement to come from the Grand Duke's mouth, and for a moment, their faces were completely overtaken by disbelief. A short while later, everyone was seated around the grand dinner table, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Candlelight flickered across polished silverware and noble faces, but despite the elegant setting, no one dared to be the first to speak. At the head of the table, the Grand Duke calmly looked over the young masters before finally breaking the silence. He asked if they were all aware of the Empire Liberation Alliance, and the moment that name left his mouth, the mood in the room grew even heavier. The Grand Duke continued in a cold, steady voice, explaining that they were remnants of former vassal states. They were rebels who had gathered together with the goal of freeing themselves from the Empire's rule. Across various regions, they had been stirring up local rebellions and spreading unrest. They had even gone as far as assassinating nobles without hesitation. The Grand Duke compared them to a thorn lodged beneath a fingernail, small at first glance, but far too painful and dangerous to ignore. Everyone at the table listened in complete silence as the Grand Duke went on. A few months earlier, traces of their activity had been discovered in the border region of Bornholm. Because of that, he had dispatched the firstborn, Tristan, to crush the rebellious movement before it could spread any further. Since then, there had been numerous clashes, both large and small, though none of them had been serious enough to completely destabilize the region. As the Grand Duke spoke, the expressions of the three young masters gradually stiffened. Among them, the second and fourth young masters looked especially troubled, as if they had already sensed that the situation was far more serious than it first appeared. Even after hearing all of that, the Grand Duke's face did not so much as twitch. His expression stayed perfectly still, as if the heavy atmosphere around the table had no power to shake him at all. But then his voice dropped lower than before. Recently, he said, he had received a report serious enough that it could no longer be dismissed or pushed aside. In an instant, every sound around the table faded away. Only after the silence fully settled did the Grand Duke reveal the real reason behind his concern. A monster migration. The first warning signs had already begun to appear in Bornholm. The instant those words reached Lucian's ears, his eyes widened before he could stop himself. A cold, sharp sensation slid down his spine, making his entire body tense. A monster migration. Just repeating the phrase in his mind was enough to make his expression harden. This was not some ordinary disturbance. This was far more dangerous than anything he had expected. A monster migration was the kind of disaster that began when one species of monster increased far beyond its natural numbers. Once their population grew too large for their original territory to contain, the monsters would abandon their habitats and move together in enormous waves, driven by hunger as they searched for food, prey, and new ground to overrun. Wherever that flood of monsters passed, peace could collapse into chaos almost overnight. The true danger depended entirely on how large the outbreak became and what kind of monsters were involved. If the scale was small, a few remote villages might be wiped out before help could even arrive. But if the migration grew into something larger, entire cities, borderlands, and defensive territories could be crushed beneath an endless tide of monsters. Even veteran knights and seasoned soldiers dreaded monster migrations, because once the monsters began moving in full force, stopping them was never simple. And now, the first signs of that nightmare had appeared again. The worst migration ever recorded had been so devastating that an entire castle and 10 nearby villages were erased from the map as if they had never existed. Thousands of people had lost their lives in that catastrophe, and the ruined lands remained empty for years afterward, abandoned out of fear and still tainted by the lingering presence of monsters. The Grand Duke allowed those grim facts to sink into everyone at the table before speaking again. His tone calm but impossible to ignore. However, he added it was still too early to declare this a full-scale monster migration. At once, every gaze returned to him. A monster migration, he explained, normally followed a cycle of roughly 50 years. Bornholm's previous outbreak had been suppressed only 20 years ago. According to every known pattern and every piece of logic they had, another migration should not be happening this soon. Lucian listened quietly as his father laid out the situation. Then his eyes narrowed in thought. Even so, he said with care, if there was even the slightest chance that an unexpected variable had appeared, then eldest brother must already be carrying a tremendous burden, especially while he was also dealing with the rebels at the same time. The moment those words left his mouth, Lucian seemed to grasp the real meaning hidden beneath his father's earlier statement. So that was it. That was why father had said he intended to send one of them to the battlefield. When the Grand Duke saw that his third son had reached the correct conclusion on his own, a slow smile appeared on his otherwise stern face. That is correct, he answered, his voice steady. One of you must go there and help clear away the dark clouds gathering over that land. The Grand Duke's eyes moved across his sons one by one. So tell me, is there anyone among you willing to step forward and help your eldest brother resolve this matter? That single question was enough to tighten the entire atmosphere around the table. The air, which had already been heavy, now felt even more difficult to breathe. Geordie, the second young master, visibly stiffened the moment the word volunteering entered the discussion. His brows drew together, and his expression turned uncomfortable as countless thoughts rushed through his head. A volunteer? The word sounded generous on the surface, but to him it was hardly a real choice at all. He understood exactly what kind of situation this was. None of them would actually be able to take command away from eldest brother, not when Tristan already controlled the battlefield. At most, they would be sent there as supporting figures, useful enough to stand beside him but powerless in any meaningful way. And even if they managed to accomplish something impressive, the achievement would almost certainly be placed under Tristan's name in the end. After sorting through those thoughts, Geordie finally lifted his head and spoke in front of the Grand Duke. Father, he began respectfully, is it truly necessary for one of us to step forward in person? None of us have gained proper battlefield experience yet. Rather than involving ourselves directly in such a dangerous and uncertain situation, Geordie continued, I believe it would be far more efficient to send our knights to support eldest brother instead. Then, as if seeking agreement, he turned his gaze toward the youngest sibling seated nearby. Don't you think so as well, youngest? Under the sudden pressure, the fourth young master hesitated, his posture growing noticeably tense. After a brief pause, he answered cautiously, yes, father. If I could truly be of help, I would of course want to step forward myself. But I also believe second brother's suggestion is the more reasonable choice. Before the conversation could continue in that direction, however, Lucian suddenly cut in. That will probably be impossible. Lucian's voice remained calm as he began explaining the reason. If we move additional troops from here at this point, the lords surrounding Bornholm will be the first ones to react. And if we are careless, they may start suspecting that we are using the rebel problem as an excuse to hide some other intention. The moment Lucian said that, the fourth young master's face twisted into a frown of clear dissatisfaction. He clearly did not like the implication behind Lucian's words. Other intentions? He repeated sharply, his voice rising with disbelief. Are you saying they would actually think that? That House Valdic is using the rebels as a convenient excuse to invade their territories? Irritation colored every word he spoke. How could they dare look at House Valdic and entertain such absurd suspicions? Even if they complained about something so ridiculous, would a simple warning from us not be enough to silence them? We have no reason to tread carefully around people like that. Lucian, however, did not lose his composure. Of course, he replied evenly. What you are saying is not entirely wrong. However, we still have to consider every possible outcome. As he spoke, his gaze grew slightly sharper. What if His Majesty the Emperor himself were to hold that same suspicion, even for just a moment? And beyond that, what if the Marquis's faction used this opening to twist the situation for their own advantage? Those words landed heavily over the table, and the atmosphere immediately grew darker. The Grand Duke gave a slow nod, showing that he agreed. Lucian is correct, he stated in a firm voice. Even though our house maintains a strong relationship with the imperial family, any large-scale movement of troops is bound to make the surrounding powers uneasy. And if the noble faction decides to turn this situation into a political weapon against us, His Majesty would undoubtedly be placed in a very difficult position. The Grand Duke then folded his hands together, his sharp eyes sweeping across each of his sons in turn. Now then, what do you suggest we do? His deep voice echoed through the dining hall, quiet yet heavy enough to command the room. Under the current circumstances, an official military deployment is impossible. At the same time, however, we still need forces capable of responding immediately if something unexpected happens. As he said this, the Grand Duke's expression hardened ever so slightly. We need a method that can stabilize the region without stirring unnecessary anxiety or provoking tension among the surrounding territories. Silence followed his words. The three young masters all sank into thought, each trying to find an answer worthy of the problem before them. Tell me your thoughts, the Grand Duke demanded. While the others were still searching for an answer, Lucian had already reached his conclusion in silence. In his mind, there was only one solution that fit. The forces they needed had to meet several conditions at once. They had to be people with actual combat experience, not sheltered soldiers who only looked impressive on paper. They also had to be the kind of people willing to move regardless of politics or personal loyalties, as long as the payment and conditions were acceptable. More importantly, they had to be locals who belonged to the region itself. They needed an armed force that could act without causing unnecessary suspicion, controversy, or political backlash. And once Lucian considered all of those requirements together, only one group matched them perfectly. We must make use of Bornholm's mercenaries. As Lucian said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued organizing the rest of his thoughts. Even if the goal was only to gather those unruly groups under one banner, the blood of House Valdic would still be needed to make it happen. I volunteer for that position, Father. Lucian's voice rang clearly through the dining hall, and unlike the others, there was not even the faintest trace of hesitation on his face. If anything, he almost looked energized by the opportunity placed before him. The Grand Duke watched his third son in silence for a moment. 1 week later, the scene shifted to a large ship cutting through the cold sea on its way toward Bornholm. The wind roared over the deck, waves slammed against the hull, and Lucian stood quietly beside Hugo as the long voyage continued. Even aboard the ship, with the cold spray of the sea in the air, Lucian remained lost in thought. The only thing that could make mercenaries move was money. That much he understood perfectly. But money alone was never enough to truly bind people like them. Coins could attract mercenaries, but they could not guarantee loyalty. A faint smirk tugged at Lucian's lips as memories from this life and his previous ones rose in his mind. Mercenaries were the type to change their words whenever the situation demanded it, tossing away yesterday's contract as casually as if it had been nothing more than a joke told today. That was the kind of creature known as a mercenary, and Lucian understood that breed far better than most nobles ever could. After all, he himself had once lived as a mercenary. Even knowing that, he still found their way of thinking strangely impressive. To mercenaries, survival always came before pride, loyalty, or reputation. If a situation turned hopeless, abandoning even the employer who had hired them was not treated as shameful. Among mercenaries, that kind of cold decision was often seen as the proper instinct of someone who knew how to stay alive. Lucian's gaze drifted out toward the distant horizon. Of course, troublesome personalities were nothing new to him. Managing a mercenary group itself was not the true problem waiting in Bornholm. Then his eyes narrowed a little. There was only one real reason Father had sent him all the way out here. And as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the image of one particular man surfaced clearly. The first young master, Tristan Valdic. The moment Lucian thought of his eldest brother, his expression tightened with open annoyance. That bastard had absolutely no flexibility whatsoever. Painful memories from his previous life began resurfacing one after another. From the exact design of the guards' uniforms to the precise timing of every break, Tristan was the kind of person who enforced every rule with unbending strictness. Even the smallest violation was enough to bring immediate disciplinary punishment. Dealing with him back then had been exhausting to a level Lucian still remembered far too clearly. Lucian released a quiet sigh. Considering Tristan's personality, there was no chance he would willingly sit down and negotiate with mercenaries who were trying to squeeze profit out of the Empire's crisis. But at the same time, Lucian understood the mercenary side just as well. Their choices, their greed, and their timing all made perfect sense to him. And there was no way those mercenary groups would ignore an opportunity like this once they noticed how the situation was moving. A dangerous battlefield, political instability, the threat of monsters, and desperate nobles willing to pay enormous sums for armed support. Everything about Bornholm was exactly the kind of storm mercenaries would flock toward. To mercenaries, it was the perfect battlefield to squeeze profit from. And the more Lucian thought about it, the more amused he became. In the end, this entire crisis was nothing more than a grand banquet laid out specifically for him. A strange grin slowly crept across Lucian's face. It really has been a long time since I had the chance to properly show what I can do. His eyes began to gleam with a sharp, eager light. Just wait for me, you mercenary bastards. Hugo, who had been standing nearby, quietly stared at his master with a deeply confused look on his face. He could not understand why Lucian had suddenly started smiling like that. What in the world happened to him all of a sudden? Not long after, the ship finally reached the port, slowing down as it came to a heavy stop against the dock. As Lucian stepped down from the vessel and onto the port, a familiar figure was already waiting there to greet him with proper respect. Sir Raymond, thanks to you, the journey here was extremely comfortable. Lucian recognized the man at once. Standing before him was none other than the captain of the Black Lions. Lucian gave him a small nod before speaking. I heard you personally volunteered to accompany this mission as well. At that, the captain smiled with quiet confidence. Since you accepted such an important assignment, I believed you would need an escort suited to the task, Sir Raymond replied. Then he smoothly continued with his report. The members who handled the Vestra mission with you have already arrived ahead of us. They are currently gathering information and checking the situation in the area, so they will join up with you later at the appointed rendezvous point. After finishing his brief report, Sir Raymond lowered his head slightly and asked with formal respect, "For now, would you like to head directly to the first young master?" Lucian answered with a light smile, as if that had been his plan from the beginning. Yes, please. But before they could take even a few proper steps forward, loud shouting suddenly erupted from the nearby streets, cutting through the port's busy noise. It's the bastards from the Empire Liberation Alliance. Don't let them escape. Catch them no matter what. A group of men was sprinting desperately through the streets, while armed soldiers chased after them from behind with fierce urgency. Panic spread through the area in an instant. Civilians gasped and hurriedly threw themselves out of the way, clearing the street as the chase rushed past them. Among the fleeing rebels, one man looked toward his leader with desperation written across his face. Squad leader, at this rate they'll catch us soon. I'll stay behind and buy time, so please escape while you still can. But the squad leader rejected him immediately, without even slowing his pace. Don't say something so foolish. How long do you think you can last against House Valdic soldiers by yourself? Just then, both men suddenly looked ahead. In the distance stood a young boy with an unmistakably noble appearance, accompanied by only 2 escorts. One of the fleeing men stared at him and muttered darkly, "There's a kid up ahead who looks like a noble. We'll deal with his escorts and take that brat hostage to buy ourselves some time." As he made the decision, his hand moved straight toward the sword hanging at his waist. "I won't make a single mistake." With that low declaration, the rebel swiftly drew his blade, lowering his stance as he prepared to charge forward. But at that exact moment, Lucian was already standing directly in front of him. So close it felt as if he had appeared out of thin air. To do what? The rebel's eyes shot wide open in shock. Lucian looked at him with a calm smile, his voice almost playful as he spoke again. "Why don't you let me join in on the fun as well?" At the same time, a terrifying wave of power burst out from Lucian's body, pouring over the street like invisible weight. The rebels froze where they stood, their bodies locking up as the pressure bearing down on them became so suffocating they could barely breathe. After that single instant, the lingering mist of force continued to spread slowly across the battlefield, rolling through the air while Lucian remained standing calmly in front of everyone. His sword rested quietly in his hand, yet the stillness around him made him look even more dangerous than if he had been swinging it wildly. The very same man who had tried to attack him moments earlier could now do nothing but stare in complete shock at what had just happened. At that same moment, the situation around them froze. The team leader tightened his grip around his sword and shouted in confusion, "What is the meaning of this?" But before anyone could properly respond, Another man behind him called out nervously, "Team leader." The tremble in his voice alone revealed the fear already taking hold of him. Meanwhile, deep inside his mind, the team leader had already understood the horrifying truth. Lucian was not an ordinary child at all. That realization sent a chill racing down his spine, especially after seeing their squad leader subdued in one strike without even being given the chance to react. And worse, Lucian had done it with only a scabbard. He's a monster. The air around them became unbearably heavy as the reality of Lucian's overwhelming strength finally began sinking into everyone present. On the other side, Lucian quietly lowered his gaze toward his sword, calmly sensing the immense power surging through every part of his body. A faint smile slowly formed on his lips as he muttered to himself. So this is what it feels like. His eyes sharpened little by little as he continued following the sensation. My body moves exactly the way I want it to. My fully recovered heart is burning as fiercely as a volcano. And in response, mana spreads through my entire body, flowing into every limb and unleashing a level of power that cannot even be compared to what I had before. The pressure around Lucian continued rising higher and higher with each passing second. It felt as though the mana inside his body was overflowing without end, turning his very presence into something terrifying. Lucian briefly looked down at his own hands, as if testing the reality of the strength, before whispering coldly, "This body's performance is beyond imagination." Immediately afterward, the remaining two men began stepping backward in fear, slowly retreating as they hurriedly drew their swords. Even though they tried to prepare themselves for a fight, the terror in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Their hands shook so badly that their blades trembled in the air, and neither of them could understand how they were supposed to face someone like Lucian. Seeing their fear, Lucian slowly lifted his gaze toward them and asked in a calm, overpowering voice, "Are you still unable to grasp the situation?" The instant those words left his mouth, an incredibly powerful aura exploded from his body. The air itself turned crushingly heavy under the pressure of his presence, making it difficult for everyone nearby to even breathe. Fear swallowed the two men completely as Lucian stared straight into their eyes and declared coldly, "There will be no more warnings." His terrifying pressure continued to crush them, and his cold gaze alone shattered what little fighting spirit they still had left. Then, in a calm voice filled with absolute authority, he ordered, "On your knees. All of you." The moment Lucian's command echoed across the street, the two men dropped their swords to the ground at once, not daring to hesitate for even a heartbeat. The sharp metallic sound of their weapons striking the earth rang heavily through the suffocating silence. One of the men lowered his head, trembling violently as he thought in desperation, "He's an opponent we can't endure for even a moment. For the sake of our great cause, we have to survive first." The fear of death had already swallowed them completely, leaving nothing behind but raw desperation. After a few tense moments, the team leader finally spoke, his face covered in defeat. "We surrender. We will cooperate. So please spare us." Panic filled his voice as he continued pleading with everything he had. "Please have mercy, if only for the sake of our innocent children." After those words, the atmosphere around them became even quieter. Lucian silently watched the surrendered men. He carefully observed every movement they made and every emotion they tried to hide. Even after surrendering, killing intent still seeped from their bodies. The hatred and resentment buried deep inside them had not disappeared at all. Lucian's gaze slowly shifted toward the children nearby, and in his heart, he quietly noted the anger burning in their eyes. Their stares were filled with resentment, and that sight left a bitter taste behind. This was why war always felt so cruel. Victory carried no pride or joy when hatred simply passed from one generation to the next. Without saying anything more, Lucian calmly returned his sword to its proper position. Then he looked directly at the surrendered men and declared in a firm voice, "As long as you fully cooperate, I will make sure you are formally judged in a court of law. So do not try anything foolish unless you want to make the situation worse." His words carried both authority and warning at the same time. It was clear he had no intention of showing pointless cruelty, but betrayal would never be tolerated. Shortly afterward, Imperial soldiers began approaching from every direction, moving in to capture the rebels who had surrendered. The sound of armor, boots, and weapons filled the street as the soldiers surrounded the men one after another, closing off every path of escape. At that very moment, an armed man dismounted from his horse and began walking slowly toward the scene. His presence alone carried the dignity and authority of the Empire. Looking toward the captured rebels, He spoke in a stern, unwavering voice. As citizens of the Empire, it is only right that you be judged according to proper procedures. That is a right you may demand regardless of your status, and it is one of the very foundations that supports the Empire. For a brief moment, his words made it sound as though he truly intended to grant them fairness and justice. However, his expression soon turned colder as he continued. But these men are different. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy again. Then, with absolute conviction, he declared, the moment they point their blades at the Empire, they become nothing more than rebels. There is only one verdict: execution for all of them. The man who had just delivered that ruthless judgment was finally revealed to be none other than Tristan Valdic, the first young master of House Valdic. The instant Tristan's merciless judgment rang across the battlefield, the rebel captain who had surrendered only moments earlier was swallowed by pure rage. His body stiffened, and the last trace of fear in his eyes was replaced by burning hatred. His face twisted violently as he suddenly spun around, revealing a hidden knife he had kept concealed until that very moment. The blade flashed in his hand, exposing the fact that his surrender had never been truly sincere. With fury blazing in his eyes, he lunged forward while screaming at the top of his lungs. By what authority do you bastards dare to judge us? Wasn't it your empire that exploited us and trampled us down from the very beginning? All the resentment, pain, and humiliation he had buried for years erupted from his voice in a single breath. But even as that hatred crashed toward him, Tristan Valdic stood completely still, calm and unmoved. Not a single word from the rebel seemed to reach Tristan's heart. His cold expression did not change in the slightest, as if the man's fate had already been decided long before he ever raised that knife. Then, in the very next instant, Tristan finally moved. His strike was so fast and precise that the eye could barely follow it. A brutal slash tore through the air, and the next moment, blood scattered across the battlefield in a violent spray. For one brief second, everything fell deathly silent. Then the rebel leader's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Deep wounds marked him from head to toe, making it painfully clear that Tristan had killed him instantly before he could offer even the slightest resistance. When the remaining two rebels saw their squad leader fall in such a brutal way, horror completely overtook them. Their faces went pale, and they cried out in desperation, "Squad leader!" But before either of them could rush forward, the surrounding soldiers acted at once, forcefully slamming their heads down against the ground and pinning them in place. A suffocating silence spread over the area, thick with terror and the smell of blood. After that, Tristan slowly walked toward his younger brother, Lucian, his steps calm and measured. Stopping in front of him, he spoke in a cold voice. "Lucian, make sure you engrave this clearly into your mind. This is the standard we must uphold, and this is our principle." His words carried the rigid ideology of the Empire itself, leaving no room for hesitation and no mercy for anyone branded as an enemy. But Lucian did not look pleased at all. His expression tightened with discomfort and dissatisfaction, as if he could not fully accept the harsh principle Tristan was trying to force into him. Not long after that, the scene shifted to the massive stronghold standing at the heart of the region, the imposing Bornholm fortress. Inside the fortress walls, the atmosphere was tense, uneasy, and heavy enough to press down on everyone inside. Soldiers moved constantly through the grounds, hurrying from one post to another, while the citizens nearby looked worn down and anxious. Their exhausted faces made it clear that fear had already spread throughout the territory. In the middle of that tense atmosphere, Lucian stood quietly by himself, sinking deep into thought. His expression had grown serious as question after question rose in his mind. Thinking back to what had happened earlier, he silently repeated one name: Tristan Valdic. Memories from his previous life began surfacing one by one. He had been stubborn in Lucian's previous life as well, but Lucian had never seen him act with such extreme violence before. The Tristan he remembered was strict, inflexible, and uncompromising, but the brutality he had shown today felt far beyond anything Lucian had known. As those thoughts continued to pile up, Lucian's expression darkened even more. Come to think of it, he had no memories of Bornholm from his past life. Even though he had been on active duty during this very period, that realization immediately stirred a deep unease inside him. There was no way he would not have known if an incident of this scale had happened back then. So why did he remember nothing about it? The more Lucian thought about it, the more suspicious everything felt, as though an important piece of history had been completely cut out from his memories. While carefully observing the fortress and everything happening around it, Lucian calmly began analyzing the situation. The atmosphere here was clearly terrible. With the Empire Liberation Alliance running rampant and the citizens of the territory drowning in anxiety, the situation looked far more serious than the report had made it seem. His sharp eyes continued scanning the surrounding area, taking in the thin guard posts and the restless movements of the soldiers. Then he quietly added that this was more than a simple shortage of manpower. Wasn't the security perimeter practically empty? For a fortress facing a crisis of this level, the defenses looked dangerously exposed. The lack of soldiers protecting key areas made the entire fortress feel vulnerable, as if it was barely holding itself together. Hearing Lucian's observation, Tristan answered in a calm but serious tone. You're right. He did not try to deny how bad the situation had become. Most of our main forces are currently locked in a standoff with the rebel main force. The Empire had already committed much of its strength elsewhere, leaving Bornholm painfully weakened. Tristan continued, saying that the troops remaining here were barely enough to maintain public order. The soldiers left behind were under enormous pressure, and keeping the territory stable was becoming more difficult with every passing day. Then Tristan revealed the other major problem weighing on them. That is why we hired mercenaries to fill the gap. But as he said this, his expression turned colder. They are ignoring the contracts they first agreed to and demanding renegotiation. The crisis had clearly given those mercenaries a chance to act greedy and opportunistic. Tristan narrowed his eyes slightly before finishing in a cold voice. They intend to take the Empire's peril hostage so they can line their own pockets. After hearing Tristan's explanation, Lucian quietly fell into thought again. His face remained calm, but inside, he had already understood the real problem behind the situation. That was nothing more than noble logic, he thought to himself. That way of thinking would never work on mercenaries. Unlike nobles who cared about pride, authority, reputation, and loyalty, mercenaries cared first about profit and survival. To them, war was simply another business opportunity. Lucian slowly turned toward Tristan and calmly voiced his conclusion. To them, it probably just looks like a chance to make a fortune, especially because they do not know that you have no intention of negotiating with them again. Brother, Tristan replied immediately, without even the slightest pause. At least not here where I am in command. His tone remained cold, firm, and completely unshakable. Even in the middle of a crisis, Tristan had no intention of compromising the Empire's authority just to satisfy greedy mercenaries. After saying that, he looked directly at Lucian and added bluntly, even with things as they are, I do not expect much from you. His words were direct and dismissive, making it clear that he still did not fully trust Lucian's abilities. Tristan continued in a practical tone, saying that Lucian had probably been half-forced to come all the way down here anyway. To him, it seemed obvious that Lucian had only arrived because of their father's order or some political arrangement. Then Tristan explained the role he expected Lucian to play. Just keep an eye on the mercenaries and stop them from running away if things turn bad. The Empire's situation was already unstable enough, and if the mercenaries abandoned them in the middle of battle, the fortress could collapse into complete chaos. Tristan then added that as long as Lucian was placed in nominal command, the mercenaries would not be able to act recklessly so easily. That was all he expected from him. In other words, Lucian's value was mostly symbolic. Tristan only saw him as a figure of authority who could restrain the mercenaries by name. But after listening to all of that, Lucian calmly met his older brother's gaze and replied, You seem to be mistaken about something, eldest brother. Tristan's eyes narrowed slightly. Mistaken? Lucian answered without changing his expression. First, I was not forced to come here. I volunteered to go. The moment those words left his mouth, the air between the two brothers shifted, because there was not even the smallest trace of hesitation in his voice. Then Lucian continued, Second, I know how to resolve this situation. At the same time, he took out an official letter and held it forward. The document carried an authority that could not be denied. Looking straight at Tristan, Lucian declared that since their father had entrusted him with full authority over the mercenaries, from this moment on, all negotiations and control involving them would fall under his jurisdiction. His calm confidence made it clear that he had already prepared for this from the beginning. Then, with complete assurance, Lucian finished by saying, So please put your mind at ease. Immediately after that, the scene shifted again, and Lucian's thoughts grew quiet and focused. His eyes had turned sharp and determined, while one firm thought echoed powerfully in his mind. Because I will definitely resolve this. After that, the scene moved to a completely different place, where a large group of mercenaries had gathered together and were spending the night in loud celebration. Food and drinks were spread out everywhere, and the atmosphere grew more cheerful and rowdy with every passing moment as laughter and drunken shouting filled the air. In the middle of the gathering, a red-haired mercenary raised his cup high and shouted for everyone to eat and drink as much as they wanted, because they would be able to squeeze plenty of money out of the noble lord. The moment he said that, the surrounding mercenaries burst into loud laughter and cheers. They lifted their cups over and over again, shouting, "Long live the captain! Long live the captain!" Their voices echoed through the night as they celebrated without the slightest worry. Amid all the excitement, a green-haired mercenary looked toward the captain with obvious admiration in his eyes. He could barely hide how impressed he was. Grinning widely, he said, "Captain, you really are amazing. Having the guts to act like this against House Valdic. There's probably no one else in the entire empire who could do it." To him, openly provoking such a powerful noble house was something almost no one would dare attempt. But their captain was treating the whole situation as if it were nothing at all. Hearing the compliment, he calmly lowered the cup in his hand and responded with an easy confidence that stood out from everyone else around him. "Because we are not the ones sweating bullets. The higher-ups are already on the verge of clashing with the Empire Liberation Alliance, and on top of that, the movements of the demonic beasts have been unusually strange lately. For mercenaries like us, an unprecedented boom has arrived." His voice carried absolute certainty. The Empire was being pressed by problems from multiple directions, and that made mercenary groups more valuable than ever. The nobles needed manpower badly, and the mercenaries understood exactly how much leverage that gave them. The green-haired mercenary quickly understood what the captain was getting at. Leaning forward with interest, he asked, "So that means we just have to hold out until they can't stand waiting anymore?" The captain's expression immediately shifted into a satisfied smile, as if the man had finally understood the entire plan. With a confident nod, he replied, "Right on. When they finally come carrying bundles of money in their hands, that is when we slowly open the door for them. I have already coordinated things with the other mercenary groups in this area, so from here, it is only a matter of time." The confidence in his voice made it clear that, in his mind, everything was unfolding exactly according to plan. The mercenary groups had already reached an understanding with one another, and now all they had to do was wait until the nobles became desperate enough to accept their demands. But outside the entrance, two silent figures were already standing in the darkness. The campfire's glow barely reached them, leaving only faint outlines and long shadows visible from afar. Those two figures were none other than Lucian and the captain of the Black Lions. After that, the green-haired mercenary suddenly seemed to notice that something was off. His gaze shifted toward the entrance, and before he could even open his mouth, the slow, deliberate sound of clapping echoed through the noisy gathering. The cheerful mood inside the camp instantly began to fade, and several mercenaries turned their heads toward the source of the sound. One of them frowned, narrowing his eyes as he muttered, "What's with that crazy bastard? There are some guys at the door I've never seen before." The sudden arrival of strangers immediately put everyone on edge. But before the mercenaries could make any real move, the newcomer calmly stepped forward. Ignoring the suspicious stares locked onto him from every direction, Lucian walked into the gathering as naturally as if the place already belonged to him. His expression stayed perfectly composed as his gaze settled directly on the mercenary captain. Then, in a calm tone that sounded almost approving, Lucian spoke. "Despite how you look, you actually have quite a talent for this. If I were a mercenary captain, I probably would have done something similar. Anyone leading a group should know how to grab an opportunity the moment it appears. However, that only applies before a contract has been finalized." As he said this, Lucian came to a stop directly in front of the captain, standing there without the slightest hint of fear. His words sounded like praise at first, but every mercenary present could feel the sharp edge hidden underneath. Lucian did not look away from the captain for even a moment. Then he continued in the same steady voice. "Once you have taken the money, you should at least pretend to work. Red Blade Sven." The moment that name left Lucian's mouth, the captain's expression changed instantly, and the relaxed look that had been sitting on his face vanished. For just a brief moment, his face went still before something far more serious replaced his earlier amusement. Around him, the air seemed to tighten. The other mercenaries immediately tightened their grips around their weapons. Swords, axes, and spears were quietly readied one after another as they prepared themselves for the possibility of a fight breaking out at any second. The festive mood that had filled the camp only moments earlier disappeared completely. In its place came a tense silence, so sharp and unstable that it felt ready to explode with the slightest spark. However, instead of showing anger, the captain suddenly began to smile. His grin spread wider and wider, as though Lucian's arrival had turned the situation into something amusing. Looking around at his men, he spread both arms and called out, "Everyone, pay your respects. It seems House Valdic has brought us bundles of money. Thank you, noble lord. His voice was soaked in mockery, and the surrounding mercenaries immediately caught his meaning, breaking into rough laughter among themselves. The captain continued with a sarcastic smile. Thanks to you, we'll be eating well tonight. If only there were more noble lords like you, life would be wonderful. Throughout his mocking remarks, Lucian remained perfectly calm. He did not interrupt, and he did not show even the smallest reaction to the ridicule being thrown at him. Instead, he simply stood there and listened, carefully watching the captain and the mercenaries gathered around him. Lucian's composed attitude only made the atmosphere feel heavier, as if he were calmly waiting for the perfect moment to act. Meanwhile, the captain kept that mocking smile on his face, behaving as though he were welcoming an honored guest rather than facing someone he had tried to cheat. Then the captain casually spoke again. It is going to be a long talk, so why don't you wet your whistle first? His tone sounded friendly on the surface, but everyone there could sense the hostility buried underneath. The lively drinking party had already turned into a direct confrontation. The captain kept his smile firmly in place and continued the conversation as if he were being completely reasonable. He spread his hands slightly, acting like an innocent man caught up in some unfortunate confusion. If there is a misunderstanding, should we not clear it up? I have been waiting so anxiously for your arrival. His words were polite on the surface, but the mocking tone behind them was impossible to miss. It was obvious he had no intention of treating Lucian seriously. Lucian, however, showed no sign of being provoked. His expression remained calm and steady as he answered in a clear voice. A misunderstanding between House Valdic and you? There is only a contract between us, so there should be no reason for such complications, especially when you have already taken half of the advance payment. His response was direct and left no room for excuses. To Lucian, this was not about hurt feelings or some unclear dispute. It was simply a business agreement the mercenaries had willingly accepted, then refused to honor. Hearing that, the captain let out a scoffing laugh and leaned back in his seat. With a dismissive look on his face, he replied, "You mean that pocket change? I thought it was just charity tossed to poor, lowly commoners, because it was far too pathetic for a dangerous mission like clashing with rebel forces." The moment he finished speaking, loud laughter erupted all around him. His subordinates immediately joined in, treating the advance payment like nothing more than a joke. The captain kept mocking the amount and added, "Shouldn't it at least be enough to cover our meals?" At that remark, the mercenaries laughed even harder. Then the captain turned toward his trusted subordinate with a grin and asked, "Isn't that right, Vice Captain?" Without missing a beat, the green-haired mercenary eagerly played along. Nodding dramatically, he answered, "That's right, Captain Sven. With that little money, I can't even afford to feed my elderly mother back home." His exaggerated response triggered another wave of laughter from the gathered mercenaries. To them, this entire negotiation had become entertainment. Once the laughter finally eased, Captain Sven spoke again. His tone became slightly more measured, but the greed hiding beneath his words was still painfully obvious. However, as citizens of the Empire, we cannot just ignore this matter completely either. Wouldn't it be best for everyone if things became mutually beneficial? Let's take it easy, young master. His real intention was now perfectly clear. He had no interest in honoring the original agreement. Instead, he was trying to exploit the desperate situation around the ongoing conflict and pressure House Valdic into paying even more money. Lucian silently watched the captain and the mercenaries around him for a brief moment. Their arrogance, their confidence, and the way they openly mocked the contract made their desire obvious. Then, without showing even the slightest anger, Lucian calmly reached into his belongings and pulled out a heavy bag filled with money. The sight of the bag immediately drew every eye in the camp. Holding it in his hand, Lucian looked straight at Captain Sven and said, "If that is the case, then there is no need to talk in circles. Problems that can be solved with money are the easiest ones to handle." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucian casually loosened his fingers and let a coin slip from his hand. Clink! The sharp metallic sound echoed clearly through the gathering as it struck the ground. Instantly, Captain Sven and every one of his subordinates turned their attention toward it. Their eyes locked onto the coin, and the mocking smiles that had covered their faces only moments ago slowly began to fade. The camp that had been filled with laughter and ridicule suddenly grew strangely quiet. Lucian calmly looked at them and said, "Captain, is this not a Wilhelm the Great Birth commemorative coin?" A single one of these should be worth well over hundreds of gold coins. Can you really be satisfied with only that much? His voice stayed calm and composed, as though he were discussing something perfectly ordinary. Yet the effect was immediate. The mercenaries stared at the coin in disbelief. Before anyone could answer, Lucian casually dropped another one onto the ground. Then another. One by one, the priceless coins fell, each sharp clink striking the silence like a hammer against the mercenaries' hearts. As the coins scattered across the ground, Lucian continued speaking in that same calm tone. You should make sure your lives are properly compensated. On the surface, his words sounded perfectly reasonable. But paired with the sight of those valuable coins, they carried a temptation that was almost impossible to resist. Captain Sven watched the scene unfold, and his thoughts shifted almost immediately. The confidence and arrogance he had been displaying began to crumble beneath the weight of pure greed. Inwardly, he could not help thinking that this young noble was a complete pushover. With that much money, they could live more comfortably than the lord of a small castle. The sheer amount of wealth being tossed so casually onto the ground was far beyond anything Sven had expected. Almost at once, Sven's attitude flipped completely. The hostility disappeared from his face, replaced by an exaggerated look of respect. Rising from his seat, he spoke in a tone entirely different from before. I have committed a grave discourtesy by speaking so arrogantly to such a generous and broad-minded young master. From now on, I will put my life on the line for whatever task you give me. With just one word from me, all the mercenary groups in the area will gather. His sudden change was so dramatic that anyone watching could have laughed. Only moments ago he had mocked Lucian and demanded more money. Now he was behaving as if he had been Lucian's most loyal supporter from the very beginning. As he spoke, Captain Sven even extended his hand forward, as though he intended to shake Lucian's hand and officially seal their partnership. But before he could actually do it, he suddenly bent down toward the ground. His eyes never left the scattered commemorative coins as he reached toward them with open greed. While lowering himself, he said, "But first, please allow me to tidy up these precious coins." Captain Sven had only just managed to pick up one of the platinum coins when Lucian's calm voice suddenly rang through the gathering. "In the name of Valdic, I issue a request to all of you. Kill Red Blade Sven. The reward will be all of these platinum coins." The entire camp fell silent in an instant. No one moved. Every mercenary stared at Lucian in disbelief, wondering if they had truly heard him correctly. Then Lucian glanced around at the crowd and continued in a composed tone. "You clearly heard me stake my family's name just now, did you not? And this is none other than House Valdic." The meaning behind those words was unmistakable. Lucian had just made an official public declaration under the name of House Valdic. This was no joke, and it was certainly not an empty promise. The mercenaries slowly looked at one another, and then their gazes drifted back down to the platinum coins scattered across the ground. A heavy silence spread through the camp. The temptation in front of them was overwhelming. The moment Captain Sven realized what was happening, the blood drained from his face. The greed that had filled his eyes only seconds earlier instantly turned into alarm. He stared at Lucian in disbelief and shouted, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull? What kind of trick are you trying to pull here?" Lucian met his gaze without the slightest hint of emotion. "A trick? I am simply solving this with money, just as you wanted. Use this opportunity to learn properly. A mercenary without credit is nothing more than—" Lucian paused for a brief moment before finishing in a cold voice. "And you have lost your credit." Those words struck harder than any blade, because for a mercenary, reputation was their greatest asset. Contracts, trust, and reliability were the foundation of their profession. By taking the advance payment and then refusing to honor the agreement, Sven had destroyed the very thing that gave him value in the eyes of other mercenaries. Without saying another word, Lucian casually picked up a mug of alcohol from nearby, as if he were simply joining the party. Then, with the cup resting in his hand, he said calmly, "You have until I finish this drink. The moment this mug is empty, the reward will be cut in half." The mercenaries' eyes immediately began moving back and forth between Sven and the pile of platinum coins scattered across the ground. Their expressions changed little by little. The hesitation in their faces faded away, and in its place rose the same ugly greed that had swallowed Sven only moments earlier. This time, however, that greed was aimed directly at him. Feeling those murderous gazes closing in around him, Sven's heart nearly stopped in his chest. "You idiots, you do not actually believe him, do you?" His voice shook as he desperately tried to regain control of the room. "I am Red Blade Sven. The first one who comes near me dies." But not a single mercenary stepped back, and not one of them looked afraid. They kept staring at him with cold, hungry eyes, as if Sven had already become a corpse waiting to be claimed. Meanwhile, Lucian simply continued drinking at his own pace. That calm, unhurried sight pushed Sven even deeper into panic. Turning back toward Lucian, Sven shouted desperately, "Young master, please withdraw your request." No, I will work for just a third of this money." But Lucian did not answer him. He merely kept drinking, while sweat poured down Sven's face in thick streams. As the alcohol in Lucian's mug steadily sank lower and lower, Sven's desperation grew unbearable. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he rushed closer to Lucian and cried out, "I was wrong. Please forgive me." The pride and arrogance he had shown earlier had completely disappeared without a trace. "I will act like your loyal dog from this moment on." But Lucian offered no mercy and simply emptied the final drop from the mug. Setting the empty mug down, Lucian calmly said, "There is a reason you ended up in that position." The instant those words left his mouth, a blade flashed sharply through the air. Sven's eyes widened in shock. He immediately turned around, and what he saw made his expression freeze. The one standing behind him with a weapon in hand was his attacker. It was none other than his own vice-captain, the green-haired mercenary. Sven's face twisted in disbelief as he roared, "How dare you betray me?" The green-haired mercenary looked back at him without the slightest trace of remorse. "You climbed your way up to this position the exact same way. I simply struck first this time, that is all." A cold smile slowly appeared on his face. "You have worked hard all this time, Captain." In the very next instant, he finished the job. His attack landed cleanly, and Captain Sven's body lost its strength before collapsing to the ground. Sven's lifeless body hit the floor with a heavy thud. The feared leader of the mercenary group had not died at the hands of enemies or nobles, but because of the greed and betrayal of his own subordinate. For several long moments, no one said a word. All that remained in everyone's sight was Sven's corpse lying on the ground, surrounded by the scattered shine of platinum coins. The green-haired mercenary wiped the blood from his weapon, then turned toward Lucian and lowered his head respectfully. "Young master, I handled it swiftly. The promised reward will be honored, right?" His voice carried obvious expectation, because he had just murdered his own captain for the sake of that payment. Lucian looked at him in silence for a brief moment before answering calmly, "Of course." A faint smile then appeared on his face as he added, "Congratulations on your retirement." The words sounded strangely ominous, carrying a meaning the mercenary had not yet realized. Right after that, the green-haired man wastes no time at all. The moment he sees his chance, he snatches up the heavy bag stuffed with money, turns on his heel, and bolts straight toward the door. He doesn't even spare a second to look back. Clutching the money tightly, he rushes out of the building and keeps running, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and that place. By now, he has already sensed it clearly. Something terrible is about to happen, and anyone still standing there when it does will only be dragged into danger. Lucian watches the man flee with that bag in his hands, and a faint, amused smile curls across his lips. Then, as if the whole thing is nothing more than a joke, he says, "Oh my, I was planning to offer him a celebratory drink, but it seems he's a little busy. In that case, let's take a generous share for ourselves and raise a toast to our retired vice-captain." Around him, the mercenaries remain frozen in place. Every pair of eyes silently follows the chaos unfolding in front of them, but not a single one of them speaks. For a while, the room is swallowed by a heavy silence. The mercenaries stand there, stunned, trying to make sense of everything that just happened so quickly before their eyes. Lucian, however, acts as if none of it has shaken him at all. He leisurely lowers himself into a seat, calm and composed, carrying himself like a man who has all the time in the world. Then he speaks again, his voice relaxed, but filled with quiet confidence. "Don't look so disappointed, everyone. I have no intention of letting tonight end on such a dull note. As you've just seen, as long as the mission is carried out properly, I'm more than happy to pay the reward that's deserved, even if that reward becomes far more excessive than expected." Then Lucian tilts the conversation in a new direction, as if he has just remembered something important. "Now that I think about it, your former captain had a point. This is dangerous work, after all. Going after the Empire's most vicious criminals." Lucian lets the sentence hang there for a moment, deliberately pausing so every mercenary in the room can feel the weight behind his words. The mercenaries keep their eyes fixed on him, listening closely to every word that comes out of his mouth. And as their attention tightens around him, Lucian's smile grows a little wider. He slowly looks across the crowd, finally revealing what he has truly been setting up from the beginning. Then he says, "However, from this moment forward, all of you will become absolutely determined to find those bastards. I'll pay 1 platinum coin for every head. The second those words leave Lucian's mouth, the atmosphere in the room begins to shift. He simply remains seated where he is, smiling calmly at the mercenaries gathered before him, fully aware of exactly what that offer is doing to them. A reward that large is more than enough to set fire to their greed. In an instant, the mercenaries are given a powerful reason to chase down their targets, and for many of them, the night suddenly feels far from finished. Lucian continues speaking as he looks over the gathered mercenaries. And if you bring them back alive, I'll add a bonus. The moment that promise reaches their ears, the men begin glancing at one another, their eyes widening as the meaning sinks in. For a brief moment, no one says anything. The offer is so outrageous that silence hangs in the air while they try to process whether they truly heard him correctly. Then, almost all at once, the entire crowd explodes into cheers. Their voices ring loudly through the room as the mercenaries start shouting with excitement. Long live the young master! The greed and enthusiasm inside them can no longer be held back. What had started as stunned silence quickly turns into a storm of noisy discussion. Conversations break out everywhere as the mercenaries crowd together, their voices overlapping while they begin talking through their ideas. They start speculating about how they might track down the targets, who could reach them first, and what it would take to claim the massive rewards now waiting in front of them. Lucian watches the entire scene unfold with a quiet smile. Every reaction, every shout, and every greedy glance is moving exactly the way he intended. From there, the focus shifts toward the captain of the Black Lions. Raymond sits quietly off to the side, separated from the noise around him, reflecting on everything that has just taken place. As he turns the events over in his mind, an earlier memory begins to surface, one from before they ever came to the hideout. He remembers the conversation clearly. Back then, before they headed toward the hideout, Lucian had approached him and said, "Sir Raymond, before we go to their hideout, I have one request. Just remain quietly by my side and watch, no matter what those bastards say or do." At this point, when they won't even listen to the eldest brother, what we need isn't bloodshed. We need honey so sweet that it rots them all the way to the core. As those words echo again in Raymond's mind, the pieces finally start to connect. Only now does he begin to understand what Lucian had been aiming for from the very beginning. After carefully thinking through everything that has happened, Raymond realizes the truth and thinks to himself, "I thought he was simply trying to buy them off with money, but from the start, his real goal was to turn their own greed against them." These are men who can throw away trust without a second thought. To Raymond, they are the sort of people who could betray anyone at any moment if the reward was tempting enough. The third young master had understood that perfectly. Along with a warning, he planted a temptation so unreasonable and irresistible that the mercenaries would be pushed into cutting out the root of the problem with their own hands. The more Raymond thinks about it, the clearer Lucian's strategy becomes. This was never just a simple matter of handing out rewards. From the very beginning, Lucian had seen through the true nature of the mercenaries standing in front of him. He knew they were people whose loyalty could be bought, people who placed profit above trust, and people who would abandon whatever principles they claimed to have if the price placed before them was high enough. Instead of trying to control them through fear or force them to obey with harsh commands, Lucian chose a method that was far more effective. He dangled a reward so tempting that their own greed would do all the driving for him. By doing that, he transformed them into eager hunters. They would chase the targets with far more hunger and determination than any direct order could ever produce. Without lifting a weapon or spilling even a drop of blood himself, Lucian had quietly steered them exactly where he wanted them to go. And now, those mercenaries were already walking down the path Lucian had prepared for them from the very start. As the realization settles in, Raymond quietly murmurs to himself, "The third young master. He's far more interesting than I expected. Rougher, too, cruder than I imagined. But beneath all of that, he is chillingly meticulous." As Raymond says this, his expression remains serious, as if he has just seen a side of Lucian he cannot ignore. Raymond's gaze drifts into the distance, and the scene shifts once more. This time, the view lands on a grim and bloody sight spread across the ground. Platinum coins lie scattered in pools of blood, their cold shine standing out against the dark stains beneath them. The scene alone tells everything that happened without needing another word. In the middle of that aftermath stands the green-haired vice captain. To keep everything for himself, he has slaughtered every companion who followed him, leaving only bodies and blood around the treasure. The greed that Lucian had intentionally fed has reached its natural end. Yet even after taking the treasure for himself, the green-haired man does not look at ease. His hands are trembling visibly, betraying the fear and shock he is trying to bury. His breathing comes out uneven and strained, and the reality of what he has done begins pressing down on him. The weight of the blood around him is finally starting to settle on his shoulders. Trying to convince himself that everything is fine, he slowly lowers himself to sit down. Then, with a shaky sense of relief, he mutters, "Finally, I did it. It's finally over." A smile slowly spreads across his face, but it looks twisted and unstable as he begins speaking to the corpses around him, almost as if he needs them to hear his excuse. "Did you really think I'd just roll over and accept things like the captain did? Do I look like the same kind of brainless meathead as him? If you were all going to die such pointless deaths anyway, you should have just taken 1 platinum coin each and disappeared. You didn't know your place, and you let yourselves get blinded by useless greed." His words hang heavily over the blood-soaked ground. While he condemns the dead for being greedy, he completely fails to see the truth, that he himself has become the greatest victim of that very same greed. At that exact moment, a shadow falls behind him. The figure standing there is Hugo. The green-haired mercenary senses the presence almost instantly, and his entire body stiffens. Before he can turn around or make a move, Hugo calmly answers the words he had just spoken, his voice cutting through the tense silence behind him. "I tend to agree with that." The green-haired man's confidence disappears in an instant. The smug look on his face collapses, and raw fear takes its place as he realizes who is standing behind him. Knowing he is completely at Hugo's mercy, the green-haired mercenary starts pleading desperately for his life. "Spare me, I'll give you half." Even half is still a massive amount of money. "I don't know who you are, but you don't have some personal grudge against me, right? So please, just let me live." Hugo, however, does not react to the desperate bargain at all. His expression stays cold and unchanged as he gives his answer. "I've never entertained such soft thoughts." The moment the green-haired mercenary hears that, he understands there is no way out anymore. A bitter smile appears on his face as he accepts what is coming. "So I messed with the wrong guy, huh? Figures. There was no way my life would actually turn out this well." In the very next instant, Hugo makes his move. The attack comes so fast that the green-haired mercenary has no chance to resist, and the encounter ends almost as soon as it begins. With the last obstacle finally cleared from his path, Hugo calmly collects the scattered money along with the belongings that had been taken back. Without drawing any more attention to himself, he gathers everything together, turns away from the scene, and slips out of the area in silence. After some time has passed, Hugo reaches the place he was heading for. He steps inside and sets the recovered money bag down on the table with a quiet thud. Waiting there in front of him is Lucian, who had clearly been expecting his return. Everything has gone exactly according to the original plan, with the mission completed cleanly from beginning to end. As Lucian looks down at the bag that has finally been returned, his expression softens, and his voice carries a rare sense of sincere gratitude. Lucian admits that he owes Hugo a tremendous debt. It is a brief statement, but the weight behind those words is impossible to miss. After all, Lucian's plan had cleverly pushed the mercenaries into tearing each other apart, but when it came to making sure the matter ended without loose ends, it was Hugo who brought everything to a perfect close. The greed Lucian had planted as bait ended up swallowing every single person who reached for it. One by one, they were destroyed by their own desire. And when all the bloodshed was over, the very money that had sparked the chaos returned to the hands of the man who had arranged the entire scheme from the start. The money that had sparked so much violence and stained so many hands with blood eventually circled back to the one person behind it all, the very man who had quietly set the entire scheme into motion from the beginning. As the view moved to the fortress, the whole place was alive with motion. Soldiers marched through the grounds, workers hurried between stations, and mercenaries carried out their duties with practiced efficiency, filling the fortress with a tense but orderly sense of purpose. From a higher position overlooking the fortress grounds, Tristan and Lucian stood side by side, quietly watching the busy scene spread out beneath them without saying a word. For a while, Tristan simply observed in silence. Then, after taking in the movement below, he was the first to break the quiet between them. His tone stayed steady and controlled as he spoke, carrying the calm authority of someone used to being obeyed, and he acknowledged that the work had been handled exceptionally well. Tristan went on to say that if Lucian had let his hunger for recognition, personal glory, or easy merit cloud his judgment and damage the operation, he would have made him answer for every consequence without hesitation. But since the plan had unfolded smoothly and the results were exactly what they needed, there was no reason to punish him. Then Tristan said something Lucian had never imagined hearing from him. From this point on, the mercenary command would be placed in Lucian's hands. The moment those words reached him, Lucian lowered his head at once and answered with proper respect. He calmly replied that he understood, addressing Tristan as his brother. On the outside, Lucian looked perfectly composed, obedient, and collected, but beneath that controlled expression, his thoughts were already spinning in chaos. A storm of questions rushed through Lucian's mind as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. After all this time, he could hardly believe that the very person whose approval he had chased for so long was finally acknowledging his ability. But instead of simple pride or satisfaction, Lucian felt a strange confusion rising inside him. He wondered if Tristan truly believed that giving up part of his own accomplishments was still worth it, as long as it meant gaining something far greater in the end. The whole situation felt unsettlingly unnatural to Lucian. In a succession struggle, no matter how gifted or powerful a candidate might be, one defeat could be enough to flip the entire balance of power. A single mistake, made at the wrong moment, could wipe away years of effort and completely change everything in an instant. With that in mind, Tristan's decision made even less sense. He had not only handed over the mercenaries, but had done it during a period filled with uncertainty and danger. The longer Lucian thought about it, the harder it became to understand what his brother was truly planning. After a short silence, he pushed those thoughts aside and turned his attention to another issue. Lucian looked back toward Tristan and brought up the report that had arrived the previous night. He explained that several details in it did not sit right with him and needed clarification. Tristan shifted his attention to him and calmly told him to speak, so Lucian gave a small nod and began laying out his concerns. He started with the old and unchanging relationship between predators and prey, between those who hunted and those who were hunted. Across history, the roles of humans and demonic beasts had never been fixed in one direction forever. At times, humans hunted the beasts down, and at other times the beasts turned their fangs on humans. But even when their positions shifted, one truth had never changed. The blood-soaked cycle between the two sides had never once been truly broken. Their relationship had always been built on conflict, fear, and the struggle to survive. For generation after generation, humans and demonic beasts had continued killing one another, and everyone accepted that brutal reality as one of the laws of the world. That was exactly why the report felt so impossible to believe. According to the information they had received, the members of the Empire Liberation Alliance had somehow established a camp deep inside territory occupied by gnolls and kobolds. That fact alone was already shocking enough, but the report did not stop there. It claimed that the Alliance members were not simply hiding in that dangerous region or avoiding the demonic beasts from a distance. Instead, they were actually living alongside them. As Lucian silently reviewed those details, his expression grew even more serious. After a brief pause, Lucian looked straight at Tristan and asked a careful but pointed question. He wanted to know whether Tristan was completely certain that the report did not contain even a single false detail. Tristan remained calm, his expression showing no sign of being shaken. He said he understood exactly what Lucian was trying to ask, but assured him that this matter had not been judged based on rumors or unreliable second-hand accounts. His own aides, people whose skill and loyalty he trusted without question, had verified the details personally. And besides, the situation was not as impossible as it seemed at first glance. Tristan explained that there were reasonable ways to interpret what had been observed. Gnolls and kobolds were demonic beasts with incredibly sharp senses of smell, and much of their ability to detect intruders depended on scent. Because of that, anyone carrying certain magical tools or ancient relics could conceal their presence and keep those creatures from noticing them. With the right methods, it would be possible to move through their territory, avoid their attacks, and prevent serious losses. In Tristan's view, the rebels had most likely used those kinds of magical methods to settle themselves in the area. But his explanation did not end there. He also pointed out that while different monster species did not commonly mix together, such things were not completely unheard of during a large-scale monster migration. Orcs and goblins, for example, were often seen moving together under certain conditions. Based on that precedent, Tristan argued that the reported coexistence was certainly unusual, but not entirely beyond possibility. Lucian listened without letting his face reveal much, but inside, his doubts only grew stronger. Tristan's explanation sounded reasonable on the surface, yet something about it felt deeply wrong. In Lucian's mind, this way of thinking did not match the Tristan he knew, because his brother was normally far more meticulous and never willing to ignore inconsistencies. And yet now, Tristan seemed strangely ready to accept an outcome that should have been highly improbable. Lucian carefully weighed the examples his brother had used. Orcs and goblins were different species, but their relationship had a very specific structure. Their groups often operated through a clear master and servant hierarchy, which allowed them to travel and act together. Even then, that kind of arrangement was still an exception, not the natural rule. What the report described was something completely different. Gnolls and kobolds did not have that sort of relationship at all. They belonged to different places in the natural order and existed on entirely separate food chains. Their instincts, behavior, and survival patterns were fundamentally incompatible. In reality, true coexistence between them should not have been possible. If those two groups crossed paths, they would not calmly tolerate each other's presence. They would immediately try to tear each other apart. The more Lucian turned it over in his mind, the more certain he became that something important was being missed. At last, he spoke his thoughts aloud. He said that putting those two species together was no different from placing a starving predator beside a helpless human child. The ending would be obvious to anyone. No matter what precautions were taken, creatures like that simply could not be locked in the same cage and expected to remain peaceful. Their very nature made coexistence impossible. And as Lucian said those words, his thoughts began moving toward a far more dangerous conclusion. If ordinary explanations could not account for this, then perhaps only an extraordinary one could. His eyes narrowed slightly as a new possibility formed in his mind, one with implications far beyond a simple rebel encampment. After a short pause, he looked toward Tristan again and spoke in a more cautious, measured tone. In that case, there was another possibility they could not afford to ignore. If creatures that should have been natural enemies were somehow living side by side without ripping each other apart, then perhaps some outside force was controlling or influencing them. A force powerful enough to twist instinct itself and bend the natural order out of shape. With that possibility in mind, Lucian finally asked the question that had been forming in his head. Could mages be involved in this rebellion? That single question carried terrifying weight. Magic was not simply another kind of strength. It was a forbidden field of study, one that defied the natural order and forcefully twisted the very causality of the world. It was a power that existed outside the ordinary laws governing life, nature, and reality itself. Only an incredibly small number of people could even begin to understand it. Only those born with extraordinary spiritual sensitivity, along with the rare ability to perceive the flow of natural energy, could grasp the principles needed to wield magic. And the power held by a true mage was terrifying beyond ordinary imagination. Once a mage reached a certain level of mastery, they were no longer simply a person with unusual abilities. They became a walking disaster, capable of destroying an entire castle alone and changing the outcome of wars through their existence. 300 years earlier, mages had dragged the Empire into one of the darkest eras in its history. A rebellion led by them had driven the Empire to the edge of collapse, shaking the very foundations of imperial rule beneath the chaos they unleashed. The Empire had only survived through desperate struggle and sacrifice on a massive scale. Since that day, it had never forgotten the kind of danger mages represented. For 3 full centuries, mages had been officially treated as enemies of the state, on the same level as the masterminds behind subversive acts against the Empire itself. Their very existence was seen as a threat to imperial stability, which meant anything connected to them was handled with absolute severity. If even the smallest trace of evidence suggested mage involvement, the Empire would mobilize every resource it possessed without hesitation. Armies would move, noble houses would be called upon, and entire regions could fall under military control. Even if everything on that land had to be erased, the Empire would never allow such a threat to grow unchecked. The moment Tristan heard Lucian's speculation, his expression hardened. He warned Lucian to choose his words carefully. His voice remained calm, but beneath that calm was a clear and dangerous warning. Careless, baseless suspicion could bring down a disaster far beyond Lucian's ability to control. The seriousness in Tristan's tone made it obvious this was more than a simple scolding. He was warning his younger brother about the consequences of letting such suspicions spread, especially when the entire empire was already caught in unrest. In times like these, Tristan said, one small spark could grow into a raging inferno before anyone had the chance to stop it. His gaze stayed fixed on Lucian as he continued. The authority their father had granted Lucian only extended to managing the mercenaries. His duty was straightforward. Lead them properly and make sure the fortress could be defended if an emergency occurred. Then Tristan's voice became even firmer. Everything that happened here, he said, would be resolved under the name of Valdic, no matter what. The meaning behind his words was clear. Any matter within this territory would remain under House Valdic's control, and no outside power would be given a reason to interfere. At last, Tristan asked if Lucian understood. For several long moments, Lucian did not answer him at all. He simply stared back at Tristan, and the silence between the two brothers stretched thin and heavy. Neither of them looked away, and the air around them seemed to tighten. Lucian's eyes searched Tristan's face carefully, as if trying to find something hidden beneath that composed expression and those controlled words. Then, after a long pause, he finally lowered his gaze. Lucian admitted that he had spoken out of turn, calling Tristan brother in a respectful and apologetic tone. Since this was his first deployment, he said, His eagerness must have gotten the better of him. A faint smile touched his face, though whatever he truly thought remained impossible to read. After all, he added, there was no way a mage would be in a place like this. On the surface, the words sounded like an admission that he had been mistaken. But deep down, Lucian's doubts had not fully vanished. And before Tristan could continue pressing the matter, Lucian smoothly shifted the topic and prepared to leave. Then I'll be the one to go and deal with that rabble personally. By that, Lucian meant the mercenaries now forced under his command, the kind of unruly troublemakers who only needed the slightest gap in discipline before they started causing problems again. And as you already know, people like that are impossible to predict. No one can ever be sure when they will act out, where they will cause a disturbance or how badly things might spiral. After leaving those words behind, Lucian turned away and prepared to leave. Then the view shifted once more, leaving the fortress behind and carrying the story into a far darker, more dangerous place. Deep inside a remote wilderness, an ancient forest stretched out beneath the night sky, its tangled canopy so thick that even the pale moonlight could barely slip through. Most of the ground below remained buried in darkness, with only thin strips of silver light cutting through the shadows. Everything around the forest was strangely quiet, almost too quiet, as if the entire place were holding its breath. Yet beneath that silence, there was an unsettling pressure in the air, the kind that made it feel as though countless unseen eyes were staring from every direction within the dark. And not long after, those hidden gazes finally began to reveal themselves. One pair of glowing eyes appeared between the trees, then another. Then more and more began to flicker open from the bushes, the branches, and the pitch-black gaps between the trunks. Some burned a deep red, others shone yellow like wild predators, while a few gave off an eerie green glow that looked almost unnatural. As the faint forest light slowly exposed the shapes behind them, it became horrifyingly clear that the entire area was crawling with monsters. Gnolls, kobolds, and all kinds of demonic beasts were lurking throughout the forest, scattered among the trees like silent hunters waiting for prey. Their mere presence would have been enough to send any normal person running for his life. But in the middle of that nightmare, one man moved forward with careful steps, weaving through the monsters as though this path was already familiar to him. Even then, no matter how practiced he seemed, the tension in his body made it obvious that he was anything but calm. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as he continued inching deeper into the forest, each step measured and cautious. He clicked his tongue softly, trying to steady himself, then muttered under his breath that no matter how many times he came to this place, it still felt like his heart was about to stop beating. After all, even if he had been here more than once, walking through a forest packed with demonic beasts was enough to make anyone feel as if death were breathing down their neck. Before long, he reached the appointed meeting location, stopped in place, and quietly recited the familiar phrase, "When lightning descends from the heavens, it shall punish the sinners seated upon the throne. I am Squad Leader 2, Crone, and I request an audience with a comrade." After he spoke, the forest remained still for several tense moments, with only the darkness pressing in around him. Then, from within the shadows, another figure finally stepped out. The newcomer did not speak right away. Instead, he looked Crone over with a sharp, measuring gaze, as though making sure the man before him was truly who he claimed to be. Then he addressed him directly. "Squad Leader Crone, what brings you here in the middle of the night, especially when our cause is already right before us? At a time like this, we cannot afford even the smallest careless mistake." Crone immediately moved closer, his face tense and urgent. "That is exactly why I came here, comrade. Our cause is already beginning to twist out of control even as we speak." Hearing that, the other man's expression instantly grew heavier. Out of control? His eyes narrowed. "What exactly are you talking about? Explain everything to me in detail." Crone did not hesitate for even a second. He quickly reported that the recently appointed Lucian of House Valdic had turned into a serious obstacle for their plans. According to Crone, that young noble had taken the mercenary sabotage issue and completely resolved it in just a single night. And because of that one achievement alone, the security across the entire fortress had grown far stricter than it had ever been before. Patrols had become tighter, movements were being watched more closely, and as a result, reconnaissance missions and intelligence gathering were becoming harder by the day. But the worst part had not even ended there. Rumors had also begun spreading that Squad 4 had been completely wiped out because of Lucian's actions. Crone's hand tightened into a fist as he continued, his frustration showing clearly on his face. "That brat is far too abnormal to be brushed off as just another ordinary child. Comrade, I believe we should alter our plans and move forward with much greater caution from here on." The other man remained silent for a moment, listening without interrupting, before he suddenly shifted the topic and asked a different question. "And are you truly certain about this? Joining hands with that man, I mean," as those words left his mouth, more of the surrounding forest slowly came into view. All around them, countless demonic beasts could be seen crouching or standing nearby, their eyes fixed on the two men from within the dark. Crone immediately understood exactly who the other man was talking about. Even if these are only low-level demonic beasts, using magic to bend them into submission is not something normal people can do. I doubt someone like that is truly worthy of our trust. The other man gave a slow nod, acknowledging the concern. I understand why you would feel that way, comrade. To be honest, I do not trust either of them myself. His gaze drifted toward the monsters gathered around the clearing, watching them in silence. However, the situation has already changed. The elite forces of Valdic have arrived. With our current strength alone, we no longer have enough power to carry this through. So as long as our objectives continue to point in the same direction, we have no option but to make use of one another. As he said that, a faint smile slowly formed on his face, thin and unsettling in the darkness. And that is precisely why the plan must remain unchanged. Crone's brows drew together at once. What do you mean by that? The mysterious man's smile widened even further, as if he had been waiting for this very question. Because this is a golden opportunity. In the dim forest light, his eyes began to gleam with open malice. A golden opportunity to eliminate both of Valdic's lion cubs at the exact same time. But the instant those words slipped from his mouth, another voice suddenly echoed through the forest from somewhere nearby. The voice was calm, almost casual. Yet the moment it reached them, it sent a chill straight down everyone's spine. I thought this would be easy, but of course it couldn't be that simple. There was even a trace of amusement in the tone. Bad feelings really never missed their mark. In that instant, both men went completely still. Crone's eyes flew wide open in shock, and he snapped his head toward the direction of the voice at once. How in the world? Panic spread across Crone's face as he struggled to understand what was happening. I was extremely careful. I made sure no one was following me. Even the other man, who had seemed composed until now, finally lost his calm. And how did he get past the gnolls and kobolds to reach this place? His voice hardened quickly, filling with anger. You bastard. Stop hiding like some rat and show yourself. For a brief moment, the forest fell silent again, the shadows still and heavy. Then, from behind a massive tree, a figure slowly stepped into view. Moonlight spilled across his face, revealing none other than Lucian. Somehow, he had slipped all the way into the very heart of the enemy's secret meeting place, without alerting the countless monsters guarding the area. Even surrounded by enemies and demonic beasts on every side, his expression stayed completely relaxed, almost as if this dangerous forest was nothing more than a casual stroll. You do not need to rush me. Lucian continued walking forward at an easy pace, his posture calm and unshaken. I have business with you people as well. His eyes moved across the two men standing before him, weighing them both in a single glance. Though I suppose I do not need to waste time talking to everyone here. A cold smile curved across his face. First come, first served. One person should be enough. At that very moment, a powerful aura began to surge out from Lucian's body, spreading through the dark forest like a sudden pressure in the air. His energy gathered and took on the shape of a massive wolf, its terrifying form looming behind him with a presence fierce enough to make the monsters themselves seem less threatening. At the same time, Lucian calmly lifted his dagger and pointed its sharp edge straight forward.